Good morning and welcome to all our viewers to St. Joseph's College grounds here in Dali Road for the 110th encounter between St. Joseph's College Colombo and Trinity College Kandy. The past 109 encounters, St. Joseph's College have won 36 of these and Trinity College have won 14, with 59 have been drawn. So today the Josephians will be without their regular players like Shimon Daniel and Dinut Ulalage, while Trinity will be minus Matisha Patarana. Okay, Matisha Patarana has been included in the side. So the Trinitians had 3 players playing in the Under-19 World Cup tournament held recently. Randu Sombaratna and Pawan Patraja being the other 2. So we're definitely going to have a good game here. There you see the tally. 36 games won by St. Joseph's and 14 by Trinity. St. Joseph's last won in 2010 under Dinalda Barage. And Trinity College won their last game in 2015 under Ravin Seah. As I say good morning to my good friend here, Sachita Perez. Good morning to you, Sachita.
Very good morning, Paul. Yes, back at the Dali Road and back to school grounds. Schools cricket is back. Ideal would have been March Madness if it was to be normal circumstances, but unfortunately due to the prevailing pandemic, we've had to move later in the year for the big matches. But we are bringing you some traditional encounters. Here was the Josephians going through their last phases of practices before the commencement of the game, making sure that they get their final fielding right. They'll want to make sure that they impress with their ground fielding earlier today. And well, the Trinitians, I think, were more interested in taking part in the Premier League as they go do their final warm-ups and prep up for this very important game. And like Paul mentioned earlier, 110th encounter between these two institutions, a legacy of more than a century, which is very important to both these schools. And St. Joseph's, one of those, the only school in Sri Lanka cricket that has a positive win-loss rate against every single opponent in Sri Lanka cricket, will want to make sure that they put on a very, very strong statement here at their home grounds. Trinity, on the other hand, have had mixed results so far this season.
Okay, let's go down there at the pitch where we have our pitch expert Roscoe Tuttle there to give us the information on the pitch.
The sun is shining here in Dali Road as Trinity take on St. Joseph's. Trinity being the visitors here at Dali Road today. The weather has been pretty good over the past week or so. So the pitches are really dry and I think it should be pretty good for batting. But let's take a closer look at this. It definitely is pretty hard, but there's an extra bit of a grass covering, so it might aid the fast bowlers early on. However, it'll be interesting to see what the captain does after winning the toss. But maybe as the game progresses from one end, from the end where the swimming pool is, it might aid the spinners a bit more. So captains winning the toss probably will look to post a big score and then look to put the pressure on the opposition.
So there we are. We had Roscoe Tuttle saying to us that the team that win the toss should bat first. A wicket which looks very good. And very sunny weather here. A lot of runs on the wicket. And now we go down to the toss, and it's our friend Damit Veerasinghe down there with the 2 captains and the umpires.
We are all set for the toss here at Dali Road. We have the 2 captains, Sadish Jayawardena, the acting captain of St. Joseph's College, Akram Mutalib, the captain of Trinity College Kandy, and the 2 umpires, Bodhiya Baduge and Buddhiga Fernando. The home team captain, Sadish, will now spin the coin. Heads is the call. Trinity College has won the toss. And we'll have a little chat with Trinity captain Akram. Akram, what are you going to do?
You will bat first.
What's the reason in batting first on this surface?
It's look a pretty good wicket to bat on, and that's.
You all are missing out Ranudu Somaratna for this game. How's the team this season?
We have three youth cap players, Matisha Patirna and Pawan Patiraja and Ranudu Somaratna. We have a good experienced players with them.
What sort of a score do you want to post on this surface?
I think it will be 250 plus. It's a good score.
Thank you, Akram. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Sadish, you lost the toss, but you all are bowling first. What would you have done if you had won the toss?
We are going to bat first, same thing. It doesn't matter. We tried our best. We are looking for to keep them below.
You all had a very good couple of games against Malia Deva and Maristhala. You all are missing out a couple of players, Dunit Vella, Siobhan Daniel and Deshan, for injuries and for national duty. How's the team this year?
Team is really good. We have good batting lineup and we have good bowlers also well. The side is really good.
Is there any changes from the last game?
Yeah, Siobhan Daniel goes out and Sandabri come in. And Jane Markaland goes out and Januk Seras in.
Thank you, Sadish. Wish you all the very best. So the news from the centre is Trinity College has won the toss and they will bat first.
So there we heard from Damit Veerasinghe, who was at the centre with the toss. Trinity College captain Akram Mutalib won the toss and decided to bat first on a wicket which looks very good. Well, Sudarshan, what do you think? Trinity College won the toss and decided to bat first. We're looking at a very good score.
I think that will be the plan. Here are the two teams for you, the Josephians, Sajisa Jawardhan and the skipper, Hiruna Kapurabandara, Sahan Papare, Mitra Tenura, Hiran Jayasundara, Mudita Lakshan, Avinta Dialvis, Rishma Amarasinghe, Lahiru Amarasekara, Yanula Devatusa, Shanuk Seras, and for Trinity we have Kusal Vijayatunga, Vidukudamage, Supun Waduge, Pawan Patiraja, the Sri Lanka under 19 represent Akram Mutalib, the skipper Vibat Helepola Rahal Amarasinghe, Manula Kularatna, Matisha Patirna, Tiraka Ranatunga and Dinuka Tenakon making up the match day 22 from the both teams. And yes, like you said, I think the Trinitians will definitely want to make sure that they get on to a big score here, and it's good conditions here, nice and sunny, and they'll want, the rest of the team will want the batters to make sure that they spend as much time as possible in this hot Colombo weather and keep the Josephians under the sun as long as they can. And as for the Josephians, it will be very important this opening half an hour, the opening exchanges, maybe the opening 10 overs, because there will be some assistance to the quicks here at the Dali Road.
Yes, the umpires for today's game is Buddhika Fernando and the Bodhia Baduge. Warrior, highly respected umpires. So St. Joseph's College taking the field. Trinity College won the toss in this 110th encounter between St. Joseph's College and Trinity College. St. Joseph's have a very good lead of 36 victories for Trinity's 14. Yes, as Sudarshan mentioned, St. Joseph's is the only team that has beaten all schools more number of times than they have been beaten. And here you see a very big lead. 22 wins more than Trinity College, so Trinity College must be really determined to catch it up.
It'll take a couple of decades, but yes, it's good to start from somewhere. As Trinity look to start out the proceedings on a positive note here. All these schools teams will be determined to make sure that they put on a very good show before their all-important big matches. Mitra Tenura to start off the proceedings. decent effort by the fast bowler to start off. Satish Jayawardena, the wicket keeper and also the skipper, will be in the thick of things for the Josephians. Vidikadamage is the other opening batter for Trinity College, left-hand batsman. Opportunity for most of these players to try and put their hand up and get noticed.
It's definitely Mithra Tenora with a couple of years experience behind him. Will be the main strike bowler for the Josephians. Bowling to Kushal Wijatunga. That one pitched up and played nicely past mid-on. That ball is going towards the boundary. It's definitely a fast outfield and it's gone for 4. So the first scoring stroke comes off the pad of Kushal Wijatunga, a boundary for Trinity.
Well, definitely that's going to really boost up his confidence of Kushal. Take a look at that control, didn't try to hit it too hard. Good timing on the ball, he was right on top of it. And the outfield at Dal Road giving it the much needed assistance.
So the first scoring stroke of the 110th encounter coming off the bat of Kushal Wijatunga, a boundary. Very well played.
It's going to be very crucial for the Trinitians, the opening stand. If they can see off any life that is on the pitch, they will fancy that. Mithra, on the other hand, alongside his bowling partners, will want to try and extract as much as they can from the surface. Another hit and a miss. Slight outside edge of the bat, inside edge rather.
St. Joseph's College had 3 players playing in the Sri Lanka under-19. Dunit Walalage, Shimon Daniel and Sadish Jayawardena. Whereas Trinity College 2 had 3 players. Matisha Patirana, Ranudha Somaratna and Pawan Pathiraja. So we have Matisha Patirana and Pawan Pathiraja playing today. And Sadish Jayawardena, the Josephian wicketkeeper captain, is the other player who was in the under-19 squad. But they're minus Dunit Walalage and Shimon Daniel, who is playing in the National Super League cricket tournament.
The great exposure for the young lads, isn't it? It's important that they are groomed into the next level. So it's a terrific return for the young lads who really did impress in that World Cup. If the sooner they get into the system, the better it will be for them, because they will get heaps of experience out of it.
Sudarshan, good opportunity given to them, especially Dunit Walalage performed so well in the under-19 tournament. And Shimon Daniel also has a lot of talent. So it's Matisha Patrana. And I think even the other 2 boys, Ranudha Somaratna, and so that's the end of the first over. We'll come back to that. It's 4 for no loss, Trinity. So Trinity College 4 for no loss after the first over. So we were talking about the under-19 players, Sudarshan. Well, Trinity College, Pawan Pathiraja, Ranudha Somaratna and Matisha Patrana. Pawan Pathiraja started off well with the under-19 Bangladesh series, but then later on lost his form, I think.
He struggled a bit in the Asia Cup, Pathiraja, which prompted him to lose his place in the World Cup. But Ranudha Somaratna did excel in the World Cup, and he's gotten his opportunity as well in playing in the National Super League. But speaking about players who impressed, Straight away pouncing on that, straight away gets off the mark with the. And speaking about the players who really did impress in that World Cup, I think you can't look beyond Dunitwel Alage, who was absolutely terrific. And what's more important about him was his temperament and his composure while going in the middle, despite the situations around him. And when he was drafted into the National Super League one-day tournament, the impact he had instantly, even in that final, was tremendous to see. And that's a gem that we need to really safeguard. And when it starts shining, I think the world will stop and take notice.
Well, he won the Man of the Match award in the final in the National Super League. Dunitwel Alage, a very promising cricketer. And this time very nicely played off his hips, going towards the boundary, fine leg boundary. That's 4.
Viduka Dhammage, that time second delivery he faced, and that's error from the bowler. Straight away changed the ends. He will now come around the wicket. Dhammage, on the other hand, has been has looked in a very. These two Trinity batsmen, Paul Nessal, coming into the game. Both of them haven't tried to hit too hard. They've been more concerned about the timing and the placement of the ball, which is good to see. That's what you need to do, especially in these opening exchanges.
Yes, with a very fast outfield, just place it nicely, time it well, put it into a gap. You get a lot of runs. Value for the shots you get, really. Mudita Lakshan is the bowler who's bowling from the swimming pool end here at St. Joseph's College grounds. This time a slowish delivery, nicely played again. Towards a short third man, well fielded, no run there.
As we bring you this encounter from Dali Road, here's a replay of what happened earlier. Sri Lanka is playing India in at Mohali. India won the toss and opted to bat first. Going to be a very interesting game because it's Sri Lanka's 300th test match, and also incidentally the aggressive Indian batter with Virat Kohli's 100th. Sri Lankans will definitely look to make sure that they make a comeback in this test series, because they were humiliated in the T20I series, losing it 3-0.
Yes,
and
definitely.
hopefully return of two veterans from the alumni of St. Joseph's. So we'll come back to that. That's the end of the second. 20-10 for none. So we were talking about the test match in Mohali, and the two veterans from the alumni of St. Joseph's College are back in the team. Dimut Karnaratne, the skipper, and also Angelo Matthews back in the mix. Very nice to see. And also Niroshan Dikwal makes a return after the Durham debacle. Those are the representations from the alumni of these two schools. And Sri Lanka have opted to go with 4 specialist bowlers: Ranga Lakmal, Lasit Tembuldeniya, Vishwa Fernando and Lahiru Kumare. Very interesting tactic, Paul Ness, because India have opted to go with 5 bowlers, 2 pace bowlers and 3 spinners, whereas Sri Lanka have gone with 3 fast bowlers and a spinner.
Yes, definitely Sri Lanka have picked an additional batsman for this test match. And rather surprising, Dushmantha Chamira has been left out.
I think they're looking at him in a way that they are trying to manage his workload. He's played a lot of cricket and will play a lot of cricket in the coming months, being involved in the IPL as well. I think it's a welcome break for Chamira, who is definitely Sri Lanka's spearhead when it comes to the pace attack. Some very good fielding by the Josephians, cutting down at least a couple of runs.
It'll be also nice to see Suranga Lakmal, who has announced his retirement after this series. Suranga Lakmal has been a very humble servant of Sri Lankan cricket in the past.
Well, we had a chat about that as well. Definitely Suranga Lakmal has been one of those unsung heroes of Sri Lanka cricket. Terrific servant of the game, and in away conditions in 35 games he's picked up 112 wickets, with his best being 5 for 47, and he's one of those bowlers, despite being a fast bowler, he's been your containing bowler as well for Sri Lanka in the white outfit. So that's something not many can boast of, being a pacey in Sri Lanka. So kudos to Suranga Lakmal. Had the luxury and had the fortune of skippering the national test side as well. So he's a former test skipper of this country. And will, I'm sure he will really enjoy his tenure at Derbyshire, pace-friendly wickets rather than bowling in these very dry, difficult wickets here in the subcontinent.
Well, during the English tours, he has been very consistent and done very well in the past. So definitely he'll be looking forward that to play there. Well, there's an appeal for a caught behind, so that's the first wicket. That's the end of Kushal Wijatunga, caught by Sadish Jawardena, the Josephian captain of the bowling of Mithra Tenwara. So Trinity College lose their first wicket at 10.
We'll take a look at this. He's been tentative with Mithra even in the first over, but this time around falls victim to ball going away from his body. And the skipper Jawardena making no mistakes. Kusal rather, the first victim of Trinity. Trinity 10 for the loss of 1. Well, Trinity losing their first wicket in the final delivery of the third over. And in comes Wibat Ahelepola. Another left-hander, so 2 left-handers in the middle for Trinity.
In fact, Kushal Wijatunga too was a left-hander. So 3 left-handers right at the top for Trinity College. Probably Pawan Pathiraja will come at number 4. Another left-hander there. So Trinity 10 for 1 after 3 overs. After winning the toss and deciding to bat first here at Dali Road. We were talking about Test cricketers. We, of course, early morning we heard the passing away of the Australian great Rod Marsh. Been a great servant of Australian cricket. After playing his Test cricket, he was in charge of the coaching side of Australian cricket. This is selector 2.
His condolences to his family, his friends, and also the wider cricketing community of Australia. Beautiful shot. Beautifully played by Viduka. He's been impressive so far. The three scoring shots he's made, he's played it to perfection. Already scored 2 boundaries, Viduka.
You see the replay of that. Slightly over pitch, driving it perfectly past cover point, going straight down into the boundary. As I mentioned earlier, very fast outfield here at St. Joseph's College grounds. Once you get into the gap, it's very difficult to stop it. It's another good delivery this time. Beat him outside the off stump. Vidika trying to drive that too. Yeah, you see, it's not certain of playing a shot early, and then later on deciding to go for it. Lucky not to have got an edge.
Well spotted and well played there. That was a difficult delivery coming right at his toes. Whittaker must be surely used to plenty balls coming at his toes with having a bowler like Matisha to face in the nets. Confident defensive stroke there.
He's talking about Matisha Patrana. His action definitely is going to be a very difficult player to cope up with, especially at school level.
I think something that he really needs to work on is his control. We saw that in the World Cup as well. Tends to give away a couple of extras when it comes to wides. So that's something that he really needs to work at. And, that's the end of the fourth. Trinity 14 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So it's Mitra Thenwara to continue. We're bowling from the pavilion end. 2 overs, got 1 for 4. His bowling figures got the wicket of Kushal Wijetunga. That one down the leg side.
Well, Mehta coming off a wicket, Maiden will want to make sure that he keeps on the pressure on the new batsman. This one going slightly down the leg side. It's very close to the stumps as well. Libawit Helepola, the new man in, facing his second delivery. There's absolutely no hurry for the Trinitians, isn't it, Paulinus? They need to try and take as much time as they can in the middle, get accustomed to the conditions, make sure that they get the feel of the bowling that they're facing, and to try and occupy the crease as much as they can. And after a couple of overs, after maybe 10 to 15 overs, the wicket, the surface will get easier, the ball will get a little older, and this is a batting paradise here at Dali Road. Oh, beautifully played. What a way to get off the mark. We've seen this from all the three Trinity batsmen so far, and Vibhavit follows suit with a beautiful shot. And there's something with these left-handers when they play that drive, isn't it, Paulinus? The ever-famous left-hander from Trinity College with the signature drive. Take a look at that.
Definitely a left-hander's cover drive is a shot to watch. And that one too beautifully played. Pitched up to him. Tenura. Well, you were talking about the conditions, Sudarshan. Yes, I do agree with you. The Trinity players should take advantage of winning the toss. They should tire the Josephian bowlers as much as possible early on, and then try to go on for their shots, get a good score, put the pressure on the Josephians. Josephians playing a very young side. Two of their most senior players not playing in this game. That's again pitched up to him and nicely played by Vibhat Helapola.
Credit to Mithira. Every time the batsman's played a very nice stroke, he's come back with a very decent delivery. Managed to deliver terrific delivery to dismiss Kusal Vijayatunga in the previous over. We'll end off the fifth, 4 runs off it, Trinity 18 for 1.
Trinity College getting off to a good start here at Dali Road as schools cricket returns. We're coming to you live from the Dali Road, St. Joseph's College here in Maradana. Well, Roscoe, it's been quite a not the kind of start St. Joseph's College would have asked for.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, it's been a bit of a up and down start for St. Joseph's. The fast bowlers have been a bit all over the place, but now they're sort of settling into a decent rhythm with the Lakshan operating from the swimming pool end, and Mithira Tenura picking up that breakthrough.
Interesting action from Mudita Lakshan, because zigzag through the crease. You being a coach yourself, many coaches would not appreciate it as the momentum could swerve away from your body. What are your thoughts on the youngster? I believe he's playing his first season for St. Joseph's College.
Yes, still very young. Mudita Lakshan was a member of the under-17 team as well. Plenty of experience to be gained at this level still. And yes, his action, like you said, at the moment there is a bit of work to be done. He's operating from wide of the stumps as well. As we see Sadish Jayawardene opting to come up to the stumps. It's always tricky if a wicket keeper can do this. Probably to have the batsman in the crease as well. This is a much better start to his third over from Mudita Lakshan. He's found a decent length and a decent line.
This is good thinking from Sadish Jayawardene. Roscoe, I think we saw the left-hander walking towards the ball as Mudita Lakshan is lacking pace, but he's still creating that angle from wide of the crease. So he wants to make use of that angle and make him stay stuck in the crease. There you go, scoring him up like that. That's what he wanted. But if the batsman is gonna walk up to the bowler, he's gonna smother that away. So very good thinking here from Sadish Jayawardene, the St. Joseph's College skipper.
Yes, interesting to see where Mudita Lakshan delivers the ball from. He's going very wide off the crease, which is almost ruling out an LBW option for him. But nevertheless, he's found a nice line and length, like I said before, so it's working for him at the moment.
He's got two slips and he wants to bring them into play. And that extra cover, that short extra cover, right at the edge of the turf square, bring him on also into the play, because with the angle it's very tough to play along the line. So that's the plan for St. Joseph's College so far. And that ends over number 6, 18 for 1.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවි ආදරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Well, Tenura will continue, the senior fast bowler of the two. He's got an ample lot of experience in this level. Played enough cricket for St. Joseph's College. Not the express kind of fast bowler, but he'll get the job done. And capable of sending the ball away from the right-hander into the left-hander generally. But don't ball him there. Not at that pace. Very well struck from Vibhavit. He's getting off to a good start here.
Yes, good looking stroke from Halepola. His second boundary. And nicely making use of that width he got from Mithira Thenura. And this St. Joseph's outfield is fast as ever, racing across the boundary, that ball. If you take your time and get yourself in, you're always in for a big score here, especially with that fast outfield.
Well, again, good comeback. That's the length you want to be bowling, and that's the line you want to be bowling, much rather. Because Mithira Thenura, as I mentioned earlier, he gets the ball to angle back into the left-hander. So you got to be close to the stumps, bring that edge into play. But when he gives width at his pace like that, like the previous delivery, I mean, that becomes a piece of cake for the left-hander.
Nicely played from Halepola. His first single after those couple of boundaries early on. It's also interesting to see where Mithira Thenura bowls from compared to Mudita Lakshan, who goes wide of the crease. Mithira Thenura gets much more closer to the stumps and much more conventional. He's into his fourth over, picked up one wicket as well. And another big miss for St. Joseph's in the pace department is Deshant Seniviratna, who was quite impressive in that big match they played last as well.
He's got some pace, isn't he? Deshan Seneviratne, gutsy bowler. Likes to hit the deck hard. But yeah, that's the kind of cricket, that's the intensity of cricket these boys are playing in this modern era of schools cricket. They break down, they come back. That's all part and parcel. That stuck to the line. But I like these two left-handers, Roscoe. They look pretty comfortable and composed at the center.
Yes, nicely watched from Dammage. He's taken his time. He's on 10 of 20 balls. As we see Mithira Thenra making a switch to round the wicket. He's been operating over the wicket against the left-hander so far. 23 for 1 in the 7th over. I think both teams will be relatively happy. A wicket for St. Joseph's. Another dot ball to end over number 7. It's 23 for 1. Slow start to this game, 23 for 1. Mithira Thenra, the wicket taker so far. He's picked up 1 for 13 in his 4 overs. Mudita Lakshan, none for 10 in his 3 overs. Bowled a decent over last over, didn't concede any run at all. Would love to have a wicket against his name, does Lakshan.
Interesting field here, Roscoe. It's coming very wide of the crease. There is no deep square leg, and he'll have to start somewhere on midland leg. That will be easy tuck away if he gets tinge fuller for the left-hander. But that is also a trick. The plan is to get him opened up to try and work that gap, while he's got two slips and a short covers, catching kind of covers, stationary I suppose.
Yes, the end Mudita Lakshan is bowling from. I thought it would aid the seamers a bit more with more grass on the pavilion end of the pitch. That's a nice looking stroke, but good work in the field as well. Biba with Ahalapola nicely getting behind that one. But good work from the field at mid-on as well.
He's got some fine strokes, this Vibhavit. He's elegant to watch. He looks composed at the center. Have a look at that. Shows the full face of the bat. He's gonna be a good fine batsman here for Trinity College.
Mudita Lakshan opting to bowl around the wicket against Dammage, and Sadish Jayawardene standing back as well. So two different plans against the two batsmen. Biba with Ahalapola probably batting out of his crease, as we can see Viduka as well. It's a nice looking stroke. Oh, it's ricocheted off the stumps. Extra runs. Unfortunate for the fielder. But a couple of runs for Viduka. He moves on to 12.
Very unlucky there. When these kind of things, you know, you lost the World Cup. for something like that. Really need to bring something in for these kind of situations in cricket. No ball. No ball it is. That had a little bit of pace, so that is the mistake that Mudita Lakshan is going for. He's trying to crank up that pace. And that's what took his mark an inch or two ahead.
Yes, as you can see, the 110th encounter between these two teams, St. Joseph's and Trinity. A lot of history between these two schools. Once again, nicely clipped, but finds the mid-wicket fielder this time. It's two completely different tactics against the two batsmen. As we can see, a bit of a stronger leg side field against Viduka. He's got a mid-on, mid-wicket and a backward square leg as well, along with the fine leg. Whereas against Bibawith, he's looking to angle across the left-hander. Appeal from the fielders and the bowler. However, it completes over number 8 as we take a look at the replay.
Look at that. This is good aggression. Ooh. How did it get through? How did that get through? But it's like, it's good to see these youngsters brushing shoulders in that fashion. 8 overs done, 27 for 1.
Mithira Thenura to continue from the pavilion end. 1 for 13 off his 4 overs. He's done a decent job for his skipper so far. Once again, a nice clip, looking for that second run. Good intent from the batsman, but good work from the fielder as well. Yes, 28 for 1, Trinity. I think St. Joseph's obviously missing a few key players in this game. I mentioned Deshan Seniratna earlier, and Dunit Wellalage and Siobhan Daniel as well, two very strong players in this St. Joseph's squad who also played cricket for Sri Lanka under-19s. I think the next option probably as a bowler would be Lahiru Amarasekara. He'd be licking his lips to come and have a bowl at these two left-handers.
Yes, the right arm off spinner did a great job in the big match. The recently concluded big match between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Picked up a 5-for. Became one of the very few to do so on debut. So he'll be waiting to have a go at these two left-handers, and I'm told that Trinity College is having an extensive set of left-handers on their lineup. Because one for sure is also the next one. Pawan Patiraja is a left-hander also.
Is looking at how this pitch has played so far, doesn't seem like a lot in it for the fast bowlers, but maybe the spinners hopefully might get some turn. But it looks like it's going to be a tough day of bowling for both spinners and fast bowlers.
they've got to make some change here. They've got to. This is the 9th over of pace, and I think, as per the school's cricket regulation, they have to get through 10 overs with fast bowlers, a minimum of 10 overs with fast bowlers. From that point onward, they'll be looking to bring in the right arm off spinner right away. There are both pros and cons in that rule imposed from Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association, Roscoe. What are your thoughts on that, having to bowl 10 overs with fast bowlers being mandatory?
Yes, it's probably not a bad rule to promote a bit more fast bowling, as we see even in domestic cricket, a lot of spinners being used early on. Down the leg side to complete over number 9. It's 30 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Well done. Well fielded there from Mudita Lakshan of his own bowling. Just having a look at this Vibha, with the more I watch him bat, he's impressive. He's got genuine strokes. A by the book batter. And what I like is his balance, his base. Left hand is always elegant, Roscoe. Being one yourself, it's always nice to watch left-handers bat. And Vibhavit is also taking that one notch higher with proper cricketing strokes.
That's a bit of poor feeling from, I think, Yenula Devtusa, the fielder there, but I think the Josephian fielders who are close in are sort of hanging a bit too deep. Some easy singles have been considered for the Trinity batsman to get off strike, just like that one. Vibha with Ahalepola getting off strike with an easy clip.
Well, now the plan has been changed around. It was previously Sadish standing behind for Viduka, but now it's the other way around.
So the bowling doesn't look threatening at the moment. Vibhavit and Viduka looking very comfortable. They just need to bat some time, and I'm sure they have plenty of runs on offer today.
Well, talking of the surface, Roscoe, I think they've already done the damage. They have seen through almost an hour now. So I think they've done enough damage. Now is the time, the tougher period of the play for these two batters. Once they have settled in to construct this innings from here on. Didn't get the need of the bat there. Well, that's the end of the 10th over. 31 for 1.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today, the best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
But there's no change. Tenura continues.
Yes, I'm a bit surprised Mithira Tenura staying on for his 6th over, but a bit of a change in the field. Square leg has dropped back, so maybe he'll try a short ball or two in this over.
That could be interesting because we've not seen Vibhavit employ that pull so far in this innings. Well, that's short, but too short.
Yes, making his intentions clear, Mithira Tenura, but clearly not getting the length right. It's probably 2 wides, isn't it?
Well, let's have a look at that. Well, that lost our frame. That lost our frame. That's definitely about 9-10 feet. He's playing that shot well. There's no risk involved in that for this left-hander. Yes, no, there, but safe at the end.
Yes, a bit of confusion between the batsmen, but no damage done. Yes, Mithira Tenura into his 6th over. Not pleasant conditions for fast bowling. It's been hot and humid throughout the week, and the sun was out this morning as well. As we say, another change in the field.
But this is positive signs. Although St. Joseph's are not getting a wicket, well, things seems to be a little slow for them. But I like what Sadish Jayawardene is doing right behind the stumps. He's trying out different things right there when the convention is not working. Well, but that was better. That's the height you got to be getting, Mithira.
Yes, I'm sure that first one was called one for the over. This time, though, no call from the umpire, so he still has the option of bowling another one.
Fine lines. Got 3 fielders. Score of the wicket. One just on the edge of that batting crease. You can't employ 3 fielders behind square. That's the rule. But they're having one on the fine edge of it. Expect that short ball anytime, Viduka. There you go. It got big on him. Much better this time. But this over looks threatening after a while. It's eventful.
Yes, you must commend his effort, Mithira Tenura. Not easy to do this into his 6th over, consecutive overs as well. So to get that ball up there, he needs to put in a lot of effort on this pitch.
Very good height there, that was. Just on his chin. Now that's what Mithira got to be bowling.
Yes, with his line and length that Tenura is bowling, he probably can get another fielder catching at short leg as well, since he's looking for that short ball more. Probably pull out his mid-off fielder and just leave a gap there for the drive as well. He has 2 slips in place. I'd like to see a fielder under the lid.
Bowling onto that thigh pad when he can't bowl the short ball is also another ploy. Roscoe. They want him to tuck it around his hip, and they've got a fielder there for that catching position. There's a backwards square leg, just about 30 yard circular range. The ball bringing that outside edge into play now. But this has been a good over, very good over from Mithira Tenura. 11 overs gone, 33 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
After 11 overs of play, we will see spin for the very first time from the swimming pool end. An interesting phase of play here. Lahiru Amarasekara, the right arm off spinner. In the absence of Dunith Vellalage, he's the lead spinner for St. Joseph's College. Can play another at least 3 seasons, Sudarshana. So a young player to watch out for, Lahiru Amarasekara. I'm sure even the junior selectors will have an eye on him for the next World Cup cycle, the 2024 World Cup cycle. He's eligible for that World Cup. He's bowling to Vibhavit. Straight away a good start from the tall, lanky right arm off spinner.
Yes, definitely a very good start for the young man Lahiru. Like you mentioned, Damit, I think there's important opportunity for the young lad, especially given the fact that he has to fill in massive shoes. And I do remember at a Joe Pete when the young Vellalage came on to bat, you're telling me this boy can play 4 more years, similar to what you mentioned about this young Lahiru. Vetuka has been very good for Trinity. He's moved on to that anchor role. On the other hand, Vibhavit trying to take on the bowling, but credit to the 2 opening bowlers from St. Joseph's. They've been impressive. They've been absolutely impressive. Mudit Lakshan and Mithira Tenura. Mithira Tenura, of course, going on for 6 overs back to back. Mudit getting a break after 5 with spin being introduced from the swimming pool end. 34 for 1 after 11.4 overs. Damit, if you were the captain who won the toss, would you be happy with the performance of the batting team so far?
Loud appeal from the Josephians umpire, clearly signaling that it went off the thigh pad there. Here's that replay. Going down the leg side. Yes, so far Trinity, they've lost only 1 wicket. That's neatly played. If you are playing spin, you need to sweep well. That's the end of the 12th over, 35 for 1 Trinity College. Extended spell for Mithira Tenura. This is going to be his 7th over from the pavilion end.
Pretty rare to see, isn't it? fast bowler going on for 7 consecutive overs, especially in these very hot and humid conditions. But Mitra did not show any signs of slacking in the previous over. He went at the batsman with some beamers right onto the body. See what he can do in his 7th consecutive over.
The plan almost worked there. He's bowling to the field, Mithira Tenura, with a plan. They have a square leg fielder in place just for that mistimed pulse shot. They have a short leg fielder, deep fine leg and a deep square leg. They're clearly going to bounce Vibha with the Halapula now.
Oh,
that was a valiant effort.
Well, can't fault the fielder.
Sahan Dabare there. It's really good bowling. I think he got his hands under the ball that time.
Never easy, isn't it? Diving forward and taking those. The bowler wouldn't agree. He would think that he had to take it, but valiant effort. He's been placed there for that purpose. But terrific bowling from Mithira so far.
Beautiful. Vibha with Halapula. He's having a hard time out there in the middle at Dali Road. Mithira Tenura bowling brilliantly. That time it went off the seam. He's waiting on his back foot for that short delivery. Look at that. Opened him up completely there with the seam movement. Another short delivery. This is very good bowling from Mithira Tenura.
To all our viewers, it's not easy doing this, isn't it? It takes a lot from you as a fast bowler to be bowling those deliveries. You need to bowl hard and fast onto the surface. And to do that after 6 overs is incredible. You need to appreciate this young man for running in and doing what he's doing. And currently Vibha is really under his spell.
He'll be a happy man coming in to the non-strikers in that time. This is what you get in the highest level of cricket in the school system, Sudarshana. You'll be tested, your back foot play will be tested. Vibha as a number 3 batter should be able to handle the short delivery much better than that, in my opinion. But he's still surviving, these two players. Mithira Tenura bowling his heart out here. That's the end of an exciting over. 13 completed, 37 for 1. For all those who are just joining in on this live coverage, this is the 110th Trinity versus St. Joseph's encounter here at Dali Road. We have some updates from Mohali. India 67 for 1 after opting to bat first in the first test.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that it was the first test, otherwise people will be wondering whether we have another T20 in place. No, it's the 300th test match of Sri Lanka, and also the 100th of the former Indian skipper Virat Kohli. But the Indian top order really dominating the Sri Lankan bowling currently at Mohali. Lahiru to continue from the pavilion end. And Viduka brings out the sweep. As Namit mentioned, it's one of those tools that you really need to have when you counter spin bowling. The sweep, the best batsmen of spin bowling have always mastered the art of the sweep.
Yeah, clearly puts the ball off. Straight away a change in the field. That short leg field has been placed as a leg slip just to cover that sweep, but Viduka's sweeping skills has been good.
But this is good batting, rotating the strike, making sure that you're not bogged down. Both the batsmen had to face a barrage of short deliveries from Mithria in the previous over.
I still feel he needs to attack that off stump line. It's poor bowling from Lahiru Amarasekara. Clearly his plans have been put off by the sweeping of Viduka, but Vibhavit doesn't seem to have that fluency in sweeping. They are rotating the strike well, Trinitians, keeping the scoreboard moving. At the end of 14, Trinity 42 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Shanuk Serasinga, the right arm off spinner, right arm off spin from both ends, with two left-handers batting in the middle. These two will have a lot of bowling to do. Shanuk Serasinga, another talented right arm off spinner. Mithira Tenura getting a well-deserved break after that 7-over spell. It's important that the two off spinners complement each other. Shanuk will need to start off well.
Well, very interesting to see what Trinity's approach will be for spin. They want to be contained in the first couple of overs when the fast bowlers were in action. And for the spinners, how they will take them on is going to be a very interesting aspect of this game. So on the test match, I'd like to pick your brain. India have opted to go with 3 spinners and 2 fast bowlers, whereas Sri Lanka opted to go with 3 fast bowlers and a spinner playing the extra batsman. What were your thoughts on that? What would have been the thinking behind it?
Yes, a strange call, but in my opinion, Sudarshana, with the temperature hovering around 15 to 16, we're hoping that the seamers can extract something of the well-flighted delivery from Shanuk Serasinga. Good piece of fielding from Mithira Tenura there. He's still finding his feet, the length and the line. Shanuk Serasinga. St. Joseph's have a left arm spinner in Yenula Devutusa. will be the other spin option for the Josephians. This game being shown live on the papare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub. We've come to the end of 15 overs. Trinity, after opting to bat first, 43 for 1. Sudarshan stressing more about the point of why Sri Lanka are playing 3 seamers is maybe the team management would be thinking that the Indians are far better players of spin than seam attack. So probably that's the reason why they opted for the extra seamer. Also the variation in the attack, left arm seam of Vishwa Fernando, the extra pace of Lahiru Kumara. Since we only have 2 left arm spinners who can play the first test, as I've heard Jeffrey Van Der Sey is still not 100% fit. So therefore they've opted for that variation in the attack rather than having 2 left arm spinners. If we had the services of Ramesh Mendis, who's the all-rounder, could have been different. That's kept a little low there and went on with the arm.
Very, very interesting and a very valid point from Amit. Indians are definitely very good exponents of spin bowling, most comfortable players of spin bowling, one might say. Vibha with that time having some difficulty with the ball keeping low. This time around though, good placement, gets a boundary, another boundary under his belt. Vibha with.
Yes, that's its 3rd boundary. Lepola. Beautifully played there. Not good bit of fielding from Hiran Jayasundar, if I am not mistaken, at cover point. Need to save all those. These two have added 37 runs of 78 deliveries. A very good stand. They still have plenty of batting to come. Captain Akram Mutalib, Pawan Patiraja, the youth international player.
Well, these two batsmen have been together for almost 11 overs rather. And that's the end of the 16th. Trinity 48 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇඩ්මෝරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugaddas Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
නොනවතින කතාවත් තේමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආතරෙත් තේමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට් මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 110th traditional cricket encounter between St. Joseph's College and Trinity College Kandy here in Dali Road, whereas in Kotena, St. Peter's, they are 60 for 2 after St. Benedict's won the toss and elected to bowl. Shanuk Serasinghe bowling his second over. Sudarshana, a massive year for Trinity College. Plenty of celebrations, I hope, are in place to celebrate the 150th.
Absolutely, Amit. Started off with the 150-year celebration as chapel service at the chapel last month. And we'll continue. Vibhavit with another boundary. He's dealing in boundaries here. Gets his fourth boundary, Vibhavit. And seems like he's made up his mind to attack Chinook. There was a flighted delivery, plenty of time for him to set up for that shot. Nobody at the back, so it was a safe shot to go aerial. And coming back to Trinity's 150-year celebrations, plenty of things are planned. There was same route again, and this time around just a bounce short of a maximum. Vibhavit gets his fifth boundary. Races to 32 of just 43 deliveries. And Trinity now 56 for the loss of 1 in 16.3. I think can be fairly happy about how the top order has been going on.
Straight away, the mid-off-field has been pushed to the fence. It is still persisting with that flighted delivery through the defense of the bowler Sudarshana. Those two strokes were brilliantly played by Vibhavit. Once again, bisecting that field. This time the fielder was in place, so just a single. He seems to be a player with a very good technique of playing spin on the front foot. He's not shy of taking on the bowlers. Much better delivery there from Chinook to end the 17th. Trinity 57 for 1.
after an expensive over for the Josephians. Vivavit will be looking to dominate Lahir as well, bowling from the swimming pool end. Coming back to the celebration for Trinity, the T150 college celebrations, I think it's revolved around 4 pillars, Damit. Celebrate the past, map the future, service to humanity, and also care for our common home, which is a commitment to protect the nature and conserve it. There has been a massive modification project of the college premises, and also going in to achieve new technological advancements at the college premises as well. So I think Trinity will be looking to have a grand outing this time around when it comes to the big match and also the one day. Both will be played at the Diaskiria International Cricket Stadium.
And hopefully we will see some rugby action with the Bradby also later this year to celebrate the 150th year of Trinity College Kandy. These two have added 48, going well so far. They'll be very pleased with the way things are going. Trinity College, coached by former Trinityan Kavinda Jayasuriya. St. Joseph's College, coached by former Josephian Dilan Ramanayaka. These two teams have always had very good encounters in the past. Plenty of national players, and also most number of players who played in the Under-19 World Cup as well. 3 from each school. 18 completed, 58 for 1.
Damit, in the previous over you mentioned about the two coaches of the schools being all boys of the institutions. It adds an extra element, isn't it, when you are an old boy and you're taking charge of a team, because you know the inner workings of it. It becomes a little more easy and also a little bit more pressure because it's very personal to you.
Indeed, Sudarshana, and it's good to know the culture of the school as well. All these schools have their own way of playing their cricket, working things out, especially the schools like St. Joseph's, schools like Trinity, schools like Royal, St. Thomas's. They always have a lot going on, especially when it comes to the big matches. Neatly tucked away from Vibhavit. St. Joseph's need to be disciplined and they need to settle themselves down. They need to tighten things up here.
Also, not only the big matches, Damit, I think when it comes to the traditional encounters, especially, and especially in years like this, where the school's tournament, the official tournament, is focused on limited overs encounters, but it's the traditional games that come into fore. If that's an old boy who's been there, done that, he'll be able to explain the importance of the encounters.
They nearly got themselves out there, courtesy a run out. There was a slight miscommunication between the two left-handers. That's nearly being called a wide there, but tempting. Shenuk Serasinghe tempting the batsman to go for that stroke in the air. He's not afraid to fly the delivery, Shenuk Serasinghe. Single to end Shenuk's third over. Trinity 61 for 1 at the end of 19th.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Lahiru Amarasekara continues with a peach of a delivery against the in-form Vibhavit. Is that delivery again, nicely flighted, tempting the batsman to come forward and beating the outside edge. Once again a similar delivery, but this time Vibhavit shows some aggression and hoists it over mid-on for another boundary. Vibhavit moves on to 40. It has been a great innings from Vibhavit, isn't it, Megan?
Well, this is a break the shackles kind of shot, a touch too full, and good work of the wrist there to get it away. He looks a risky cricketer anyways, Vibhavit.
That was his 6th boundary, Megan, so 24 of 40 in boundaries.
You can't give him length. Well, that looks close. That looks very close. We are touch too straightened.
So that shot of aggression from Vibhavit straight away shows result, and the bowler sending it very quick, almost getting him a wicket. Is it height or going down leg, Megan?
They both were involved there. At least the Trinitian thinks so. Sudarshan Paris. He's convincing me very hard that it's height and going down leg, and I'm convinced. But all in all, Vibhavit, he looks like a complete package. Good with aggression, got a good defense, and he can play all the shots.
And that's the end of the over. Or no, I think the umpire is a bit concerned with Lahiru Amarasekara's
And that's a dry patch. And that's a dry patch in the surface also. So he'll be worried about that. Gotta hold it up for 2 days.
And that's the end of the over. Lahiru Amarasekara ends another over for St. Joseph's College. Trinity 65 for 1. So we have a change of bowling from the pavilion end for St. Joseph's. Mithira Thenura has been recalled. Shenuk Serasinghe has been given a rest. Bowled 3 overs, giving away 13 runs. Mithira in his opening spell bowled 7 straight overs, picked up the only wicket to fall, giving away just 19 runs. He was very impressive, wasn't he, Megan? Started with a good swing and then bowl some good short ones as well.
Again, he'll continue doing that, the same ploy. That's a short leg, backward square leg, deep square leg and deep fine leg in. So that short ball is imminent. Yeah, as you said also, Adil, I think Mithira, I've been seeing Mithira for a long while, since the time he was playing this Central in Kalutara. He was an outstanding kid during his under 15 career. And moved to St. Joseph's, he's grown with the ranks. Played very good cricket, even played first class cricket. Oliste, I should say, I'm Premier cricket in Sri Lanka.
Megan, when you said first class cricket, there is an interesting battle in this game. Mithira Thenura and the Trinity and skipper Akram Muttalib plays for the same first class club, Badurali SEC. So I'm looking forward for that battle.
A friendly one there. Well, that hurt the batter. He took his gloves off. Seems like a hold up. He's hit his gloves. So yeah, as we was talking of his opening spell, he's bowled he's bowled 7 overs at the trot, taken a break for about 3-4 overs on his end, and then comes back again. You know, he's got to be really fit for that.
Just a rest of 6 overs in between his 2 spells. That brings me to a very interesting topic, Megan. So, St. Joseph's having just 2 frontline seamers, and Mithira Thenura being undoubtedly their premier fast bowler, he'll definitely have to bowl the bulk of the pace overs. And they're just not even 19, these cricketers. Do you think it's a bit too much for a schoolboy pacer who is still coming up the ranks, trying to establish themselves as cricketers?
Well, if anything, now than ever, because I think this is their fittest period. You know, once they cross over this 20-year-old threshold.
I think
with the developments.
Sadish also wants Mithira to break this partnership which Trinity has put on for the second wicket between Bibavit and Viduka.
And that's 1-2 short delivery again from. So he's bowled 2 there. There you go. He's bowled 2 short balls of the over. So there can't be any short ball in this over anymore. And if I am the captain, that's visible that you can't bowl another short ball in this over. Change the field. Go for another ploy for the rest of it. You got 4 deliveries left. So trying the same field where you are already not allowed to bowl any more short balls. So your margin of error is very less. You can only bowl somewhere around close to the chest.
He comes up with another short ball. I think that was very well directed at the helmet. Megan, I think Sadish doesn't want to go to this plan B. He trusts his pacer.
Yeah, he's hit him in both hands right now. So, yes, there's problems on that end. But I'll tell you, that was marginal. Have a look at that. That was marginal. I believe, at least so. Look at that. How short was that? Even if he was standing straight, that was very marginal. That could be the 3rd short ball of the bouncer of the over.
I think Mithira was confident with his target. He was so confident that he won't bowl that 3rd bouncer. That was spot on. It was straight to the targeted straight at the face of the batsman. Luckily, he put his glove on the way.
He's hurting. He's hurting. He's taken his gloves off again.
I think he would take a blow at his hand rather taking a blow on his face.
But face would have been better. That's a grill there. It's steel. But yeah, with concussion around.
To go out of the field with a concussion.
With concussion around, yes, it is not safe. Anyways, nothing is safe. Getting hit is not safe, Adil. It doesn't matter hands or the head. You just gotta trust your technique, get your bat behind the ball.
Or the safest way is just to duck it.
Yeah, you could go for that also. But you see the last delivery, it got big on him. It invited him for a stroke. The length was very tricky. So those are the kind of deliveries that you really, really wish you would have evaded, but that'd be a touch too late for it.
At the same time, Mithira has bowled another short one. This time not as nasty as the previous one, but he keeps bowling that length.
Yeah, eating that thigh pad is also the ploy, as I mentioned earlier in this commentary strength, in the earlier commentary strength also that Sadish Jayawardene is having that back short extra. I mean the catching on the leg stump is not straight. Is square, and then that backwards car leg is also somewhere like stationary almost that into that 15-yard distance. So that those two fielders are just for their tickle around the hip, which might tend to keep stay on there. So that is why they are bowling to that thigh pad. Also that brings the end of 21 overs, 66 for 1.
Here we have the groups of the Division 1 Tier A limited overs tournament. So this will be the second consecutive year where the first 11 tournament will be happening in the 50 over format. 3 groups with 6 teams in each group. So there is a Tier B as well in Division 1. So both these teams will be playing in the Tier A. St. Joseph's in Group X and Trinity in Group Z. St. Joseph's has got some tough opponents in Trinity's arch rival St. Anthony's, St. Sebastian, St. Thomas's Martyr, St. Thomas's Mount Lavinia, St. Benedict's, all the Saints in the same group. And in Group Z, Group Z with Trinity, alongside Trinity, they've got Mahanama, Gurukula, Prince of Wales, Maliadeva and the Mazenad. And in Group Y, the defending runners-up, Royal, alongside Richmond, Nalanda, Wesley, DSN Anayaka and St. Anne's. So St. Joseph's are the reigning champions of this tournament. I think Trinity lost in the semi-finals last year against St. Joseph's. So it's quite a
I'll tell you.
replay of the semi-finals.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
The Trinitians seem to be very happy with the group.
Yeah, they're but I'll tell you one thing, Sudarshan is around. If all the viewers, you cannot see the combox. Sudarshan is just around in the combox around us, and he's a Trinitian. He's a die-hard Trinitian. So for him, what I have to say is St. Joseph have met Trinity for the past 3 years in the tournament. I think in 2017 or 18, they met in the finals. Then couple of times in knockout stages. They've beat them all those times. So you would really wish that this match could be a difference, because you have not tasted victory for a while. I'm sorry, Trinitians. I just wanted to roast him. Nothing personal.
And in the meantime, let's take a look at Vibhavit's knock so far. 40 runs off 60 balls, 6 boundaries, and weren't they so crunchy looking? And the sound of his bat.
We spoke of it, didn't we? But speaking of the roast that I gave Sudarshana, but I'll tell you, Trinity has been a very, very competitive team throughout for the past 5 years. They have produced several under-19 cricketers, and I think as a school, as a team, it's not about the victory, it's not about the results, because playing first 11 cricket, being coaches, and as a school system who produces players, what's important is producing players for Sri Lanka under-19 team, and the number of players they have produced over the past 5 years is amazing. Both schools, it's amazing.
I think we are watching at a game between two schools that has produced the most number of Sri Lanka under-19 caps in the recent past. And even in the 2022 under-19 World Cup, these two schools produced 6 players, 3 from each side. So that's quite a huge thing, quite a huge service for Sri Lanka cricket that these two schools are doing.
Yeah, 3 of them are playing in this game, in fact. So that's the speciality. That's the speciality of these institutions, and I think they're keeping this schools cricket at that high quality. They're preserving that quality, and credit should go to all these schools who have been putting their heart and soul for this game, and the players, the management. Because this is a thing which I believe very strongly, Adir. When it comes to under-19 cricket, it's not about talent. It's about gaining experience. It's about playing competitive cricket. And I think the purpose is served.
Indeed, Megan, indeed.
Even in the World Cup, I'd say. Even in the World Cup, they played good cricket. They played competitive cricket, and that's what's important, not the result. 22 overs ended, 68 for 1.
So Mithira Thenura will continue. It's the same field against Viduka. He's got the short leg, the short square leg, the fine leg and the deep square leg along with a slip. So his plan is clear. It was evident in the previous over. He bowled 5 short deliveries in the previous over with 1 yorker towards the end. The surprise delivery. Once again Mithira starting off with the short one.
I'll tell you, the message has been passed. Message has been passed. There you go. Right away, duck. So he was told, you don't have to fend everything. It's not going to hit the stumps. Just fend it. When he was given the gloves.
I think they were listening to our commentary. I did suggest that.
Might be, Adil. Take credit, it's okay.
Thank you.
Again, he's going to do this all day alone.
And the cheeky smile on Viduka's face just slightly hints at Mithira saying, don't worry buddy, I'll be ducking all day.
He's told so. And straight away short leg goes out. They know that he's not gonna play at it anymore. Oh no, he was just going to pass a message.
Sadish is strong with his tactic, Megan. So I think a different message was passed to Mithira. Maybe the surprise ball coming up, a quick yorker.
Could be. He's looking to duck.
Change of fence for Mithira.
Change of sides, rather.
Change of sides. It was a bit fuller than the previous 2 deliveries. But with the same field.
I think this is a good contest. Both bat and ball. They played some elegant strokes. Meanwhile, St. Joseph's has employed a little bit of aggression, tactical moves.
Once again short, but was it a slower delivery?
Yes, it was.
It was like more of a cutter, right?
It was a slower bouncer. Well done.
Mithira showing all his skills, all the skills he's got. The short one, he swung the ball initially, then came up with the short delivery ploy, and now he's bowling slower bouncers.
Well, this is the beauty of longer format cricket. You set up a batter, it's not just about picking one wicket, it's about the setup for that wicket. And it's really, really nice to see these youngsters start those kind of experiments right at this stage. It's very important that they do.
That was a quick one. Hurried the batsman onto his back foot. So Viduka successfully negotiates this over. No chances given whatsoever. Mithira with another probing over. Trinity 68 for 1 after 23 overs.
Yeah, these two are playing good cricket, the batters. They have each faced almost equal number of deliveries. While Vibhavit clearly is more of a busy batter at the centre. But Viduka is comfortable to occupy the crease. And this is the tier B groups. Adil, Mahinda St. Peter's, St. Anthony's, Maristella, Dharmaraja and Dharmapala Pannipitya all in one group in Group X. And Devapati Raja, Isipatana College, St. Joseph Vaj, Moratu Vidyalaya, Lumbini College, St. Servicius College, Mathura, all in Group Y, and Group Z as Ananda College, Dharma, Shoka, Thurston, St. Sylvester's, Zaira College, Colombo, and St. Aloysius Gaul.
So they're continuing with the same Tier B that played last year. No promotions or demotions for any team.
Yeah, there is no change in that number, 18 each, and the same set of teams will remain on this each tier. But the groups have been shuffled according in a seeding method according to the results of last year.
In the meantime, Lahiru Amarasekara will continue.
It's not getting much turn. Maybe because this is the end with more grass, and this certainly tries to skid on more than a turn. So that is the reason that the off spinner is not getting much turn.
That was close. That went on straight with the arm. A loud appeal, confident one as well.
But he's got a long stride across, and I think that saved him. The impact was of question.
The Josephians were almost certain that they got their man.
Look at that. I believe it's the impact. It's impact outside the off stump for sure. He's got a long stride out.
And maybe the height was an issue as well. Talking about the end Lahiru is bowling, I think they want him to bowl that skiddy off spin, which he seems to be comfortable with his bowling action. I think that's what Sadisha has opted to bowl him from this end. Your thoughts on that, maybe?
Well played. Very well played. Don't give him length, I said you. This Vibhavit is something. He's very impressive, Adu.
This guy is not troubled with Lahiru's skiddy bowling. He's not at all troubled. He's defended the good ones and put away the ones that he can put away so easily and elegantly as well.
Very professional. Very professional from the youngster. Long on, drops back. So that's been his go-to zone against the off-spinner to break free from the shackles. He always used that up and over pick-up whenever he has given a bit of length, that slog sweep. But it'll be interesting to see how he gets away now. And
Once
going back.
again, Lahiru with his go-to delivery, the straight one going on with the arm. And that brings the end of over number 24, Trinity 72 for 1.
Yeah, going back to answer your question about using the skiddy kind of deliveries. You've seen Vibhavit get to his front foot really well, and he's got a good defense around him. So trying to attack his outside edge could not be very much successful because well played, tucked it. Because Vibhavit could be better at negating that, and he knows where his off stump is right now, so he's not gonna prod anything outside the off stump. So with getting when trying to get the ball turned, that's slower through there, so that gives him time, and he seems to be having more time already. So what you want to cut down is that don't give him time, catch him in between the shot and try to trap his pads. That's what the Josephians are trying, because he's got quick arms and he's settled in right there. So he's not going to prod at anything outside the off stump. You got to be straight and turn the ball. So the wicket is not offering that kind of turn. It doesn't spit away. It's slow turn. So that is exactly why the Josephians are going other way around to try and trap him in front of the stumps.
And Vibhavit seems to be very comfortable facing that challenge. He has been bossing the Josephian bowlers all this while. This is an interesting contest. All this while Viduka was facing Mithira's second spell. Now we are seeing Vibhavit facing Mithira's short deliveries. I think Mithira wanted Vibhavit on strike. That's what he started off with a normal length, much more fuller length, allowing Viduka to rotate the strike easily, and now he's coming hard at Vibhavit with his quick bounces.
Well played. Very well played. This boy has not missed on any opportunity that he's got so far. Wonderful.
I was just saying quick bounces and Mithira bowls one full. Vibhavit bounces onto it very easily.
He was going for the surprise delivery, but the length, I beg your pardon, the line was wrong. It was easy pickings for the left-hander. And yeah, as we were saying, Vibhavit being on strike is what Mithira wants, because he's the one who gave away a chance earlier. They were able to produce a chance against Vibhavit. So it seems like he's a little bit rattled with the short ball. His weak zone seems to be that, other than the front foot. And that is also the reason why Lahiri Amarasekaran must be trying to skid the ball back in, trying to push him to the back foot. So that's the 54 Vibhavit. Helapole, he's played wonderfully. A brilliant knock here.
Came at number 3 and he opened. He came at number 3 and he has overtaken Viduka and scored a half century, a brilliant one of 74 balls with 8 boundaries. So 32 runs off his half century has come off boundaries.
Well played. First pull of the day. Well, that suggests more than just a boundary, Adil, which means the wicket is getting better.
And probably the end of the short ball barrage by Mithira.
Could be. Also the end of 25 overs. 82 for 1. That was a brilliant hit from the left-hander. Look at that. On his chest. Controlled it. Evaded 2 fielders right there. Superb hit.
When a fast bowler during a short ball barrage bowls a full one, we call it a surprise. When a batsman who keeps ducking pulls a ball so perfectly as this, can't we call this a surprise pull?
Well, we could, no? I think we could, yes.
That is quite a good surprise from Vibhavit.
Yeah, no one expected him for that, but right from this point onward, it won't be a surprise anymore. So they'll be expecting that. He's pulling the ball, he's settled in. 2 things that suggest, as I mentioned, is that the batter is settled in and the wicket is getting better.
Tough times for St. Joseph's ahead. They're yet to see Pawan Pathiraj also. He's yet in the pavilion. We know how good a batsman he is.
Well, short ball barrage will not work against him. I know that for sure. He's a very good puller off the ball.
There's a bowling change for St. Joseph's. Shenuk Serasinghe has been brought back. Bowled 3 overs in his opening spell. So I think they've given a break for Lahiri Amarasekaran, who bowled 7 overs, giving away 24 runs.
Tall right armour. Well, speaking of that, how wonderful has this southpaw looked, Adil, today. 50. This is second 50 of the season. And I believe he's playing his debut season for Trinity College. And don't ball him full. This will be the 3rd one going down that area.
9th boundary for Vibhavit in this innings. He moves on to 56. 9 boundaries out of the 12 fours scored by Trinity College come off Vibhavit's bat. He's taking a liking towards the off spinners. playing them across the line over mid-on.
It's very tough when a batter is doing that against you when you're off spinner. You can't give him length when he's slug sweeping you in that fashion. So that takes out a lot of things for a right arm off spinner. He relies on that, bringing him onto the front foot delivery.
Interesting reply from Shenuk. We saw Lahiru Amarasekar all the time he got hit over mid-on. His response was a quick arm ball, which nearly got Vibhavit's wicket once. But Shenuk is brave enough to keep bowling his flighting deliveries outside the off stump. What would you do, Megan, if you were the bowler? Bowl Lahiru's quick arm ball or keep bowling your usual length?
Usual length, I should say. Maybe I have that area covered where he likes to go over long on, and also the cow corner. It's okay. That's out of the way. That looks amateurish to have a cow corner against the left-hander.
Here's an interesting field. A leg slip against Viduka for Shenuk. Actually doesn't do much with the ball, but let's look at it in the next over when Shenuka is back. So that's the end of over number 26. Trinity 89 for 1.
Well, this is Vibhavit's 50. Started off brilliantly, and right from that boundary, I think he settled in. What class. I believe he's playing the opening season. This is debut season for Trinity College, first 11 team. But strokes like this suggest as if he's been playing for a long while. And that slug sweep again, Adil, is not that hard, what do you call that, all out, throw the kitchen sink kind of shot. But it is just a pickup. He just wants to get it over that mid-wicket fielder into the vacant area. Now this is brilliant. This is more than just the batting, it's the thinking. You gotta be giving that to the youngster.
Change of ends for Lahiru Amarasekara. Vibhavit, nothing has changed for him.
This is what they wanted. This is the longer end also. So the boundary in the mid-wicket area is far away than what it is in the other end. So it'll be interesting to see how he negates that. But look at that. Again, as I said, when he's given time, he'll fend you all day. He looks good on his front foot. He's got a good base, good balance. So that's when you push him to play the wrong stroke. That's when I think he's more vulnerable.
Also, he looks like a natural stroke maker. Doesn't bob down that easily. Keeps rotating the strike. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. He's batted at a very good strike rate for a two-day game. 57 of 82.
I think that's perfect. That's positive batting. And that's how you gotta be. A two-day game is a longer format, we know that, but that doesn't mean blocking down, just occupying the crease. It's playing your shots, keeping the field alive, scoring positively, playing to win. That's about this game. And as we were telling, Vibhavit Talapola has certainly shown an example of how this school's cricket of this format should be played. That's what makes a good player. That's the difference between a good player and a great player. I wouldn't call Vibhavit great yet. He's still at the start, but I'm saying that's what generally makes a great player. That's what it takes. A good head above the shoulders. You can play all the shots in your book, but if you don't know how to manage yourself at the center, you use the maximum of the opportunities. That's when you lose. And again, he's doing what he does perfectly.
And Megan, you were talking about great players. This bloke has definitely got the potential to be one. That's the end of over number 27. Trinity 93 for 1.
So Trinity College 93 for 1 after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. A very good 83-run partnership, Roscoe, for the second wicket between these two players. Vibhavit on 61 and Vedika on 25. Well, the Josephians might be really wanting to get a wicket or two before lunch.
Yes, just over 20 minutes to go as Chinook continues. The two Trinitian left-handers have been very adventurous in their stroke play. They've used the sweeps to good effect, the paddles, the slog sweeps, as we saw that on that occasion as well. Vibhavit Ahalapola in particular, 61 of just 85 balls. A strike rate of 71 as well, which is impressive for a two-day game.
Yes, they played some beautiful shots. A lot of boundaries, about 8 boundaries and a 6 in his innings. They put on a very good 83-run partnership up to now. There you see the replay on that, pitched outside the off stump.
Chinook Singh into his 5th over, conceded 20 of his first 4. This time Viduka finds the fielder, 3 dot balls, and he looks to go big over mid-off, but unfortunately for him, puts it straight down the fielder's throat, and a timely breakthrough for St. Joseph's.
Yes, definitely. There you see the replay on that. It's not within the pitch of the ball. Try to hit it over the top, but straight down to mid-off. A very easy catch. So that's the end of Viduka. He's out for 25. St. Joseph's, as I said, they got the breakthrough they needed. So 83-run partnership for the second wicket. So it's 93 for 2s, Trinity.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
Yes, this is Pavan Pathiraja walking out to the middle. He's another Sri Lanka under-19 cap as well. Looking back at that wicket, Paulinus, I think a bit of credit should be given to Sadish Javardhan, the captain as well. He made a slight field change to stop that paddle that Viduka was trying to play. He got a leg slip in, and it prompted Viduka to play a different stroke. And this is what happened. He found the mid-off fielder looking to go big.
Yes, definitely. That's good bit of thinking there by the captain. And St. Joseph's were really looking for that breakthrough. So Pavan Pathiraja been a very good player. Was the highest scorer in the series against Bangladesh. But later on lost his form during the Asia Cup. And just played a game or two in the World Cup held in West Indies.
Yes, St. Joseph's have to go bang bang now to get back in this game. 93 for 2. Trinity still in a very good position. A successful wicket maiden from Sarah Singh. Trinity remain on 93 for 2.
So Trinity College 93 for 2 after 28 overs. Pavan Pathiraja, their most experienced batsman, just walked in. He's yet to open his account. So it's Lahiru Amarsekara to continue. 2 right-arm off spinners bowling from both ends. But I'm a bit surprised, Roscoe, left-arm spinner, those have not been called to bowl.
Yes, Paulinus, I'm not a big fan of this concept of not bowling a left-arm spinner against a left-hander. I think that's what Josephians are doing, just keeping the two off-spinners on against the two left-handers. But yes, certainly Yenlo Devtusa could have had a bowl before lunch at least.
Most probably they might bring him a couple of overs before lunch, but that's not the thing. They should give him a bit of a long spell. Try to make use of the wicket. The two off-spinners bowling from both ends. To the left-handed batsmen, Trinity College. All four batsmen have been left-handed.
Yes, this is a tricky passage of play for Vibhavith as well. He's raced to 61, but now lunch is approaching and he's lost his partner as well. So it's a tricky phase for him to bat through these 20 minutes.
Must be really wanting to wait till lunch, but must be careful. Should not go into a shell. Been playing some good shots in his 61.
Yes, 2 consecutive maidens. The score remains on 93 for 2.
So it's Shanuk Serasinghe to continue from the swimming pool end. It's bowling to Pawan Patiraja. Patiraja, two might be wanting to get a good score on a good batting wicket, Roscoe.
Yes, most certainly it's looked a very good pitch for batting. Not much in it for the fast bowlers or the spinners. But the only time the Trinitian batsmen looked trouble was when Mithira Thenura was banging them in short and getting a bit of bounce off this pitch.
I think the Josephians are playing a very fairly young side. Not much experience. I can remember a couple of months ago when they played the Josephian Pete Wright. They had only just one player who had played in the Josephian Pete Wright earlier. That was their captain that day, Shawan Fonseca.
Yes, obviously they're missing a couple of their senior players playing in the National Super League, Dunit Vellalage and Shevon Daniel. And Deshant Seniviratna, the fast bowler, is injured as well. So 3 key players missing out from this playing 11 today.
I think the Josephians have some good young batsmen. So that's the end of the 30th over. Still 93 for 2.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
There's an update from the India-Sri Lanka first test. Lunch has been taken. India 109 for 2 in 26 overs. Mayank Agarwal and Rohit Sharma are the batsmen to fall. Lahiru Kumar and Lasith Ambuldenia picking up a wicket apiece. But all eyes on the man who's unbeaten at lunch, Virat Kohli, playing his 100th game, and he's not scored 100 for a very long time as well. So all eyes on that great Indian cricketer.
Definitely must be wanting to get 100 in his 100th test match. Virat Kohli played some brilliant innings for India.
Three consecutive maidens, and that comes out, Paulinus. So good pressure built up by the Josephians. They wouldn't mind Vibha with looking to try something like that.
Yes, I think the pressure was building up. That's why Vibha want to get on with the game. Tadu had a big sweep at it. Didn't get hold of it properly. Oh, that's another good delivery by Lahiru Amarasekara.
Yes, you get the sense that something's going to happen. Lahiru Amarasekara probing that off stump. Vibha with his look to stay patient, but he's a naturally aggressive player from what we've seen so far. That's poor from Amarasekara, I must say. Just dragging that one shot, letting Vibhavit get off strike.
That's exactly what he wanted to do. A poor delivery, just pushed away on the leg side. Gets a single. Lahiru Amarasekara bowling his 10th over. Giving away 31 runs, still to get a wicket. And he'll be bowling to Pawan Patiraja. Well, Trinity College has maintained a fairly decent run rate in the first session of play after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. They're 96 for 2 at the moment.
Patiraja, he's faced 10 balls so far, yet to get off the mark. The Josephians wouldn't mind keeping him on strike for longer.
Well, Roscoe, I would like to have an additional close-in fielder for Patiraja at this stage. And that's the end of the 31st over. It's 96 for 2.
Yes, we spoke about Yenula Devtusa. I don't see him getting a ball before lunch by the looks of it. As Shenuk Serasinghe to continue.
Well, at this stage, the Josephians looks like they are happy with the two off spinners operating from both ends. They managed to keep the two batsmen tight.
Sensible play from Vibhavit. He's getting that single and just getting off strike. That's the best place to be with a couple of minutes to go for lunch. He's on 65 of 95 balls now. 9 fours and a 6 in his innings. This time Pawan Patiraja uses the sweep shot to get off the mark.
Pawan Patiraja is a very good player of the sweep shot. Got a lot of runs. I've seen him playing some of the one-day encounters. Plays the sweep shot very well. It's off the mark. Gets his first run after 12 deliveries. This time Vibhavit coming down the wicket and trying to drive. Well fielded there.
just under 10 minutes to go for lunch as well. That was nicely bowled from Shenuk Serasinghe. He's really tossing it up, enticing the batsman to go for it. Vibhavith just holding back for the moment.
That one a full toss, but straightly driven back to the bowler. So that's the end of over number 32. Trinity 98 for 2.
.32 overs bowled. Trinity College winning the toss and batting first, 98 for 2. Here at Dali Road, Vibhavith has been the standout performer for the day so far, unbeaten on 65. The over rate has been good as well, 32 overs and about 10 minutes to go. So 35 overs supposed to be bowled in this 2-hour 20-minute first session.
Well, I think they should be able to bowl 35 overs. The Josephians have done well with the over 8. Seen some good cricket. Trinitians have batted well, maintained a run rate of about 3.05 per over in the first session of play.
Yes, at the moment though, I think Trinity are slightly ahead in this game, but if St. Joseph's can pick up another wicket or two going into the break, I think it will be evenly poised.
I think, Roscoe, you're asking for too much, having 2 wickets. At least St. Joseph's can pick 1 more wicket. They'll be quite happy. It's 99 for 2. We're in the 33rd over. The 2 off spinners operating from both ends at tandem.
Yes, maybe with a few minutes to go, maybe an over from Mithira Thenura, who's probably the bowler who would get a wicket today. He came very close to getting a wicket as well when a catch was spilled at short square leg.
It's again another good delivery by Lahru Amarasekara, keeping the batsman on check.
Yes, the last 6 overs have produced just 6 runs and a wicket for St. Joseph as well.
So that marks the end of the over 33. It's 99 for 2.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So it's Shenuk Serasinghe to continue. Bowls 7 overs, 1 for 22 is bowling figures. Bowling from the swim pool end. This time Pathiraja off the back foot.
Yes, the 100 comes up for Trinity College in the 34th over. The run rate has dropped a bit, but still a very solid start. The platform has been set for a really good score in this first innings.
It's that at the fall of that last wicket, even Vibhavith has been very quiet. Was probably interested in staying till lunch. Well, he was at 61 when Viduka got out. 65 not out now of 104 deliveries. This time he comes down the wicket and pushes it towards mid-wicket.
Yes, how many runs do you think he's scored down that mid-wicket, long on, square leg area? I think he's done most of his scoring in that area, Bibavit.
He's definitely got most of his boundaries on that area. Got 9 boundaries and a 6. This time Pawan Pathiraja 2 pushes it down to deep mid-wicket, gets a single. Yes, as you said, Roscoe, at least 40 runs would have been coming from that area. There you see the Josephian scoreboard, beautiful scoreboard.
It's a good finish to over number 34. Trinity College 102 for 2. Sadish Jayawardena thinking of whom to give this probable last over before lunch to. Seems like a late change. Yes, seems like Avinta D. Alvis will get the last over before lunch. Right arm leg spin. Always exciting to see a leg spinner.
Definitely, I like to see a leg spinner bowling. If he gets his line and length properly. It's a very difficult art to manage for the batsman. He'll be bowling to a seasoned campaigner, Pawan Pathiraja, who's on 4.
Looser to start with from Avinta D. Alvis. If I'm not mistaken, he's the brother of Ashan D. Alvis, who played for St. Joseph's. This is a nice stroke from Pawan Pathiraja, placing it beautifully between that short fine leg and deep square leg fielder. Earns himself his first boundary for the day.
Well, that is down the leg side, and with the turn, helped the ball along, Pawan Pathiraja, to the boundary.
Adventurous stroke from Pathiraja. Interesting to see the call from the umpire. He says bat. That must have been very close to the stumps and to the keeper's gloves.
Pathiraja tried to sweep that one too. Like to have a replay of that. There you see outside the off stump, trying to sweep it.
Yes, an under edge going between the keeper's legs. Close call. I think the Josephians wouldn't mind Pathiraja looking to do that the over before lunch.
This time he pushed away on the offside and gets a single. Well, 9 runs coming off the first 4 deliveries.
Last over before lunch. Slip comes out. Paulness, what do you think of that?
Well, I don't know. They got to attack, bringing the leg spinner. That one shortish.
Okay, this should be the last ball before lunch. Trinity on Nelson for 2 wickets. Safely played by Bibavit, who's batted throughout the second half of this session to remain unbeaten on 66. He walked in at number 3. Faced 109 balls as well. A good session, a very well fought session between both teams. But I think Trinity coming out on top, 111 for 2 in 35 overs.
Vibavit on 66 and Patiraja on 13. Trinity go for lunch at 111 for 2. And St. Joseph's too have done well, bowling 35 overs in the first session.
Yes, Mithira Thenura and Shenuk Serasinghe, the wicket takers for St. Joseph's, and Kusal Vijayatunga and Viduka Dammage, the batsman dismissed for Trinity, as we see Bibavit and Pavan Patiraja rather, making the walk back after a successful session. Trinitian camp looking very happy after that effort from their batsman, winning the toss and batting first as well.
Yes, definitely Trinity might be happy. They lost their first wicket at 10, and then a good 83-run partnership between Vibavit and Viduka. And they lost their second wicket at 93, and from there onwards it has been Patiraja and Vibavit taking them to lunch. That's about another 17-18 run partnership. So there you see the batting card. Kushal Vijayatunga out for 4, caught by Sadish of Mithra Thenura for 4. Viduka was out for 25. A wicket to Shenuk Serasinghe. And Vibavit not out on 66, facing 109 deliveries, and Patiraja on 13, facing 20 deliveries, 3 extras, 35 overs gone, 111 for 2 Trinity.
Yes, the 2 off spinners did most of the bowling. They did a decent job for their skipper, but I think Mithira Thenura was the most threatening bowler in that opening session. He picked up 1 wicket and was very close to picking up a couple more. And Mudita Lakshan bowled a decent spell before Avinta bowled that last over, which was a bit eventful for 9 runs and fall of wickets, as you can see, at 10, and then at that 83-run partnership. And now these two have put on 18 unbeaten runs for the 3rd wicket.
Do you see the highlights of the morning session? That is the first stroke of coming off the bat of Kushal Vijayatunga. A boundary towards mid-wicket. So Trinity at 10 lost their first wicket, caught behind. Very good delivery by Mithra Thenura. And from there onwards it was Viduka and Vibavit taking control, playing some beautiful shots.
Yes, Ahalapula looked very good. He was good against the fast bowlers, square off the wicket on the offside. And when the spin came on, he took the attack to them, went over mid-off a couple of times, and used that slog sweep to good effect as well, as you can see there. He scored a lot of runs in that mid-wicket region.
Played some lovely shots. Never frightened to attack the bowler. That is his half century. That's a beautiful pull shot. Put away nicely towards the boundary. Great effort there in the field by the Josephian fielder. And here we are. The second wicket. That was the fall of the second wicket. That's a Viduka. Caught mid-off. And from there onwards, it was again Vibhavit and Pawan Pathiraja playing some shots, taking the score on to 111, and Trinity 111 for 2 at lunch.
Yes, the session definitely going to Trinity. They dominated this session from the start. Since they lost that first wicket, the batsmen put their head down and made sure to get the team to a very strong position, to 111 for 2 at lunch here at Dali Road on day 1.
So that's lunch. We will be back in another 40 minutes time to continue with this game. St. Joseph's playing Trinity, the 110th encounter.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධදාස
at මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
සුගතදාස indoor stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
පටන් ගත්ත කියන්නේ මම ඉස්සර ස්කූලේ හවස් ආෆ්ටර් ස්කූල් වල අපි ක්‍රිකට් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා සොෆ්ට් බෝල් ගහනවා ඊට පස්සේ සොෆ්ට් බෝල් ගහනවා දැකලා එදා දවසේ ක්‍රිකට් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකක් තිබ්බා එතකොට මට කෝච් කෙනෙක් කතා කරලා කිව්වා ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න එන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා ඇහුවා ඊට පස්සේ මං කිව්වා හා සර් එන්නම් එච්චර ක්‍රිකට් ගැන දැනීමක් තිබ්බේ නෑ මට ඊට පස්සේ මම අම්මට තාත්තට කියලා කිව්වා ඊට පස්සේ අපි අම්මත් ගිහිල්ලා විස්තර අහලා ඒ අනිත් සතියේම මං ගියා ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකට ඊට පස්සේ සර් මට ෆාස්ට් බෝල් කරන්න කිව්වා ඉතින් මං එතන ෆාස්ට් බෝල් කරාට පස්සේ කිව්වා ඔයා පොඩ්ඩක් හොඳයි ඔයා පොඩ්ඩක් පැත්තට වෙලා ඉන්න කියලා ඊට පස්සේ ඒ කාලේ මං කැමති ස්පින් එක දාන්න ඊට පස්සේ මං සර්ට කිව්වා සර් මං කැමති ස්පින් එක දාන්න කියලා ඒ කාලේ හිටිය ලාල් සර් කපිල සර්ත් හිටියා ඊට පස්සේ සර් කිව්වා පොඩ්ඩක් දාලා බලන්න කියලා ඊට පස්සේ ස්පින් එක දැම්මට පස්සේ හොඳට දැම්මා. ඊට පස්සේ සර් මාත් දැකලා මට එන්න කියලා කිව්වා. ඊට පස්සේ එන්න කියලා වා කිව්වා පුතා වා දිගටම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වෙන්න. වඩන්න ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි ඒ සතියේ පස්සේ සතියේම අපේ පානදුර ලයිසියම් එකේ ක්‍රිකට් තිබ්බේ නෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි නුගේගොඩත් එක්ක කම්බයින් වෙලා ගැහුවේ. ඊට පස්සේ ඒ වෙලාවෙම සිලෙක්ෂන් එකක් තිබ්බා. under 15 සිලෙක්ෂන් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඉතින් මට කිව්වා අපේ ඉස්කෝලෙන් 3 දෙනෙක් යවන්න නුගේගොඩට. ඉතින් ඒ 3 දෙනා අතර වත් ඉන්නවා කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වෙලාව මට ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් සතුටු වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ එතනින් තමයි මම ක්‍රිකට් පටන් ගත්තේ. මුලින්ම ස්පින් එක කරා. ඉතින් මගේ පළවෙනි ටූර්නමන්ට් එක තමයි ඉන්දියන් නැෂනල් ස්කූල් අන්ඩර් 19 එක. ඒක නුගේගොඩත් එක්ක ගැහුවේ. ඒකේ අපි ෆයිනල්ස් ආවා ලයිසියම් වත්තකත් එක්ක. ඒකෙදි අපි පරාදයි. ඒත් ඒකේ අවුරුදු 13 මට අවුරුදු 12යි. ඒකේ මං බෙස්ට් බෝලර් වුණා. ඒක 18ක් අරගෙන. ඊට පස්සේ එතනින් මට ඩිස්ට්‍රික් සිලෙක්ෂන්ස් වලටත් යන්න කිව්වා. අන්ඩර් 50 ප්‍රීම ගහනකොට. ඉතින් මම එතනට ගියාට පස්සේ මේ සර් කෙනෙක් කිව්වා ඔයාගේ උසෙන් ප්‍රයෝජනයක් ගන්න. ඒ ලකි රොජර් සර් මට කිව්වා උසෙන් ප්‍රයෝජනයක් ගන්න. එතකොට මම මගේ ඉස්කෝලේ සර්ගෙන් අහලා බැලුවා සර් මම පාස්පෝර්ට් එක ලබන්නද කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ මගේ නුගේගොඩ ඉස්සර හිටපු කෝච් දිලුම් රාමනායක සර්. ඊට පස්සේ ඩිස්ට්‍රික් කෝච් උත් ප්‍රනීත් සර්. ඊට පස්සේ කිව්වා වෙනසකට එක බලමු කියලා. එතකොට ඒ වෙලාවේ සිමෙන්තිය ගැහුවේ. ඉතින් හයියෙන් දැම්මා. එතකොට තමයි මට කිව්වේ ආදිගටම ෆාස්ට් බෝල් කරන්න කියලා. ලයිසියම් එකේ ගහන කාලේ ඉතින් අන්තිමට නුගේගොඩත් එක්ක කම්බයින් කරලා ගහද්දී අන්තිමට අපිට ලයිසියම් පානදුරට විතරක් ගහන්න chance එකක් ලැබුණා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒකෙන් උත් අපිට ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක් ආවා. ඒක මම කැප්ටන් කරා under 15 එක. ඒක අපිට චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එකක් ආවා. ඊට පස්සේ එතනින් ඒ දැකපු කෝචර්ස්ලා මට කිව්වා ඔයාට හොඳ අනාගතයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ හින්දා හොඳ ඉස්කෝලයක් බලන්න කියලා. මට ගොඩක් ඉස්කෝලෙන් කතා කරා. අන්තිමට මම දවසක් ක්ලබ් මැච් එකක් ගහන්න යනකොට ඒ ක්ලබ් මැච් එකේ ඉන්න සර් කෙනෙක් කිව්වා පුතා හොඳට ගහනවා මම සෙන්ට් තෝමස් එකට දාලා දෙන්නම් කියලා. එතන චමින්ද සර්. ඊට පස්සේ මගේ ඩිස්ට්‍රික් කෝච් උත් ඉතින් ප්‍රනීත් සර්. ඊට පස්සේ ඒ දෙන්න තමයි කතා කරලා සෙන්ට් තෝමස් එකට මාව සෙට් කරේ. රෝල් තෝමියන් එක ගහනවා කියන්නේ ඉස්කෝලේ වෙන මැච් ගහනවා වගේ නෙමෙයි. ඒක වෙනම බෑග්ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ එච්චර සෙනගම් මම කවදාවත් දැකලාවත් නැහැ. ගොඩක් මිනිස්සු වෙනවා. ගොඩක් මිනිස්සු බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ ෂීල්ඩ් එකට ගොඩක් කට්ටිය දඟලනවා. ෆස්ට් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මගේ ඒක ගොඩක් වටිනවා. මොකද ඒක මැච් එකේම මට එච්චර ලොකු දැනීමක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ මේ ෂීල්ඩ් එක කියන්නේ මොකද්ද. මොකද මම ඉස්කෝලේට අලුතෙන් ගියේ. ඊට පස්සේ මේක ගහනකොට ඒක ප්‍රෙෂර් එකයි ඔක්කොම චියර්ස් ඔක්කොම ඇහෙනකොට මේක ලොකු මැච් එකක් කියලා හිතුණා. ඊට පස්සේ විකට් 5ක් දැම්මට පස්සේ මට ලොකු පිළිගැනීමක් තිබ්බා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි මට තේරුණේ මේකේ බර මොකද්ද, මේකේ කොහොමද යන්න ඕනේ, මොකද්ද කරන්න ඕනේ මේකට. ඒත් තාම අවුරුද්දක් බිග් මැච් ගහුවා. අවුරුදු දෙකේම විකට් 5ව දැම්මා. ඒත් තාම ෂීල්ඩ් එක ගන්න බැරි වුණා. මොකද අවාසනාවන්ත විදිහට වෙදර් එකත් අපිට බලපෑවා. ඉතින් අපිට හරියට ටොස් එකේ ඉඳන් අපේ පැත්තට නෙමෙයි ගියේ. ඉතින් කොහොම හරි ලබනවද්දි දිනන්න තමයි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. දැම්ම ඉඳන්ම ප්ලෑන් කරන් යනවා ඒකට. ඒ කියන්නේ ෆිට්නස් ලෙවල් හදලා කොහොම හරි අපි ප්ලෑන් කරන්නේ විකට් 20ක් ගන්න නෙක්ස්ට් ඉයර් එක. මොකද අවුට් රයිට් එකක් ගහන්න නම් විකට් 20ක් අනිවාර්යෙන් ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ හින්දා අපි දැන් අපේ කට්ටියගේ මයින්ඩ් සෙට් එක හදලා ඔක්කොම හදලා කොහොම හරි මොරාල් එක අප් කරගෙන අපි බිග් මැච් එක කොහොම හරි දිනන්න තමයි යන්නේ. පළවෙනි මගේ මැච් එක ගැහුවේ මම ඒෂියා කප් එකට සිලෙක්ට් වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ අපි මැලේසියා ගියා. ඒකේ ෆස්ට් මැච් එකේ මම විකට් එකයි මට විකට් එක ගන්න හම්බුනේ. ඒකත් මැච් එක දින්නා. අපිට අපි කොහොම හරි වැස්ස හින්දා ඒකත් අපිට බලපාලා අපි ෆස්ට් රවුන්ඩ් එකේ එළියට ගියා. හැබැයි ලොකු අත්දැකීමක් ඒක. අනිත් ටුවර්ස් එක ගියාම වාස් අපිට ගොඩක් උදව් කරා. ඒ වගේම රොයිස් පුල්ස් ෆීල්ඩින් ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් එතන වෙන ඒ කියන්නේ ෆීල්ඩින් ඔක්කොම බැටිං බෝලිං ඔක්කොම ක්වොලිටි එකට ඒ කට්ටිය කරා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි රෙස් කරවලා ෆිට්නස් ලෙවල්ස් අපි මේන්ටේන් කළා. ඇත්තටම මේක ගොඩක් ලොකු හොඳ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක්. වාස හැමතිස්සෙම කියන්නේ බෝලිං වලට වඩා ඉස්සෙල්ලම් මෙන්ටැලිටි එකයි ෆිට්නස් එකයි හදාගන්න කියලා. ඒ දෙක තමයි ඔක්කොටම වඩා මුල. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි බෝලිං වලට ඩිසිප්ලින් නෝ බෝල්ස් වයිඩ්ස් ඔක්කොම ඒවා අඩු කරලා හොඳ බෝලර් කෙනෙක් වෙන්න එයාගෙන් ගොඩක් ටිප්ස් ඇඩ්වයිසස් මට ලැබුණා. ඉතින් ඒකත් එයත් එක්ක වැඩ කරන එකත් ලොකු එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක්, ලොකු ඒ කියන්නේ ජයග්‍රහණයක් මට. ඉස්සෙල්ලා හොඳ ඉස්කෝලේ හොඳ සේවයක් කළා. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ සීසන් එකේ හොඳට ලකුණු ගහලා හොඳට විකට්ස් දාලා හොඳ මෝල් රවුන්ඩර් වෙලා කොහොම හරි මගේ ටාගට් එක වෙන්නේ මේ අවුරුද්දේ ස්කූල් බල් ක්‍රිකට් වෙන්න. ඊට පස්සේ එතනින් හොඳ ක්ලබ් එකකට ජොයින් වෙලා එතන ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් ස්ක්වොඩ්ස් වලත් මම ඉන්නවා. එතනින් හොඳට කරලා කොහොම හරි ෆිට්නස් ඔක්කොම මේන්ටේන් කරගෙන නැෂනල් ටීම් එකට යන්න මගේ තියෙන බලාපොරොත්තු. චමින්ද වාස්, සන්තෝෂ් ගුණතිලක, බාස්කට්බෝල්, ජැව්ලින්, ශාරුක් ඛාන්ට එන්න කියනවා. මෙසීට එක මැච් එක විකට් 10ම ගන්න එක. ඇතලිට් පැත්තෙන් ගිහිල්ලා. iPhone, chat, Ascot, building වලින් එහාට පයින්. කොල්කතා නයිට් රයිඩර්ස්. ටෙලි නීරිය ගම. අර ලැඩ එකේ ගන්නේ. හොඳ කාර් එකක්. සයන්ස්, ටෙස්ට්, ස්ලොග් ස්වීප් එක. නිකුන් රන්සික. ශාලි ඉන්ඩිමේල්. දඩෝරියා බණ්ඩාරගම එක්ස යාළුවොත් එක්ක තමයි ඉතින් එළියට යන්න දෙන්නේ නැති. අnder 17 මැච් එකේ මම විකට් 10ම ගත්තා. මැච් එක පැයෙන් ඉවරයි. මල්ලිට ගහන එක. පළවෙනි මම බොහොම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙන්න ඕනේ මගේ අම්මලා තාත්තටයි. ඒ දෙන්න හින්දා තමයි මම මේ රත්තරගත් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ මගේ කෝචර්ස් හැම දෙනාටමත් මගේ යාළුවන්ටත් මාත් එක්ක සෙල්ලම් කරපු කට්ටියටත් ඒ වගේම මගේ අනිත් කෝචර්ස්ලා කියන්නේ වාස්සර්ලා, හෂාන් සර්ලා, උපුල් සර්ලා, ඉස්කෝලේ දිනේෂ් සර්, දේශාන් සර්, ඊට පස්සේ ලයිසියම් ඉස්කෝලේ නදීප් සර්, කපිල සර්, ඩිස්ට්‍රික් කෝච් ප්‍රනීත් සර්, ඒ ඔක්කොටම මම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා මම මෙතෙක් පරිස්සමෙන් බලාගත්තට. ඊට පස්සේ කීපු නැති කට්ටියටත් ඒ කට්ටියත් මතක් කරලා ඒ කට්ටියට ගොඩක් ස්තුතියි කියලා මම කියනවා.
Single point. Zambia, what do you think of the team from Domination Waila? FA Cup champions.
තරංගාවලිය පවත්වන්න කලින් මම ගොඩක් හොඳට කැපකිරීම කළා පුහුණු වීම කරා. ඒ වගේම ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී මම හොඳ තත්ත්වයක හිටියේ. මම හිතනවා මේ මම රන්ස් 4ට ආවේ මේ මම ඊට කලින් කරපු ප්‍රැක්ටිස් සෙෂන් කරපු වල හොඳ දේවල් නිසා තමයි මම හිතන්නේ තරංගාවලිය හොඳින් නිමා කරනවා. තමයි මුල් තැන උනේ. මොකද එතන මම හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරපු නිසා තමයි මට අද මේ තත්ත්වයට එන්න හම්බුනේ. මොකද ඉස්කෝලෙන් එළියට එද්දී මම ඉස්කෝලේ ඉන්නකොට මම අnder 9 ශ්‍රී ලංකා ප්ලේ කරා. එළියට එද්දී මට හොඳ ක්ලබ් එකේ ප්ලේ කරන්න හම්බුනේ. මම හිතන්නේ මම ඉස්කෝලේ ගොඩක් හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරපු නිසා. එහෙම නෑ. මම හිතන්නේ මම මුලින් ක්‍රිකට් වලට ආවේ මගේ පළවෙනි ඉස්කෝලෙන් අම්බලන්ගොඩ දේවානන්ද විද්‍යාලයෙන්. ඊට පස්සේ මම ආවා ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයට. මම හිතන්නේ අපි කරන කැපකිරීම, ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන විදිය, අපි මානසික වෙන විදියට තමයි අපිට දේවල් ලැබෙන්නේ. ඒක නිසා මම හිතන්නේ අපි කැප කරපු දේවල් නිසා තමයි අපේ ටැලන්ට් එක වැඩි වෙන්නේ. ඒක නිසා තමයි අපිට හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න පුළුවන්. අපිට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් තියෙන කෙත්තාරාමයේ උදේ පටන් ගත්තා මට්ටට ගියාට පස්සේ අපි එන්නේ කොහොමද 2ට 3ට අපේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නේ. උදේ ජිම් කරනවා, රනින් තියනවා, ඒ වගේම අපේ ෆිට්නස් ටෙස්ට් තියනවා, ඒ වගේම අපේ ස්කිල්ස් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් තියනවා. ඒ ඔක්කොම ගාලා ඒ ඔක්කොටම කැපකිරීම කරාම තමයි මම හිතන්නේ අපිට හොඳ තැනකට එන්න පුළුවන්. මම නම් මුලින් කරන්නේ මුලින් ගිහපු ගමන් මම බලනවා මට කරන්න පුළුවන් මොකද්ද විකට් එක මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ මම පොඩ්ඩක් වෙලා ගන්නවා ඒ විකට් එක පොඩ්ඩක් සෙටල් වෙලා පළවෙනි රන්ස් 10 15 ගන්න ඊට පස්සේ බෝල් එකට ඒක ආව ගමන් මට දැනෙනවා මට ලොකු ෂොට්ස් වලට යන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඉතින් එහෙම තමයි මුල් ටික පොඩ්ඩක් ඉඳලා විකට් එක පොඩ්ඩක් තේරුම් කරගෙන ඒ වගේ තමයි ඉන්නේ. ලොකු අත්දැකීමක් ඒක ඒගොල්ලෝ කියන අවවාදය කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඇසිරෙන විදිහ අපිට ඒගොල්ලෝගෙන් ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ තැන ඉන්නේ ගොඩක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට ගොඩක් මැච් ප්ලේ කරලා ඒ වගේම ඒගොල්ලෝ අපිට වැඩිය ගොඩක් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් තියෙනවා. අපිට පුළුවන් ඒගොල්ලෝගේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් බෙදා ගන්න. ඒ වගේම ගොඩක් ඒ අයියලත් උදව් කරනවා මේක වෙන්න ඕනේ මෙහෙම කරන්න. ඉතින් අපිට ලොකු වාසියක් තියෙනවා ඒගොල්ලොත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබෙන එක. SSC ක්‍රීඩා අර්ජුන රතු ස්විෆ්ට් එක. ඇත්තටම මම ඉස්කෝලේ ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී මම 352 ලබා ගත්තා නොදෙවි ඒක තමයි. තරඟේ මම එංග්ලන්ඩ් වලදී ක්‍රීඩා කර අnder 19 ශ්‍රී ලංකා ටුර් එකක් ගිහිල්ලා මම ඒකේ මැච් එකක් දිනුවා කුමාර අපි 312ක් චේස් කරා. මම ඒකේ 88ක් නොදෙවි ලබාගෙන කුමාරි තරඟාවලිය ජය ගත්තා. මම කැමති ලෝඩ්ස් ක්‍රීඩාංගණේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන එක තරඟ. මම ස්කූල් මැච් එක තියෙන විකට් 7ක් ලකුණු 20. ඇත්තටම හිතා ගන්න බෑ. මිතුරන් නම් එක්කෙනෙක් කියලා නෑ ගොඩක් කියලා. මුම්බයි ඉන්දියන්ස් වන් ඩේස් ගොඩක් කැමති මීට්ස් වලට. මම කැමති අම්බලන්ගොඩ. ඒ කියන්නේ මම ඉපදිච්ච තැනම යාළුවොත් එක්ක ගත කරන්නේ. චාරිත් අසලන් බෙන්ටෙක් ලෝන්නෝ මම හිතන්නේ 15ක් විතර ලබයි නේද. රොනාල්ඩෝ පීරියඩ් කට් කරලා ප්‍රින්සිපල්ට ආවෙලා පැයක් දන්න ගාගෙන හිටියා.
ප්‍රථම පාසල කොළඹ ඩිලාසා කොලේජ්. ඒකේ මම මුලින්ම සෙල්ලම් කරේ බාස්කට් බෝල් ගගාද්දී එහා පැත්තේ ක්‍රිකට් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකේ. එතකොට බෝලයක් ආවා මම ඒක ලෝන් බෙරෙල්ලයක් දාලා අල්ලලා බාස්කට් බෝල් කෝඩ් එකේ බයක් නැතුව මම අල්ලලා ඒක ත්‍රෝ කරා. ඊට පස්සේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් ඉවරලා යද්දී ක්‍රිකට් කෝච් මට කතා කරා. සර්ගේ නම සුසන්ද ෆීලිස් ඩයස්. සර් ආදරෙන් මතක් කරනවා සර් ඇහුවා මගෙන් පුතා ක්‍රිකට් ගහමුද කියලා. ක්‍රිකට් වලට ආසයිද කියලා. මං කිව්වා සර් අම්මෙන් අහලා කියන්න ඕනි කියලා මං ගෙදර ගියා. ඊට සති දෙකකට පස්සේ කොහොම හරි බාස්කට් බෝල් නැවතිලා හැමම මං ක්‍රිකට් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් යන්න පටන් ගත්තා. ඒ තමයි මම පටන් ගත්තේ දී ක්‍රිකට්. ඇත්තටම අnder 19 නේ ඔද කෝචින් ස්ටාෆ් එකක් ඉන්නේ. අසන් සර් බැටින් කෝච්, උපුල් සර් ෆීල්ඩින් කෝච්, වාස් සර් බෝලින් කෝච්. ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් උදව් කරනවා අපේ වැරදි හඳුන්වලා දීලා ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා ඒ අවස්ථාවවලදී. බැටින් පැත්තෙන් නම් ගොඩක්ම දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා. ඇත්තටම මේ පොසිටිව් මයින්ඩ් බැට් කරන්න ඕනි කියන එක ගොඩක් ඉගෙන ගත්තේ අශාන්සර්ගෙන්. අශාන්සර් කතා කරලා ළඟට කතා කරලා කියන වලින් මයින්ඩ් හොඳට සෙටප් වෙනවා. කිසි බයක් නැහැ අපිට මැද ගිහින් බැට් කරන්න. අපේ රෝල් එක අපිට බැට් කරන්න විතරයි කියන්නේ. ඒක ගොඩක් අත්දැකීමක් වුණා. ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා සර්ලා සියලු දෙනාට. මහානාම විද්‍යාලයට එන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ අපේ ඩිලාසා කෝච් කරේ සොනාල් දුල්ෂාන් ඇල්වලගේ සර්මයි. ඒ සර් ඊට පස්සේ කොමාරි මහානාම විද්‍යාලයේ ඇසිස්ටන්ට් කෝච් විදියට පත් වුණා. ඒ මාර්ගයෙන් තමයි මම මහානාම විද්‍යාලයට එන්නේ. අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වල ඉඳන් අපිට හසාන්ස උද දේවල් කියලා දුන්නා. අපි ඒ දේවල් ඔළුවේ තියන් තමයි මැච් වලට ගියේ. ඒ මැච් එකේ ලොකු ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් තිබ්බේ නෑ. නෝමල් බැටින්. ඒක තමයි මගේ බැටින් ස්ටයිල් එක. ඉතින් මම බැට් කරේ මම නෝමල් ගහන විදියට මගේ රෝල් එක මම අඳුනගෙන මම බැට් කරේ 100. මගේ ඩෙබියු මැච් එක under 19 ඒක හොඳ සම්බන්ධතාවයක්. ගොඩක් වෙලා අපි දෙන්න බැට් කරන්න තමයි අදහස් කරේ. වැඩි වෙලා බැට් කරලා ස්ට්‍රයික් එකේ රොටේට් කරන්න තමයි අපි දෙන්න ප්ලෑන් එක තිබ්බේ. ගොඩක් දුරට ඒ දේ වුණා. හොඳට මැද කතා කරා අපි ගොඩක් hina වෙලා මේ මැච් එක ගැව්වේ. අපිට කිසි ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. ඒ සම්බන්ධතාවය ගොඩක් දුරට ගියා ඒ නිසා. ක්‍රීඩා ගන්න ලංකාවට ගැසීම වෙනුවෙන් වෙන්න පුළුවන් නොවෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒත් ඒක තමයි එකම බලාපොරොත්තු. Kumar Sangakkar, Kusal Mendis, Kumar Sangakkar, Rangan Hair, basketball, volleyball, football, iPhone, Facebook, basketball play, Ronaldo, T-shirt, Udingan, Apple, Science, Test, Red Fighters, band දාගෙන බෝල් ගන්න වෙයි. සූර්ය බණ්ඩාර, අශාන් ප්‍රියංජන්, වස්සර පෙරේරා, බංග්ලාදේශයේදී බැට් කරද්දී බෝලිය එජ්ජියට හිටලා ඒක ගන්න පොර කාපි. රැට සින්දු කියද්දී ඩාන්ස් කරන්නේදී ස්විප් එක. බංග්ලාදේශ ෆස්ට් ටෙස්ට් මැච් එක. කසුන් කල්ලාර. සූර්යවැල්. ලංකාවට සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ. අක්කට බැට්ටෙන් ගහුවේ. මගේ පළවෙනි සීයේ ප්‍රසන්න සර්, හේමන්ත සර්, ස්ප්‍රින්ට් මගේ තාත්තා. වැඩිම සීයේ හේමාල්, BMW, මෙසි, නවත් පරණිතාන්, ඉන්දියා ජංග්‍රා. මුලින්ම මම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා මගේ කලින් පාසල කොළඹ ඩිලාසාල් කොලේජ්. ඒකේ ක්‍රිකට් පුහුණුකරුවන් වන සුසන්ත ෆීලික්ස් ඩයස් සර්, ඇලන් රොඩ්රිගස් සර්, දිල්රුක්ෂ සර්, ඒ සියලු දෙනාගේ යටතේ මම පුහුණුවීම් ලැබුවා. ඒ සියලු දෙනාටම ගොඩක් ස්තුතියි. මානා විද්‍යාලයට පැමිණුණාට පස්සේ ප්‍රධාන පුහුණුකරු කැලුම් ගංගුඩිල සර් ගොඩක් උදව් කරනවා ක්‍රිකට් වෙනුවෙන්. ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා ඒ සර්ගෙන්. ඒ වගේම සහාය පුහුණුකරු සොනාල් දූෂන් ඇල්වලගේ සර් ලොකු කැපවීමක් කරනවා මං වෙනුවෙන් ගොඩක්ම. පෞද්ගලිකවත් ක්‍රිකට් අතිනුත් ගොඩක් දේවල් කියලා දෙනවා. ඒ සර්ටත් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම එවන විට ක්‍රීඩා කරන ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ CCC ක්‍රිකට් ඒකේ තරංග සර්ටත් ඒ ඇතුළු සියලුම ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම පාසල් වල විදුහල්පතිවරුන් සියලුම දෙනා මතක් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම මගේ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් කෝච්ලා වෙන සිත්තමිගේ සර්, නලින් සර්, දුෂාන්ත සර්, කාමන් සර්, ඒ වගේම තාරක සර් ඒ සියලු දෙනාට ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම බ්‍රදර් ලොයලවස්සා අනිකුත් මගේ යහළුවන් දෙමව්පියන්ට ඒ වගේම ගොඩක් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. මාව මෙතෙක් පරිස්සමෙන් බලාගත්තට මගේ යාළුවන්ට ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ගොඩක් උදව් කරනවා. වචනකින් හරි උදව් කරනවා. සියලුම දෙනාට නම් කියන්න බැරි වුන් සියලුම දෙනාට
තාත්තිත් හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කරපු ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් විරාට් කෝලි. ලංකාවේ පළවෙනි වතාවට ට්වින්ස්ලා දෙපළක් කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරන අවස්ථාව. තාත්ති අපිට ෆ්‍රීඩම් එක දීලා තියෙනවා අපිට අවශ්‍ය දේ තෝරගන්න. කම්මැලිම ඉතින් කියන්න පුළුවන් කියන්නේ. ඇත්තටම පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳන් අපි හැදුනේ වැඩුනේ ක්‍රිකට් එක්ක. කියන්නේ තාත්තෙත් ක්‍රිකට් ගහන කාලේ මට මතකයි අපි හැමලේම ටුවර්ස් වලටත් යනවා. ඉතින් හැමලේම දකින්න තිබ්බේ ක්‍රිකට්. ඒ වගේම තාත්තිත් හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කරපු ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඉතින් අපිටත් ඒ වගේ දේවල් දකින්නකොට තාත්ති ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා දකින්නකොට අපිටත් හිතුණා කවදා හරි තාත්තා වගේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා. ලෙඩර් බෝල් ක්‍රිකට් පටන් ගත්තේ ග්‍රේඩ් 2 එකේ. ගුලංකුල්ම සර් තමයි ඒ කාලේ අන්ඩර් 10 අන්ඩර් 11 කෝච් කරේ. ගුලංකුල්ම සර් තමයි ඉස්සෙල්ලාම මටයි මල්ලිටයි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලට එන්න කියලා කිව්වේ. ඉතින් එදා ඉඳන් ඒවා ඉස්කෝලේ පටන් ගත්තේ එහෙමයි. ලෙඩර් බෝල් ක්‍රිකට් පටන් ගත්තේ අපේ මුත්තන්ඩි. කියන්නේ සීයා තමයි ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ගෙදර ළඟ තිබ්බ net එකට මාවේ මල්ලිවයි අරගෙන ගිහිල්ලා ඔය ක්‍රිකට් වල තියෙන බේසික්ස් ටික ඉගෙනන්නේ මුත්තන්ඩි. ඔව් සෙන්ට් තෝමසස් එකේ ඉන්නකොට මම left arm fast bowler කෙනෙක්. ඊට පස්සේ Trinity එකට ගියා. Trinity එකේ මගේ first year එකේ අතර මගේ කොන්ද ස්ට්‍රෙස් ෆ්‍රැක්චර් එකක් ආවා. ඒක නිසා මට බෝල් කරන්න බැරුව හිටියේ. එතකොට තමයි සම්පත් පෙරේරා සර් ඒ කාලේ අපේ first 11 coach සර් තමයි කිව්වේ left arm spin try කරලා බලමු කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ first year එක මම second 11 එකේ තමයි left arm spinner කෙනෙක් හැටියට සෙල්ලම් කරේ.
එතරින් තමයි මට ඇත්තට මැච් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකයි එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් ගත්තේ. ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුදු 2ක් මම ඉස්කෝලේ ෆස්ට් 11 කණ්ඩායමේ සෙල්ලම් කරා. මුලදී ට්‍රිනිටි එකට ගියාම මං ඇත්තටම හිටියේ බෝඩිමේ. ඉතින් මුල් අවුරුද්ද 1 2 පොඩ්ඩක් මට අමාරු වුණා. මොකද මම පළවෙනි වතාවට ගෙදරින් පිට හිටියේ. ඉතින් මට ගොඩක් කට්ටිය උදව් කරා, බෝඩිමේ ඉන්න ගොඩක් කට්ටිය උදව් කරා. ඒ වගේම චරිත් සුදාරක කියන මගේ සීනියර් කෙනෙක් එයාත් ෆස්ට් 11 සෙල්ලම් කරා. එයා තමයි මාව බැලුවේ ඉස්සෙල්ලම. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම තමයි මට බෝලිං ගැනත් ගොඩක් එයා ලෙෆ්ට් ආර්ම් ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. එයා මට ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉගෙනුවා. ඉතින් ට්‍රිනිටි එකෙන් ඇත්තම ලොකු එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් ගත්තා. අවුරුදු 3ක් ෆස්ට් 11 කණ්ඩායමට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න මට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා. මං හිතන්නේ තාත්තේ අපිට ෆ්‍රීඩම් එක දීලා තියෙනවා අපිට අවශ්‍ය දේ තෝරගන්න. ඉතින් ඉස්කෝලේ ගහන කාලෙන් තමයි අපිට තේරුණා අපිට වැඩිපුර ස්කිල් එක තියෙන්නේ බෝලිං වලදී කියලා. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා බෝලිං වලට දාපු ඒ කාලය ෆෝකස් කරපු විදිය වැඩි බැටිං වලට දැම්මට වඩා. ඉතින් හැබැයි මම හිතන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් වලින් ඉස්සරහට යන්න නම් අනිවාර්යෙන් බැට් කරන්නත් පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒක නිසා මේ දවස්වල බැටිං වලටත් මහන්සි වෙනවා. මම ට්‍රිනිටි එකට යනකොට කැප්ටන් හිටියේ රොන් චන්ද්‍රගුප්ත. රොන් අයියා හිටියේ. ඉතින් රොන් අයියා ඇත්තටම ගොඩාක්ම මට කියන්නේ මාව හොඳට පිළිගත්ත ටීම් එකට. ඒ වගේම තමයි ට්‍රිනිටි කණ්ඩායමේ හිටිය සීලුම දෙනාම මාව ඇත්තටම ඒ කට්ටිය එක්කෙනෙක් වගේම මට සැලකුවා. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා මට ගොඩාක් ලේසි වුණා මේ කල්චර් එකට බ්ලෙන්ඩ් ඉන්න වෙන්නේ ටීම් එකත් එක්ක සෙට් වෙන්න. ගොඩාක් ලේසි වුණා. අනිත් එක මම දැක්කේ තමයි ටීම් එක ගොඩාක් ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් අප්‍රෝච් එකක් තිබ්බේ. ඒ කියන්නේ බිග් මැච් එක සෙල්ලම් කරලා දිනන එක විතරක් ફોකස් කරේ නැහැ. ට්‍රිනිටි ටීම් එක ફોකස් කරේ චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එකට යන්න, ලීග් චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එකට යන්න. ඒ වගේම සම්පත් සර්ගේ තිබ්බ එක ලොකු ගෝල් එකක් තමයි පුළුවන් තරම් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකට යවන එක. ඉතින් ඒ අප්‍රෝච් එක තමයි ගොඩාක් ඇත්තටම උදව් වුණේ මේ තත්ත්වයට එන්න. ඉස්කෝලෙන් එළියට ආපු ගමම මම CCC under 23 කණ්ඩායමට සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ බදුරෙලිය ක්‍රීඩා සමංජයට අවුරුදු 2ක් සෙල්ලම් කරලා පළමු පෙළ තරංගාවලිය ගැන හොඳ අත්දැකීමක් ලබා ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ මම අවුරුදු 2ක් මේ අවුරුද්ද සමග දැන් අවුරුදු 2ක් BRC කණ්ඩායමේ සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. ස්කූල් ක්‍රිකට් ටු ක්ලබ් ක්‍රිකට් ට්‍රාන්සිෂන් එක ලේසි නැහැ. හැබැයි මට ගොඩාක්ම උදව් කර කෝචස්ලා ගොඩක් ඉන්න ගොඩක් උදව් කරා. විශේෂයෙන් කියන්න ඕනේ පියල් විජේතුංග, අජිත් ඒකනායක වගේම දැනට මට උදව් කරන දිනුක් හෙට්ටිආරච්චි, සජීව වීරකෝන් එවැනි ක්‍රිකට් බෝඩ් එකේ ඉන්න දඟපන්දු පුහුණුකරුවන් මට දැන් ගොඩාක් උදව් කරා. ගිය අවුරුද්ද මැච් 9ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා මං විකට් 34යි ගත්තේ. ඉතින් ඒ අවුරුද්දේ මට ඉම්ප්‍රූව් කරගන්න දේවල් ගොඩාක් තිබ්බා. ඉතින් ඒවත් මට ඇත්තටම ඒව පෙන්නලා දුන්නා. يعني මගේ තාත්තා ගෙදර ඉන්නවා. ගෙදරින් ඉඳන් ඔය වගේ මට ඉම්ප්‍රූව් කරගන්න තියෙන තැන්වල ටික තාත්තා පෙන්නලා දුන්නා. ඒ වගේම තමයි මගේ පුහුණුකරුවන්, මගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ ඉන්න කෝචස්ලා, චරිත් සර්, රීස සර්, දිනේෂ් සර් සියලු දෙනාම මට බෙහෙවින්ම උදව් කරා. ඉතින් මං හිතනවා ඒ සමගම ප්‍රීමියර් දැන් මේ ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ සෙල්ලම් කරන සීනියර් ලෙෆ්ට් ආර්ම් ස්පිනර්ස්ලා හැටියට ඉන්න මාලින්ද පුෂ්ප කුමාර, ප්‍රභාත් ජයසූරිය, ඒ වගේම ලසිත් අම්බුල්දෙනිය, ඒ සියලු දෙනාගෙන් ඉගෙන ගන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒවත් මං ගොඩක් ඒ කටියෙන් ඉගෙන ගන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් මගේ ගේම් එකට මං ඇඩ් කරගෙන මම මේ සීසන් එක සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඉතින් මං හිතනවා ඒ සියලු දේවල් නිසා තමයි මට මේ සීසන් එක ඇත්තටම හොඳට කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ. ඇත්තටම මම දැන් සෙල්ලම් කරන කණ්ඩායම BRC කණ්ඩායම මේක මට අවශ්‍යයි දිගටම මේ කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන් හොඳට perform කරලා කණ්ඩායම හොඳ තැනක තියන්න. ඒ වගේම තමයි personal goals ගත්තොත් කවදා හරි ජාතික කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන් සෙල්ලම් කරන්න. රංගන හේරත්, rugby, wildlife photography, Michael Jordan, Annabelle Wallace, Malli, SSC, pizza, පොඩ්ඩක් වැඩිපුර නිදා ගන්න, split squat, ලෝකෙ වටේ සංචාර කිරීම. SCG. මම වෙජිටබල් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කන්නේ නැහැ. ඉතින් එකපාරක් ලන්ච් එකෙන් පස්සේ කෝච් මාව ඇතුළේ තියාගෙන ප්ලේට් එක ඉවරනකම් මේ ප්ලේට් එක ඉවරනකම් කනකම් ඉඳලා තමයි මට මැච් එක ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකට යන්න දුන්නේ. මැච්ස් සෙන්ට් තෝමසස් එකේ හිටපු හෙඩ් මාස්ටර් මිස්ටර් මොරිස් NCCත් එක්ක ගහපු මැච් එකේ විකට් 13යි බැට් කරලා ගහපු ඒ 50. ඕෂෙද ෆෙර්නැන්ඩෝ මොහමඩ් සිරාස් තිලකේ ටෙස්ට් උමේෂ්ක මොරයිස් කෙවින් කොත්තිගොඩ LBW එකකදී අම්පයර්ස් කෝල් එක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් බෝල් කරලා කැච් එකක් ඩ්‍රොප් කරා විරාට් කෝලි.
කොයි අවස්ථාවේදී ලෝක කුසලාට තරඟාවලියේදී ඔබට දැනුනේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට මේ ලෝක කුසලාට ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා කියලා?
ඇත්තෙන්ම අපි ක්වෝටර් ෆයිනල් එකට ආවම මම අර්ජුනටත් මම දවසක් රෑ කෑම කරන් ගමන් කිව්වා අපි මේ ක්වෝටර් ෆයිනල් එක තරගෙන් අපි ක්ලියර් වුණොත් මං හිතන්නේ අපිට මේක දිනන්න ලොකු අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා කියලා. ඒ ක්වෝටර් ෆයිනල් එක තමයි මට තිබුණ ප්‍රෙෂර්ම ගේම් එක ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් එක්ක. ඒක මම හිතුවා මේ හුඟක් වෙලාවට අපිට ඒ තරඟේ පන්න ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒ මුළු ගමනම ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක ලෙස යන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි කියලා. ඉතින් එදා අපි වාසනාවට වගේ අපේ බැටිං ලාස්ට් මිනිට් අපේ
Welcome back to the live coverage of this 110th traditional cricket encounter between St. Joseph's College and Trinity College, Kandy, here from St. Joseph's College grounds in Dali Road. This is the first day's play, the post-lunch session. Trinity College, after opting to bat first, they are now on 111 for 2. St. Joseph's, a very good over rate. 35 overs was bowled in the first session. The first session is 2 hours and 20 minutes. This post-lunch session will be from 12:40 local time to 2:40 local time. They are slated to bowl 30 more overs, but they'll be hoping for more wickets. The home team, Vibha with Ahalepola, the one drop batter for Trinity, unbeaten on 66. He's batting with Pavan Patiraja, another left-hander, Sri Lanka under-19 player. He's on 13. These two have added 18 runs so far for the third wicket. As I welcome Sudarshana. Good afternoon, Sudarshana. This session will be very important for both these teams.
Good afternoon, Damit, and good afternoon to all our viewers. And yes, this session is going to be very crucial for both the teams. Trinitians would be quite happy despite starting off the second session on Nelson. They'll want to make sure that they have a strong second session. Josephians, on the other hand, would have fancied a couple more wickets maybe in the first session. The over rate has been very good, like you mentioned, and also the run rate of the Trinitians have been quite healthy. And I think the over rate being so good is due to the fact that the Josephian quicks do not have a massive run-up to the bowling as well, so that would have saved a lot of time for them.
Yes, anything above 100 in a school's game for a session is a good score, Sudarshana. So they'll be hoping to continue. Trinity College, Kandy. St. Joseph's looks like they'll start off with spin from the swimming pool end. Pavan Patiraja, short and diminutive left-hander, didn't play many games during that World Cup. but has huge potential. Was identified early in his career by the junior selectors. Shanuk Serasinghe picked up the wicket of Viduka Dammage. Bowled 8 overs. Still has a lot more to improve. Shanuk Serasinghe playing as the second off spinner of the team. He has a lot of work to do with the limited overs tournament also starting next week. Vibhavith Alepula, he's on 66. He's been brilliant against the spinners. He'll do this all day. Pawan Pathiraja working the field well, rotating the strike. That has been the key for Trinity College so far this game.
Shanuk Amarasinghe is not afraid to fly the ball, isn't he? Shanuk Serasinghe, beg your pardon, is not afraid to fly the ball. We've seen him do that quite often this innings. Vibhavith has been the most aggressive batsman. Plenty of left-handers in the Trinitian ranks. Trinity need to make sure that they settle down in this second session and try and accumulate the runs as they've done. Steps out, takes the aerial route. There was a slight opportunity. Overthrow, that's not going to be appreciated. And the batsmen pick up 2 more runs.
Silly mistakes from the Josephians there, giving away easy singles. Looks like the fielding team has had a very heavy lunch. Still not in the game mode. Captain Sadish Jayawardena, experienced player, has a lot of potential, and now behind the stumps, controlling the game.
When a skipper is the wicket keeper, there tends to be a lot of fielding changes, doesn't it, Dhamit? Normally this keeper will anyway butt in and suggest the changes, but when you're skipper is behind the stumps, it tends to be a little more. That's the end of the first over after lunch. 21-15 for 2.
With the 2 left-handers batting in the middle, it's understandable that the captain opts for the right arm off spin duo to continue. Lahiru Amarasekara is the premier spinner for St. Joseph's in the absence of Dunith Vellalage. Haven't been able to pick up a wicket yet. Two fielders saving the boundary on the onside. Now they've put the third fielder as well. A very defensive field to my liking, Sudarshana. Yes, Vibhavith has been playing some strokes, but need to have some sort of attacking mindset as well to be positive. Yes, he now brings the square leg fielder to the inner circle.
Seems like Vibhavith fancies the onside Like you mentioned, he's not afraid to bring out the sweep when needed. Amarashekhar has bowled 11 overs, one made in 33, still haven't been able to pick up a wicket. 2.96, a decent economy so far for the lanky offie. Talking about the youngsters being involved in the National Super League, Damit, it's a great opportunity for Sri Lanka cricket as well to try and groom the next layer of players coming through. And it's up to these young men who've been selected to try and grab the opportunity that they've been afforded by both hands. Pathiraja, going on his merry way, has now crept up to 15 runs. Such a calm and collected accumulator, Pathiraja. Complete contrast to his partner in crime, Vibhavit, who is an aggressive batsman.
St. Joseph's College, they'll be starting off their limited overs campaign, the title defense, on the 7th of March against St. Sebastian's. They are the defending champions in the Under-19 Division 1 Tier A segment. They defeated Royal College last year in the final. That was played uppishly by Vibhavit. He's playing with fire, but that's the way how he operates. 37 completed, 118 for 2. For all those Josephians and the Trinitians watching this coverage, this is the 110th annual cricket encounter between these two prestigious schools. This year's Josephian Peterite cricket encounter has been scheduled to be played in the final week of April, followed by the one-day encounter in the first weekend of May. That's a massive 6 by Vibhavit Alepola. They're playing in the center surface of the ground. That's a massive hit. He's batting with plenty of confidence here, taking on the right arm off spinner, taking on the field there. There was a deep mid wicket in place, but that was a very good strike.
Well, had a little bit of a heart attack there, Damit. That's where some of the vehicles are parked. Vibhavit. His 10th boundary. Beg your pardon, that's his second maximum of the day. Vibhavit Alepola. Seems like he's done some damage to the ball as well.
The two umpires not happy with the condition of the ball. Seems like they'll opt to change the ball. Yes, there'll be a change of balls. The Josephians will be hoping that the change of ball might bring them some luck. But Viba Vitalepola, he's been batting so good. 118 deliveries, 77. Scored 9 fours and 2 sixes. We are yet to see a right-hander in the Trinity lineup. That's one of the reasons why Yenula Devtusa is not bowling. But I think Sudarshan, even though the Trinitians are having a lot of left-handers, maybe it's time to bring in Yenula Devtusa, the left-arm spinner. They're conceding easy singles here, the Josephians.
I think the positive approach of the Trinity batters have really affected the confidence of the Josephians. They know that they need to try and capitalize in these early exchanges. And look how easy Pawan Patiraja finds the gap in the field and rotates the strike, and he becomes a real menace, isn't he? Because the moment Vibhavita plays and goes for bigger shots, there is a risk involved and there is a chance that you could try and get a breakthrough. But Patiraj, on the other hand, tends to be very, very careful and accumulates the runs. That's the end of the 38, 21-26 for 2.
Lairu Amarasekara will continue, stressing more about the point Sudarshan I brought on earlier, why the left arm spinner has not been introduced to the attack. Yes, there's a tendency and a norm in cricket that oh, that's a beautiful delivery. There's a tendency and a norm in cricket that the spinners who are turning away from the body can bring you wickets, but bowlers who can turn the ball into you can also bring you wickets if he's a good bowler.
Then again bringing out the sweep, mitigating any risk that may come down. And like you mentioned, Amit, also the fact that these two batsmen have settled into the two spinners, you can bring in that change, and that change might bring you that wicket. The partnership now at 35 runs of 64 deliveries.
Yes, and if the left arm spinner comes on to the attack. Sudarshana, he can bring in both the edges of the bat into play. India cruising in Mohali with a good scoring rate, 150 for 2. For all those who are watching this match live on the papare.com, we are bringing you all these live score updates from the first test. Couple of Josephians and Trinitians playing in that game too.
Yes, not only the international match updates, we will bring you momentarily updates from the other schools' games that are currently happening as well. St. Peter's playing St. Benedict's in their traditional encounter. Yes, Vibhav negotiates another delivery from Lahiru. The earlier partnership between Viduka and Vibhavit amounted to 83 runs, with Vibhav being the bigger contributor. 61 runs came off his bat in just 85 deliveries. That's the end of the 39th, 21-29 for 2.
Shenuk Selasinghe has bowled 10 overs, just picked up 1 wicket. St. Joseph's badly need a wicket here, but these two are rotating the strike pretty well. Josephians not having good body language in the field as well. Sudarshana, they're waiting until something happens, but in cricket, in this phase of play, you need to make something happen.
Absolutely spot on, Damit. And I think the ease of which Pawan Patiraja rotates his strike is really getting to the Josephians. And he can become a real menace. Look at his numbers there, 20 runs off 30 balls, but he hasn't played a rash stroke still.
Yes, Sudarshan, and for a fielding team, when you're rotating the strike is the biggest headache than scoring big strokes. When you're rotating the strike, puts off all the momentum which you gained. That's what they are doing exactly here. That's why I still believe it's high time that Yenula Devtusa gets an opportunity to bowl the left arm spinner.
Luckily for the Josephians, both the batsmen are well straight down the ground. Almost took umpire's hat with it. Vibhavit adds another boundary to his tally. Luckily for the Josephians, both the batsmen are left-handers. If it was a right-hand, left-hand combination, that would have frustrated them even more. Take a look at that. Almost took the umpire's hats.
The bowler wasn't expecting that return catch that time. This is very good batting. He's on 83. 40 overs completed. Trinity 136 for 2. We've spoken a lot about these two teams playing their big matches. Sudarshana, Trinity. I'm sure that will be an interesting game this time, taking on St. Anthony's in the month of June. I hope there won't be much rain this time in Asgiria.
That I think is the biggest plus, because I've been a strong supporter of moving that game to 3 days, since it's been over a century since the game commenced, and the past 15 to 20 years, don't think there's a single big match we didn't lose at least a session to rain. The Hill Country Battle of the Blues, but this time around, like you said, it's will be played in June, and both games will be played in Asgiria, as the Antonians have accepted the request of the Trinity authorities to have it in Asgiria to align with the 150 T150 celebrations. I mean, it's one of those grounds, Asgiria cricket grounds, that you grew up as a kid watching international cricket, but unfortunately it's not an international cricket anymore. And many of the visiting fans used to love the grounds. Oh, that's completely fooled by that delivery above it. Lucky wasn't
Probably the height saved Vibhavit there that time. He's a tall lad, Lairo Amarasekara. He naturally generates a lot of bounce.
Feature of Vibhavit's batting has been almost after every single delivery he walks towards square leg. Maybe to clear his mind, get his concentration back.
Yes, it's very important to switch on and switch off while batting, Sudarshana, especially in two-day cricket with these youngsters. Whatever said and done, these are all 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 17-year-olds. And those lads from Trinity, they are doing a very good job here. 41 overs completed, 138 for 2.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Damai, we spoke about turning on and turning off. What were your rituals while batting? What did you used to do?
I was just telling myself, watch the ball every time. Yes, but it's good to switch on and switch off. And I always like to be in the non-striker's end. Here's the change of bowling, which we were hoping that Sadish Jayawardena would do. Yenula Devtusa, he's been asked to come from the swimming pool end. Usually a bowler would come much earlier than this, but after 41 overs, Captain Jayawardena has opted for his left arm spinner.
Now this will present a fresh challenge for the two Trinity batters. Yanula Devtusa, left arm orthodox. They've gotten used to the right arm office, so they will have to keep in mind and try and watch the ball a little more closely and its travelling lines and length.
You spoke about how I told you about Dunit Bellalage when he was a 15-year-old playing his first big match. Watch out for this young lad, Yanula Deotusa. He too can play another 4 years for St. Joseph's College.
Where do you find these youngsters? They turn out for first 11 so very young, and the confidence that's given to them really paying off in the latter part of the years. We saw Dunit Bellalage when he came into that big match, had a match-saving knock, and we see now him performing in the national stage as well. So kudos to the administration and the coaches of St. Joseph's.
Yes, Deotusa played the big match last year as well. Change of bowling might work in favor of the Josephians. They need to break this partnership. They've added 47 runs.
Yes, I think the most troubling fact for the Josephians has been the fact and the fashion in which these 47 runs have been added. They haven't been troubled at all. They've been in their own pace, the two Trinity batters, Patiraj and Vibhavit. Yet again, coolly changing sides for a single. Vibhavit now at 87 for 138 deliveries. Patiraj on 22 of 32. Funnily enough, Vibhavit is the more aggressive batsman out of the two. It really does show, doesn't it, Damit, how good Patiraj is in rotating the strike.
Yes, he'll do that all day. Another easy single to end the 42nd. Trinity 142 for the loss of 2 wickets.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවි ආදරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Lahiru Amarasekar to continue from the pavilion end. Well, yet another single off the bat of Patiraj. 20 rise up to 143.
Sudarshan, I can tell you one thing, if they cannot restrict the Trinitians from getting these easy singles, they'll be easily looking at a score about 250. Without a doubt. They need to be more watchful, the fielders in the inner circle.
Yes, absolutely, Damit, and a score of 250. Oh, Vibhavit likes to live by the sword. And like you mentioned, the score of 250 in the first innings is always challenging, isn't it? Take a look at this. Decided on that shot. Didn't mind the risk. It's been that kind of a batter, Vibhavit. The Josephians are running through their overs. Opportunity and taken. The wicket that they've been yearning for, and Vibhavit misses out on a well-deserved 100. But kudos to Lahiru Amarasekara after toiling so very hard. He's gotten a wicket for himself.
Yes, he's been playing that stroke since the start of his innings, but this time he found Mudita Lakshan there into a brilliant knock from Vibhavit. I thought he deserved 100, but that's the end of him. Lahiru Amarasekara strikes, breaks the all-important partnership. Trinity now 143 for 3.
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
New batsman, he's also a left-hander, Rahul Amarasinghe. Trinity batting lineup filled with left-handers. They do miss the services of a right-hander in Ranudha Somaratna. Rahul Amarasinghe, another accomplished player at the first 11 scene. Here's that dismissal of Vibhavit Thalepola. Poor execution of the shot. He has been playing that stroke, Sudarshana, so it's not about the selection of strokes but the execution that time. Fell into the trap of the Josephians. They needed that wicket badly.
Yes, he'll be kicking himself. Vibhavit came ever so close to a ton here at the Dali Road, which is something he would have really liked to have under his belt. Rahul Amarasinghe now. Leaves that one, and that's the end of the 44th. 143 for 3.
Trinity College 143 for 3 after 43 overs. Previous over, Lahiru Amarasekara got the wicket of Vibhavit. Got 87. They put on a 50-run partnership for the third wicket. So it's Yenula Devtusa to continue from the swimming pool end. He was called into ball pretty late in the innings after 40 overs were gone.
Just about. Before we get into this commentary box, the guy was just setting everything on a blaze here at Dali Roads. Just got out. Vibhavit Thalepola. What a knock that was. Brilliant, 141 deliveries, 87, 2 sixes and 10 boundaries in that, and 10 elegant boundaries, I should say, Polly.
Yes, Megan, definitely played some very good shots, especially towards mid-on and mid-wicket area. got a lot of runs in that area. Well, Trinity put Trinity in a very commanding situation. They have 144 for 3. Won the toss and decided to bat first.
What the youngster has done is Vibhavit. He helped Pravan Patiraja get settled easily without having to put himself under pressure, because he was striking so well. Everyone was focused on Vibhavit, so it just gave Pawan the time for him to settle. But right now, Pawan is settled. Rahul Amarasinghe, he can take his time too. And that's what a good knock can do, Polly.
Yes, they put on 50-run partnership between them. That is a very vital partnership for Trinity. After the second wicket had put on 83, it's Vibhavit and Viduka. And then Pawan Patiraja came into bat. He took over from there. Now it's a turn of Rahul Amarasinghe. So that's the end of over number 44. Trinity 144 for 3.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
You see the live update of St. Peter's versus St. Benedict's. St. Peter's 190 for 3 after 45 overs. This match is played at Kotena, St. Benedict's College grounds. So with Lahir Amrasekara continuing from the pavilion end. His ball 15 overs, 1 for 41 is bowling figures.
He's picked up the prize wicket, the dangerous Vibhavit Ellapolo.
It's I think definitely Megan, he bowled very well, kept tight, good line and length.
Yeah, that was a good tussle between bat and ball, again between Lairu and Vibhavit, because he was bowling in good lines and he was following it up with good stroke play. He put off anything, even with the slightest room of error, and whenever he got a good ball, he made sure he fended it right. So what credits that I should give Lairu is that he stuck to it still, and until Vibhavit lost his concentration and went for the rash stroke, but he kept doing the right thing. So I think that's the credit that should go for Lairu Amarasekara.
This Lairu Amarasekara has been trying hard. 15 overs bowl. Bowling is 16th. So that's outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over 45. Trinity College 144 for 3. Yenula Devtusa once again from the swimming pool end. Pawan Patiraja batted 43 deliveries for his 25. Rahul Amarasinghe, the batsman, just came in, still to open his account.
But the left hand is striking the ball well. He's getting the need of the bat. He's driving the ball with full face of it. So those are good signs for him to settle down.
The time he came down the wicket, tried to hit it over the top but didn't get hold of it. Driven firmly to mid-off. Well, now Trinity College must be wanting to get a few quick runs. 144 for 3 after 45 overs. They're well set for it. Pawan Pathiraja has batted 40 deliveries. He's on 25.
Well, I think Trinity must have been a little late for the party, bringing in Yanula Devtusa this late. Because Devtusa and Lairua, they have strike bowlers. And I wonder why was it that they kept on bowling the other bowlers and not bringing Yanula Devtusa till this point. Because, well, yeah, what they say is a left-hander against the right-hander and a right-arm offie against the left-hander. That's what the saying is, but that cannot be at this level of cricket, Polly, because you have to be able to bowl both right and left-handers. End of 46 overs, 144 for 3.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Yes, Megan, talking about the Tusa, I 100% agree with you. I thought he could have been brought before lunch, at least half an hour before lunch. Okay, I do agree that left-handers were batting and bowled the two right-arm off spinners, taking it away from the batsman, no doubt about it. But still then, as you say, Devtusa, being a good left-arm spinner, would have been able to make an impact if he'd given the ball a newer ball with his left-arm deliveries. Well, yeah, in this level of cricket, you should be able to bowl to any batsman.
Yeah, you should have wicket-taking options against both right and left-handers. And I think that's where it's a really amateurish mistake. I mean, that's where they go wrong. Trying to just be orthodox. Quite a few left-handers in this lineup, huh?
Well, this is the fifth left-hander. Rahul Namra Singh is the fifth left-hander. All five batters have been left-handers.
The skipper will be also. Akram Muttalib is also a left-hander. Well, I'm told Supan Waduge is also a left-hander, which means top 7 are all left-handers.
So you have to keep then, if you go the orthodox way, then Devtusa will not be able to bowl. Sorry? If you go the orthodox way, then Devtusa will not be able to bowl.
He'll only be able to bowl to that latter 4, number 8, 9, 10 and 11. End of 47 overs, 144 for 3. Devtusa will continue. Very young leg spinner. Just the 15 years of age. Well done. Good hit. What a way to get off mark for Rahul.
Came down the wicket, hit it over the top. There you see coming down the wicket and hitting it nicely. Got onto the pitch of the ball and played it very well over the mid-on fielder for 4.
He didn't even bother running. He knew right away. This is good batting. I should say Trinity looks a good batting side this year.
148 for 3.
Except that they hope that they don't get a very exceptionally good off spinner in their opponent.
It's a perfect batting wicket too, Megan. I think should not take the credit of the two Josephine spinners. They did bowl well, but Vibhavit and Viduka really got on top of them. Played very good cricket. Very valuable 93 runs. 83 runs for the second wicket. And then Pawan Patiraja with Vibhavit has put on 50 runs to the third wicket. So the Trinity batters have done very well.
This is good batting. This is good cricket.
You see that delivery, nicely played.
Just closing the face of the bat at the right moment to get a single.
So that's the end of over number 48. Trinity College 149 for 3.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
So it's Lion Ramarasekaran to continue from the pavilion end. St. Joseph's College have bowled 48 overs up to now. They've maintained a very good rate, and on the other hand Trinity too have batted very well, having a run rate of 3.08, getting 149 runs.
Well, this is a good mix up, very good mix up from Lahiro Amarasekara. He bowled one quick, then he bowled one looped, and he angled one in, and then looped one really high, inviting the batter. This is a good mix-up.
He's definitely using his head, varying the deliveries well. Bowled a long spell of 17 over 17.4. This is his 18th over. A lot of bowling done by him. Shankar Singh, the other off spinner, bowled 11 overs at 1 for 44. So that's the end of over number 49. Trinity College 149 for 3.
These are the wickets that fell since the start of this game, and that I think is the costliest. The last one, Vibhavit He's just been the highlight of the day so far. There was a small meeting at the center. The Josephians gathered around, had a quick chat.
Discuss their tactics a bit. Hopefully they can get a breakthrough.
They need a breakthrough. It's funny how Pawan Pathiraja still can get bat on ball from his really unorthodox style of batting. But it is also impressive. Look at how he picked the previous delivery. Maybe if we can get a replay of it.
It's nicely driven this time between extra cover and mid-off. That's gone into the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot by Pawan Pathiraja.
This is what I'm talking about. When he can conventionally drive the ball along the ground, piercing extra cover mid-off like this, in this fashion.
Very safe.
There you go.
Well behind the ball. Very nicely played between extra cover and mid-off.
Yeah, when he can do that and also play a tickle like what he did in the previous delivery, it's funny. But that's the kind of cricketer he is, Pawan Pathiraja. Very unconventional. Likes to stay busy at the center. Has a vast array of scoring options. There you see, right at the back foot. But you know what he is doing right? His thinking is right. He knows this surface is slow, so doesn't want to prod at it. He stays back foot, deep into the crease, and just for the dead bat at it. Because the minute he tries prodding at it in the front foot, the leg slip comes into play, rather leg gully right now. So that comes into play. So he doesn't want that. Goes rather deep in the back foot and offers a dead bat. This is good batting.
At one wide down the leg side by Tedwara. Yenula Devtusa is the bowler.
He's targeting that pads too. He wants that inside edge.
It's again nicely driven but firmly driven this time straight to extra cover.
If the Josephians are going for this wicket, they have to do more than this. Maybe a little bit of a change up in the plan. Because these two batters, I think, was rarely tested against pace.
So it's 50 overs gone. Trinity College 156 for 3. So 156 for 3 Trinity College after winning the toss and deciding to bat. At the same time, a test match played in India. India 176 for 3. Last wicket to fall was Virat Kohli, who's playing in his 100th test match. Was out for 45. Playing his 100th test match, Virat Kohli, Megan.
I think that alone is an achievement. Playing 100 test matches for a team, for a country.
I think 4 Sri Lankans have achieved that.
You know, that tells a story about that cricketer, how consistent he is as a cricketer. And consistency does not just come by itself. What's behind it is work. And I think all these boys would aim that, you know, if you can aim to play 100 test matches, that means you're going to be a successful cricketer. You're going to score a lot of runs. You just can't play 100 test matches. These are lessons for all the boys watching, all the boys playing, whoever takes up the sport.
Yeah, for Sri Lankans, the two Sri Lankan bowlers, Chaminda Was and Muthaiya Muralidharan, have played 100 test matches. That's a great achievement, isn't it?
Being a bowler, yes, totally. Being a bowler, it's a great achievement. Let's put Muralidharan aside. He was out of the books in all possible ways. But Chaminda Was, you know, being the kind of fast bowler he is, managing himself, and coming from St. Joseph's College.
Yeah, of course. 51 overs gone. We'll come back to it later. 157 for 3.
We're going back to our topic, Polly. The 4 cricketers to have played over 100 test matches in Sri Lanka is Muthaiya Muralidharan, Kumar Sangakkara, Chaminda Was and Mahela Jayawardene.
So that's the thing.
There's a Trinitian.
There's a Trinitian and a Josephian.
And a Josephian in that list. I think enough and more inspiration for the boys to look up for.
So there is a bowling change taking place. From the swimming pool, and Shanuk Sarasingha has been brought in. He bowled 11 overs earlier, 44 for 1.
Got a wicket for his merit. Look at how dead that bat is. He's barely holding it.
Sarasingha got the wicket of Viduka Dhamage for 25. Josephians might be really needing a wicket from him again.
7 fielders in that offside. 7 in that offside. Well, if either one of these batsmen are going to pierce that offside field, I'm going to give real credits to them.
Well, that's why 2 left-handers both looking for the sweep shot. The offside is packed with 7 fielders. Pawan Pathiraja in particular, I've seen him playing some beautiful sweep shots. Rahul Amrasinghe the other, who is on strike now. So that's the end of over number 52. It's 158 for 3.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට් මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහල
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
නොනවතින කතාවත් තේමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආතරෙත් තේමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
බැංකුවැඩට කාලනොකා ආදරයට කාලෙ දෙන්න. තාමත් තේරුණේ නැද්ද? එහෙනම් දැන්ම ජීනී මුදල් ඇප් එක දාගන්න. මුදල් වලින් වැඩ ගන්න ගොඩක් ක්‍රම සහ විදි තියෙන අලුත්ම ලෝකෙකට පිවිසෙන්න. ජීනී, get it to get it.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back, and we are live from St. Joseph's College grounds here at Darley Roads. St. Joseph's College taking on Trinity College in the 110th traditional Josephian Trinityan encounter. Trinity College taking first lease of the wicket. 158 for 3 with Pawan Patiraja and Rahal Amarasinghe on strike. Pawan Patiraja starting on post the drinks break with an easy single, also assisted by a fumble. Lairu Amarasekara continuing from the pavilion end for St. Joseph's. Hi Sudarshana.
Good afternoon, Adil, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Yes, the Trinitians will be the happier of the two teams, 159 for 3 after winning the toss and now opting to bat first. They put on a decent total, and with Patiraja, an experienced campaigner in the middle, but I think it's only right that we chat about Vibhavitha Hellepole and his contribution. Adil was an entertaining innings, 4 boundaries and 2 maximums from Hellepole. Really troubled the Josephians, but now it's the Patiraja show in town, as he loves to accumulate and rotate the strike, which is menacing for any bowling unit. But the Trinitians will be quite happy at the fact that they've managed to pass the 150 mark and end the day's play. If they can go beyond 250, that will be a massive plus, but 250, I think they'll be very happy.
Definitely, Sudarshana. And to talk more about Trinity's this effort with the batting, let's come back to that in the next over. That's the end of over number 53, Trinity 159 for 3. Shenuk Singh, the other off spinner from St. Joseph's College, will continue. This has been the main tactic from St. Joseph's. Trinity College batting left-handers, all top 5. So St. Joseph's trying to attack them with their off spinners. Yenula not being used a lot, their strike spinner who's a left armer. And we were talking about how good this batting performance has been from Trinity College. And we should say their highest scorer, Vibhavit Alepola, usually bats at number 6. He used to bat at number 6 in their previous 2 traditional games. And Ranudha Somaratna, the Sri Lanka 19 cap, used to bat at 3. Ranudha Somaratna not being available for this game because he's with the National Super League squads. Alepola was given a promotion to bat at 3. Patiraj kept his place at 4. Skipper Akram Muttalib demoted himself 1 place to try another left-hander, Rahul Amarasinghe. Look what they've taken out of it, Sudarshana. I'm sure you are very happy as a former Trinitian.
Extremely happy, and that kind of does answer the question. Oh well, Adil Siddiq strikes again. Just as he was raving about how good the Trinity batting was, Rahul Amarasinghe goes for a rash stroke and throws away his wicket. And for some of the viewers who wouldn't know, Adil Siddiq has a way of jinxing good batting players. So if you want somebody to get out, you get him to tweet. or in this case, talk big about the Trinity's batting performance. That's
to my defense, Rahul Amarasinghe was the only batsman who didn't quite click well. So he goes for just 5 off 35 balls. Trinity College lose their 4th wicket for 160.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවි ආතරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
So in comes the Trinitian skipper, Akram Muttalib. Not a very daunting situation for him to come into bat. 160 for 4. They've put a good score on the total for the middle order batsman. Akram Muttalib is the only centurion for Trinity College in this season so far. Scored 150 against Prince of Wales at Asgiria. He'll be facing Shenuk, who just picked his 2nd wicket. Rahul Amarasinghe throwing his wicket away at that occasion. Flighter delivery, dancing down and trying to clear the packed offside field, only to find the edge flying, and easy catch for the point fielder. Yenula. He hasn't been able to bowl a lot in this game because all the batsmen have been left-handers. Finally, he gets to contribute with a catch, and an easy one.
We'll need to find out where Trinitians form these left hand is up in Kandy. We'll come back to that. That's the end of the 54th. 160 for 4.
Lairu Amarasekara will continue. They'll be targeting the Trinitian skipper, the new batsman, Patiraj, a comparatively more set batsman, but that was not a shot that he's supposed to play. Too wide outside the off stump, just trying to fetch it. Talking about Patiraj, even though he's coming after a successful tenure with the Sri Lanka under 19, towards the end he was failing, and he was even dropped from the playing 11. So he's desperate for runs. He hasn't even scored a half century yet in this season for his college.
Yes, Adil. Patiraja was a standout contributor for the under-19s in the previous tours. That was against England and also Bangladesh. But at the Asia Cup, I think Patiraja couldn't reclaim his form and was subsequently dropped at the under-19 World Cup. So he will definitely be hungry. He will want to make a statement. He'll be hungry to try and put up a good knock here, put up a decent score, help Trinity to get to a respectable score in this first innings, which in return they will be able to try and dominate the Josephians. I think this session is going to be very, very important up until tea. If they can maybe get on to 200 before tea, I think Trinitians will put their foot to the pedal and try and accelerate soon after tea, and maybe try about maybe 6-7 overs at the Josephians, who have been toiling really hard here in the grounds.
Trinity will be very happy to do that towards the end. They've got the Express Matisha Patiran as well. So that ends over number 55. Trinity 161 for 4. Shenuk Serasinghe will continue from the swimming pool end for St. Joseph's. Pawan Patiraja in his own cheeky style, finding another couple of runs for him. And as we were speaking, Patiraja is definitely hungry for runs. He hasn't had a good knock since the English tour, where he was successful for Sri Lanka under-19. He has gone through a drought of runs since then. We know how good the batsman is, what he can do. I think he has the ideal partner in the non-striker's end to keep him going. Brilliant effort of fielding from the Josephian in the deep. Avinda Dialvis with the fielding effort definitely saved a boundary there. Struck well by Patiraja. Played 109, St. Joseph's 36 and Trinity 14. Sudarshana, you all have a lot to catch up.
Well, there is no shame because Josephians are the only team in schools cricket who have a positive record against every other cricket playing school in the country. So there is a clear dominance there, Adil. And I think Trinitians will try to focus and catch up, yes. But you can't look over the fact that the Josephians have been really dominant in the cricketing front. On the contrary, if you look at the head-to-head against St. Joseph's in the oval-shaped ball game, I think Trinity will be very happy to crow about it. That's the end of the 56th. Trinity 165 for 4.
So Mutalib will be facing Lairu Amarasinghe, a bowler. After I think 1.5 overs, he was in the non-strikers end for a long time. I don't think he will mind it, because he was just in. He will need his time to settle in, just get used to the heat of the middle.
Well, absolutely. I think he'll fancy the chance of trying to take a look at how the ball behaves on this surface as well from the non-strikers, and that's possibly the best place you can try and get a feel for how the ball is behaving. Mutalib is a dependable bat as well. I remember last year did not offer a shot, but that was outside the line of the stumps. Remember last year at Bambalapitiya, when Trinity was collapsing of some tremendous bowling by Danal Hemananda, Mutalib was one man who stood his ground alongside Trinity skipper Ananda Kumar and saved face for Trinity. Here he has a easier task. All he got to do is keep his calm, play his shots, make sure Trinity continue the momentum. One thing Trinity cannot do is to bog down, and if you can put Pawan Patiraja on strike, that will not happen, because he loves to accumulate and loves to rotate the strike.
And we can guarantee you will see a lot of sweeps. Anything to do with Trinity and sweeps? Dick Waller is a good sweeper. Sangha used to play all the shots so well. We see Pawan Patiraja. Even Ranutha Somaratna used to play the sweeps so well when playing for Sri Lanka under 19.
Well, in the recent years, I think credit needs to be given to the Trinity coach, Kavinda Jayasuriya. Straight out of playing for first 11 after a couple of years, he was understudy to Sampath Pereira, who was then the head coach of Trinity College, and took on a massive responsibility. And he's come out with flying colours, because over the past couple of years we've seen some very, very competitive Trinity teams, but the Josephians have been the Waterloo. We'll come back to that. End of the 57th, 166 for 4. Like we said, like we spoke earlier, I think the Josephians have really been the arch nemesis for Trinity when it comes to the schools tournament. Lost to them in the semis, lost to them in the quarters, lost to them in the finals as well. So that's a bone they'd like to pick. The last decision of this series came in 2015 under Ravin Sayer, Adil. So the trophies, I think the honours are still with Trinity. They've managed to get the last result out of the two. And here's Mutalib making his intentions clear. I think that's in the pool.
He stayed enough, Sudarshana. He stayed enough. He's ready to take on the Josephian bowlers now. That was a shot from a man who should have been batting for a long time. He's only faced 7 balls.
Absolutely. I think as a skipper, he must be delighted. Take a look at that. Steps out, goes to the pitch of the ball, and Amarasinghe likes to fly the ball, and that time Mutalib picked it straight away. And this creates a massive problem for Sajesh Jayawardene, because the new batsman who came in is dominating the spinners. Shanuk Serasinghe is the bowler, not Amarasinghe, beg your pardon. Shanuk has been quite successful, 2 for 56 of 14.2 overs.
He has been the only bowler giving the ball some air, but Mutalib seems to be liking it, and he picks his second 6 of the same over Shanuk Serasinghe. What I like the most about Mutalib's both shots is the balance, Sudarshana. Just gets into position so quickly, and he is so stable, and he just plays through the line.
Well, take a look at this of what Adil said. 2 steps already there, pitches the ball, beautifully strikes it, and it's a maximum, second maximum of the over. And this really does affect the confidence of the bowler. He'll think twice before flighting the ball. He'll try to send it too fast, and that will play into the hands of Mutalib. Good batting. Very good batting. He didn't want to charge that one. He knew that it'll come to him quicker. Patiraja on the non-striker's end with a massive grin on his face, because all he wants is aggressor on the other side, because he'll very happily be the accumulator. Half-hearted appeal from the bowler, although the men behind the stumps were quite interested.
That was quite close and a bit loose from Akram Mutalib after hitting such good shots. That was a bit loose. Maybe he didn't get to the pitch of the ball.
Did not have to play at it at all, Adil.
Anyway, Shenuk almost had the last say, but Mutalib wins the battle for now. End of over number 58, Trinity 178 for 4.
Bringing you school cricket from March to June. This one's going to be an extended season of bringing you the action, and who else than Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, www.thepapare.com, who is bringing you schools cricket to your fingertips, as we've always done. Normally this would have been a crazy week for everybody at thepapare.com, getting ready for some big matches next week. We would have already shown 2 big matches. Today would have been, most probably would have been Aidan and the Nalando, Isipatana Thurston.
And the next weekend would have been the Royal Thomian.
Oh, absolutely. Followed by the Joe Pete. But this year round, there is a little more time for that. That will happen in the latter part of May and June, if I'm not wrong.
The Royal Thomian is scheduled for July, I guess. And when the Trinity and the big match, I think it is scheduled for June. So yes, as you said, an extended season, and that also results in a year full of cricket for these youngsters. So most of them played under 17. So right after under 17, they're playing this under 19. Some of them even play for their clubs in the under 23 tournament. So a lot of cricket, and cricket all over the year.
It's a brilliant opportunity for these youngsters, isn't it? Especially given the fact that this is the breeding ground. This is the nursery of cricketing talent in the country. And if we do water it, give it the nutrition that they deserve, that those results will show in the international arena with the young crop coming in. We've already seen that, especially with Sri Lanka cricket supporting the under-19s. They were put up in a brilliant setup before the World Cup, and yes, we wouldn't have gotten the result we wanted at the World Cup, but the big games they played, they did really put up a fight, and they impressed one and all. And some of those players are already in the setup of the seniors. I think again in the gap.
And what impresses me more about the recent under-19 World Cup performance is that that team wasn't made from the traditional under-19 tournaments or the seasons. There was no cricket season that year. Players were scouted from school to school, district to district, province to province, and the cream of that generation were picked. And boy, what a performance did they put up. beat Bangladesh, the reigning champions, 5-0, beat England, almost won the Asia Cup, and they just missed the World Cup by a whisker, losing to Afghanistan in the quarter-final.
Absolutely, I think difficult memories to think, painful memories to think back on it, but kudos to Sri Lanka. Again, like I said, they were scouted through provincial squads that were established, and then putting up the national squad, the wider national squad, narrowing it down to the touring squad, of which some of the players are already in the mix, like we mentioned. Here's what happened. Previous delivery again, a little too tentative. Well, Mudita being brought into the attack again. He was impressive in his early exchanges. 59 completed, 179 for 4.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Second session of the 110th St. Joseph's Trinity encounter here at the Dali Road. The Indian Willows on the side of the road, blocking the Dali Road traffic from the view of the ground. I think most of the vehicle owners will be quite thankful for those for that tree line. Otherwise, many vehicles would have been damaged. Here's Patiraja, beautifully played shot, and the ease of which he gets the runs is what's very attractive about this youngster.
Lairu Amarasekara has been brought back, replacing Shenuk, who was hit for 2 sixes in the previous over. I think that was expected, wasn't it, Sudarshana? In the meantime, Pawan Patiraja tries a dig scoop and gets easy 3 runs.
A little bit of cheekiness from Patiraja, and credit to him, he managed to execute it well.
I think that comes from the
Mutalib.
school. I mean, that shot, the dig scoop, not the dill scoop. That is Mutalib, not Pawan Patiraja. A good feeling effort by the Josephian fielder, running all the way to the boundary.
The time around decided to chase it and then decided against it, Mutalib. I believe now it's Patiraja in, yep, that's Patiraja in on strike. Well,
Patiraja tried to beat the bowler there, hitting down the ground. I think he didn't have sufficient balance to give good power to that ball. Was not placed well for such a shot, and it was too wide as well, and doesn't have those long levers that requires for such a shot. Short build batsman. That spun.
That really did, Adil, and it'll be very interesting to see when Trinity decides to put their foot to the pedal. Trinity 182 for 4.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආතරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් my dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Relatively a good second session for Sri Lanka in Mohali. Mudita Lakshan, yes, 2 slips in place for him. Trying to break this partnership. Roscoe, what do you make of Mudita Lakshan? Doesn't have much pace, but keeps it simple.
Yes, someone who can do a job for his captain. He's been very economical, 16 runs conceded into his 7th over as well. As we see the score from the Sri Lanka versus India first test. India 199 for 4 in 53 overs at T on day 1. Identical scores here as well as we approach T. Trinity 183 for 4 in the 61st over. Papare has looked in control throughout his innings, unbeaten on 43 of 86 balls now. And Muttalib has started well, hit a couple of nice sixers to get his innings going.
These two have added 23 runs of 40 deliveries. They'll want to bat till T. That's really good bowling from Mudita Lakshan, inviting the Trinity captain to go for that expansive drive there.
Yes, great lengths as well from Lakshan. He's been much better in his second spell. Has used the old ball better than the new ball. As we see some second 11 Josephian cricketers preparing to make their trip to Kandy for the second 11 game.
It's very impressive over here from Mudita Lakshan. If St. Joseph's College can sneak in a wicket or two before tea, that will do a world of good for the Josephians.
Partnership 23 runs of 43 balls. He's getting some movement away from the left-hander. It's always a handful when you can angle the ball back into the left hand and move it away off the pitch. What a delivery and what an over from Mudita Lakshan. Kept the skipper guessing throughout the over. Score remains on 183 for 4. Trinity going at 3 runs per an over exactly at the moment. 183 for 4 as Amarasekara continues from the swimming pool end.
This is a much better field set up by Sadish Jayawardena. Here are the coaching department led by Dilan Ramanayaka, the head coach of St. Joseph's College, former Josephian.
Patiraja has been very busy. He's hit only 3 fours in his innings. 44 runs of 89 balls. Plenty of singles and twos as well. He's manipulated the field very well.
Was there an opportunity? The fielders think so. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. Yes, no signal means it came off the bat. Akram Mutalib there, the captain, trying to sweep it away. But chance gone down begging for St. Joseph's.
Unlucky for Kapuru Bandar. He looked to anticipate that shot, the paddle, but the batsman getting a leading edge and it went to his left. But nevertheless, definitely chance for St. Joseph's.
.62 completed, 186 for 4. Mudita Lakshan will continue. This time he'll be bowling to Pawan Patiraja. I thought his previous over would have been the best over by Josephian today. He's keeping it simple, he's keeping it tight. Frustrating the two left-handers. Doing a pretty good job, Mudita Lakshan. Playing his first season for St. Joseph's College. Plenty of freshers for the Josephians this time, Roscoe. They don't have the services of Dunit Pellalage and Shevon Daniel for this game, and the injured Deshan Senviratne.
Yes, the Josephians had 10 freshers in the big match as well, which was held a couple of months back. And yes, plenty of new faces in this unit as well. Mudita Lakshan has been very impressive in this second spell especially. Bowled a stunning over against Mutalib the previous over. And now he's up against Patiraja. Oversteps on that occasion, and he's held on to his leg as well. With the Lakshan, maybe a bit of cramp. on his calf.
He does change the pace, varying his pace and length. Is probably could be a calf cramp for Mudita Lakshan.
It's been a hot and humid day in Colombo. Not easy work for the medium pacers. I think a couple of overs back, one of the umpires was struggling with cramps as well.
This was Vibha with Ahalepola. Brilliant 87 of 141 deliveries. His knock had 10 fours and 2 sixes. He was taking on Shenuk Serasinghe with that lofted drive. He fell in the same way, but he took on the spinners quite well. He was positive throughout his innings, but couldn't execute his last stroke. Played most of his strokes in the V. So far the highest run scorer for Trinity, while Mudita Lakshan is tying up his laces. Here's the Papare team bring you all these live coverages of this 110th St. Joseph's versus Trinity cricket encounter from Dali Road.
Yes, Mudita Lakshan seems okay to continue back on his feet. He's done a decent job in this spell for his skipper. Kept things tight. Been very close to getting that outside edge of the left-handers. It's going to be tough for him. Looking at that follow through after his ball, still seems to be struggling with that cramp. .188 for 4. Probably a couple of overs to go. Maybe more than a couple actually. 15 minutes to go for tea. Nicely bowled, trying to get through this over is Mudita Lakshan. His partnerships are worth 28 of 55 balls. Once again, that movement away from the left-hander off the pitch. He's known for his canny variations and cutters that look like an off-cutter.
Yeah, when the keeper is up, it's very hard to judge the pace and the bounce. Cannot even walk towards the ball. He manages to complete his over. Mudita Lakshan, 63 completed now from St. Joseph's. Trinity 188 for 4.
been a very long spell for Lahiru Amarasekara into his 25th over of the day. He's been very tidy with his work, 52 for 1. He's bowled 109 dot balls as well. Confusion in the middle, but a slight misfield from the fielder. Moved well to the ball, but didn't pick it up cleanly.
The field there, Rishma Amarasinghe, another fresher. This time Pathiraja works it towards the leg side. Roscoe Yenula Devutusa, the left arm spinner, bowled only 5 overs. Yes, all these 6 batters who have come out are left-handers. Do you agree with the fact that Yenula Devutusa could have been underused?
Yeah, probably a bit, especially in that first session. He could have had a couple of overs early on. He didn't bowl too badly when he did post-lunch. But yes, definitely could have done a bit more bowling. Could have shared the bowling with Lahiru Amarasekara a bit more. Completes another over. It's 189 for 4.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Mudita Lakshan will continue. If you are just joining in, this is the 110th Josephian Trinity cricket encounter. Loud appeal from Lakshan. He's troubling these two left-handers with the off-cutters. Trinity won the toss and elected to bat their 189 for 4. Sri Lanka under-19 player Pawan Pathiraja finding it hard to put Mudita Lakshan away.
Mudita Lakshan seems like a seamer who bowls in English county cricket, who bowls without a fine leg and bowls those dibbly-dobbly swingers both ways. He's bowling with a 7-2 offside field at the moment.
Yeah, not easy to bat against these dibbly-dobbly bowlers, Roscoe. You need to manufacture a shot, take a risk, which is not the time to do so.
Pawan Pathiraja closing in on that half century. He slowed down quite remarkably. He's on 46 now of 99 balls. Still about 8 minutes to go for that tea interval. Pathiraja seems like he's already playing for tea. It's good from Mudita Lakshan, just playing with the patience of Pathiraja. Yes, as expected, the pitch hasn't really aided the bowlers much. It's been a batting paradise, I can say, here at Dali Road today. Bowlers have found it very tough going. Finally, a run of Mudita Lakshan to complete over number 65. It's 190 for 4.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown Kandy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
St. Joseph's College last won this encounter 12 years ago up in Askiria. Roscoe, you were part of that team. Just talk us through about that game. Had plenty of key players for St. Joseph's College, the likes of Dinal Dambarage, the captain. You were a part of it. Chaturanga Kumara, Supeshwara Jayatilaka. Cross-batted, whacked away from Pathiraja, and he gets to his half century. Second half century for Trinity College in this game. Sri Lanka under-19 representative. All the players standing and applauding the efforts of Pathiraja.
Nice innings from the experienced Pathiraja. He's hit 4 fours in this knock, and this is how we got there, with provided by Amarasekara and accepted gleefully by Pathiraja. Yes, going back to that game in Askiria, I think Trinity were bowled out for a low score, batting first, and then St. Joseph's, we managed to post somewhere around 300, and we actually went on to win that game by innings, which is one of the memorable wins that season.
Trinity definitely in the driver's seat. 195 for 4. Yeah, but more than the game in 2010, Roscoe. The game in 2011 when Trinity came to Dali Road after winning 7 or 8 games outright. But the Josephians managed to draw the game.
Yes, we had some good battles against Trinity back then. We beat them in the final that year, and then we lost to them in the T20 final as well. So it was always a good battle playing against Trinity. As we see the end of over number 66, it's 195 for 4.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Yes, with that over completed by Lahiru Amarasekara, the umpires have called for the tea break. 66 overs, 195 for 4. Another very good session for Trinity College Kandy. When they won the toss and elected to bat, they would have been aiming for somewhere around 200 for 4 at tea, and they've nearly got there. Pawan Patiraja, brilliant 52 not out. I thought Vibhavit Halepola missed out a well-deserved 100. Nevertheless, 2 sessions have been completed in this 110th Josephian Trinity cricket encounter.
It's not easy conditions for the Josephians to be bowling, but if you want to give them any credit, you have to give them the credit for keeping this run rate below 3 runs per an over. That was a good effort, though they couldn't break through into the Trinity batting too much. They made sure the run rate was always in check. Amarasekara was the key man to do that, bowling 26 overs for just 58 runs, picking up 1 wicket as well.
Yes, the batting card, Kusal Wijayatunga, he was the first batsman to be dismissed for 4. Viduka Dammage made 25. Then the massive partnership between Halepola and Patiraja. Halepola made 87 of 141 deliveries. Rahal Amarasinghe, the last player to be dismissed for 5. Patiraja and Mutalib not out. St. Joseph's College have used 6 bowlers. Lahiru Amarasekara, he bowled most number of overs, 26. Shanuk Serasinghe picked up 2 wickets. Wickets of Rahal and Viduka. No success for Mudita Lakshan, Avinta Dialis and Yanula Devutusa. These are some of the highlights from the second session. Vibhavit Halepola, he was taking on the bowlers, striking it pretty cleanly. And this was how he was dismissed of Serasinghe. Patiraja and Amarasinghe there. They added just 17 runs before Amarasinghe played 1 too many strokes. Since then, Captain Mutalib and Patiraja have added 35 unbeaten runs. Mutalib, no 4s but 2 6s.
Yes, it started off very positively. Skipper Mutalib as those two made sure they got to tee without any further damage. So that session also goes to Trinity College. They lost 2 wickets apiece in both sessions so far in the day. And at 195 for 4, they are definitely the happier of the two sides so far. And it is time for tea here at Dali Road, and we should be back in about 15 minutes for the post-tea session.
කොයි අවස්ථාවේදී ලෝක කුසලාට තරඟාවලියේදී ඔබට දැනුනේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට මේ ලෝක කුසලාට ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා කියලා?
ඇත්තෙන්ම අපි ක්වෝටර් ෆයිනල් එකට ආවම මම අර්ජුනටත් මම දවසක් රෑ කෑම කරන් මම කිව්වා අපි මේ ක්වෝටර් ෆයිනල් එක තරගෙන් අපි ක්ලියර් වුණොත් මං හිතන්නේ අපිට මේක දිනන්න ලොකු අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා කියලා. ඒ ක්වෝටර් ෆයිනල් එක තමයි මට තිබුණ ප්‍රෙෂර්ම ගේම් එක ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් එක්ක. ඒක මම හිතුවා මේ හුඟක් වෙලාවට අපිට ඒ තරඟේ පන්න ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒ මුළු ගමනම ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක ලෙස යන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඉතින් එදා අපි වාසනාවට වගේ අපේ බැටිං ලාස්ට් මිනිට් අපේ බැටිං ලයින් අප් එක ස්ට්‍රෙන්ත් කරලා සනත් ඉතාමත් හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කරලා අපි එදා ජයග්‍රහණයක් ලබා ගත්තා.
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිත මිතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳෙයි. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනි රකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලා ගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර්. සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
වැඩිපුරම සෙන්චරිස් ලබාගත්ත බැට්ස්මන් හැටියට එහෙම එක්කෙනෙකුත් නැහැ. කොහොම හරි මගේ අධිෂ්ඨානය තිබ්බේ අන්තිම සීසන් එකේ ස්කූල් කරේ ඉවර වෙද්දී අනිවාර්යෙන් බිග් මැච් එකේ 100ක් නමට දාගෙන යන්න. මං ඉල්ලන්නේ කොහොම හරි මං අවුට් වෙච්ච හැම මැච් එක මම පස්සට ගිහලා ආයි බැට් ගන්න ලැබෙන්න කියලා. දිනෙත් ජයකොඩි මං ඉස්සෙල්ලා ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භ කරේ ලයිසන් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලෙන් පත්තල. මගේ ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භ කිරීමේට මූලික හේතුවක් තමයි මං ක්‍රිකට් වලට තිබ්බ ආසාව. මොකද මං මේ වයසේ කොහොම ළමයි ඒ අවුරුද්දේ under 13 ටූර්නමන්ට් වලට සෙල්ලම් කරනවට දැක්කම ගොඩක් ආසයි දුනා. මං ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භ කරේ grade 7 විතර. මං grade 7 වලින් පස්සේ තමයි ඇත්තටම ලෙදර් බෝලයක් සෙල්ලම් කරන්න රවුන්ඩ් එකට බැස්සේ. ඒ අවුරුද්දේ මුලින්ම ගුරුවරුකම් කියලා දුන්නේ කසේල චාමරස. ඒස යටතේ මං අවුරුද්දක් under 13 ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එක සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒ සීසන් එකේ මම හොඳට පර්ෆෝම් කරගෙන ලයිසියම් එකේ මට සෙන්ට් ජෝසප් එකට ක්‍රිකට් වලට යන්න අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. සෙන්ට් ජෝසප් එකට ගියාට පස්සේ ලයිසියම් එකත් එක බලද්දී එතන තියෙන කන්ඩිෂන්ස් උයි ඔක්කොම වෙලාවට පස්සේ ගොඩක් වෙනස්. එතන තියෙන කම්පිටිෂන් එකයි ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් උයි ඔක්කොම ගොඩක් හයි ලෙවල් එක තියෙන්නේ ලයිසියම් එකත් එක්ක බලද්දී. මොකද ගවර්න්මන්ට් ස්කූල්ස් වල තවත් ප්ලේයර්ස් ලොක්කම ඉන්නවා. මට ඇත්තටම සෙන්ට් ජෝසප් එකට ගියාම එහෙම ක්‍රිකට් වලට ගියාම මිසක් මට එහෙම ලොකු ෆීලිං එකක් තිබුණේ නැහැ මේක අර බයක් එහෙම මොකද මගේ ටීම් එකේ හිටපු ළමයි ගැන අනිත් ටීම් එක බලද්දී සෙන් සෙබස්ටියන්ස් සෙන් තෝමස් ඒවා කිව්වම මට ටිකක් අර ස්කූල් වයිස් ටිකක් අර ඒගොල්ලෝ ටිකක් බයෙන් හිටියේ මට අර ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ටූර්නමන්ට්ස් වල ගහලා ඒ හම්බෙච්ච ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් මේකත් මට ගවර්න්මන්ට් ස්කූල් එකේ ලොකු ප්‍රෙෂරයක් මට තේරුන්නේ නැහැ මට පියර් ෆැක්ට් එක තිබුණේ නැහැ ඒ සීසන්ස් වල මොකද මට අයිඩියා තිබුණේ නැහැ ගවර්න්මන්ට් ටූර්නමන්ට්ස් වලයි ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් එකේ තියෙන ඩිෆරන්ස් එක ඒවා අනික මම ගොඩක් දන්න ප්ලේයර්ස් තමයි සෙන්ට් ජෝසෆ්ස් එකේ එතකොට මම හිටියේ යාළුවෝ වශයෙන් ඒකින්ද මට ගොඩක් අමාරුවක් වුණේ ටීම් එකේ කට්ටියත් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා මම මේ ඉන්න දැන් ටෙන්ඩර් ඒගොල්ලෝ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට සපෝට් කරලා බැට් කරද්දී බෝල් කරද්දී කිල් කරද්දී සපෝට් එකක් හම්බුණා ඒගොල්ලන්ට under 13 last year ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ සෙන්ට් ජෝසෆ්ස් එකේ ඊට පස්සේ මම ඒකේ මට හම්බෙච්ච මැච් තුනේ එකක මම සෙන්චරියක් ලබා ගත්තා ඒ වගේ මේ සීසන් එකේ මම ලකුණු 190යි ලබා ගත්තේ under 15 second year එකේ මම ලකුණු 500ක් ගන්නවට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා ඊට පස්සේ under 17 first year එකේ ලකුණු 300 ගන්නයි matches පහකට under 17 last year එකේ මම ලකුණු 570ක් ගැව්වා සෙන්චරිස් තුනකුයි 50කුත් එක්ක under 19 season එක පළවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ මම ගැහුවේ බෝල කෙනෙක් හැටියට බෝලින් all-round ඒ අවුරුද්දේ මම 35 ලකුණු 400කුත් ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුද්දේ ලකුණු 500කුත් තුන්වෙනි අවුරුද්දේ ලකුණු 970කුත් අන්තිම අවුරුද්දේ ලකුණු 160කුත් මම ගන්න සමත් වුණා ඒ අතරින් මම බිග් මැච් තුනක් සෙල්ලම් කරා ඒ බිග් මැච් තුනෙන් මම ලකුණු 270ක් ලබා ගත්තා ඒ බිග් මැච් තුනට 50s දෙවුත් එක සෙන්චරියකුත් එක්ක ඒ සීසන්ස් වල අමතක නොවන සිදුවීම් වශයෙන් වෙන්නේ under 17 සීසන් එකේ මම CA තුනක් පිට ගැහුවා ඒත් සමග අන්තිම බිග් මැච් එකේ මට පුළුවන් වුණා සෙන්චරියක් වාර්තා කරන්න ඒ අතරින් මට අන්තිම බිග් මැච් එකේ man of the match උත් best batsman award එක මට ගන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා මම අවුරුදු 3ක් බිග් මැච් ගහලා තිබ්බට පළවෙනි අවුරුද්ද එකේ මට පුළුවන් වුණේ 52ක් විතරක් ගන්න 100කට මට කන්වර්ට් කරගන්න බැරි වුණා කොහොම හරි මගේ අධිෂ්ඨානය තිබ්බේ අන්තිම සීසන් එකේ ස්කූල් කරේ ඉවර වෙද්දී අනිවාර්යෙන් බිග් මැච් එකේ 100ක් නමට දාගෙන යන්න ගොඩක් සෙලත් ඒක තමයි මට කියේ හිටියේ කොහොම හරි මට පුළුවන් වුණා අන්තිම සීසන් එකේ හොඳට කරලා මගේ නම යටින් බිග් මැච් එකේ 100ක් දාගන්න මට ගොඩක් සතුටුයි ඒක ගැන මොකද ඒ වෙලාවේ 100 රැඩි මට උමනා තිබ්බේ කොහොම හරි ටීම් එක හොඳනකට ගන්න මොකද අපි බැටලා තිබ්බ තත්ත්වය අනුව මට ගොඩක්ම ප්‍රශංසා ලැබුණේ මගේ අම්මයි තාත්තයි මොකද ඒ දෙන්නා මට ගොඩක් සපෝට් කරා උදව් කරා මට කොයි වෙලාවෙත් කිව්වේ පුළුවන් ඔයාලට බැරි දෙයක් නෑ ඔයා try කරන්න try කරලා fail වුණාට ඒක කමක් නෑ මොකද ඔයා try කරලානේ තියෙන්නේ කියලා under 13 level එකේ මට මේ තැනට එන්න උදව් කරේ කොහොමද තාමත් උදව් කරන්නේ කසේල සර් ඒ අතරින් එයත් එක්ක ලයිසන් හිටපු අනිත් coaching staff එකේ ලලිත් සර් ඇතුළු අනිත් කට්ටිය ඊට පස්සේ සෙන්ට් ජෝසප් එකට මම ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ගත්තේ අනිල් සර් එක්ක වැඩ කරපු අනිත් coaches ලා උදව් කරා ඔක්කොම මට මේ දැන් එන්න ගොඩක් throw downs වලට උදව් කරා බෝල් ෂික් කරා ඊට පස්සේ under 17 season under 19 season වල පටන් ගත්ත පස්සේ අසේල පතිරණ සර් රොජර් විජේසූරිය සර් නිරෝෂන් බණ්ඩාරතිලක සර් තමයි ගොඩක් මට උදව් කරේ මේ 19 season වල ටිකක් හොඳින් perform කරන්න මගේ mindset එක අදලා මගේ technique ගොඩක් හැදුවේ නෑ මගේ තියෙන batting ටික improve කරේ ඒ සර්ලා ටික තමයි ඒ අතරින් ඒත් එක්කම under 19 ගානකොට provincial district ඒ coaches වල මට ගොඩක් උදව් කරා මගේ batting improve කරගන්න හොඳ knocks ගන්න දිගට ගන්න මේ season එකේ හොඳට perform කරා අපි කොහොම හරි outrights 8ක් ලබා ගත්තා නිරෝෂන් බණ්ඩාරතිලක ඒ සර්ගේ යටතේ අපේ එකම ටාගට් ලා තිබ්බේ බිග් මැච් එකේ හොඳට ඉවර කරන්න මොකද season එකේ එච්චර හොඳට අපිට finish කරගන්න බැරි වෙච්ච හින්දා අපි කොහොම හරි බිග් මැච් එකට ගියේ favorites ලා වුණාට ඊට සයිඩ් එකත් හොඳයි ඒකින්ද ඒගොල්ලෝ කොහොම හරි අපිව ලකුණු 20 ගන්න එක පහක් කරවන්න පුළුවන් වුණා ඒ අතරින් ආයි සදේශී තමයි බිග් මැච් එක කොහොම හරි අපේ පැත්තටයි අරවගත්තේ අපේ අන්තිම අවුරුද්ද මේකෙන්ද අපේ සයිඩ් එක ටිකක් හොඳ බැක් සයිඩ් එකක් තිබ්බේ අපේ කොහොමරි මේ සීසන් එකෙන් පස්සේ එළියට යන ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා 7 දෙනෙක් හිටියා. අපි හිතුව තරම් හරියට මේ සීසන් එක හොඳට ඉවර ගන්න බැරි නම් මෙච්චර හොඳ සයිඩ් එකක් තිබිලා අපිට. මම ස්කූල් සීසන් එකේ වුණාට පස්සේ මම ඊට කලින් අවුරුද්දේ under-20 සීසන් එකක් ගාව NCC එකට. ඒ සීසන් එකේ මට මැචස් ගන්න නම් වුණේ ස්කූල් මැචස් එක ක්ලෑෂ් එකකින් හින්දා ඒ ටික මිස් වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ස්කූල් සීසන් එක ඉවරලා අන්තිම සීසන් එකේ බිග් මැච් එකෙන් පස්සේ මට ගොඩක් කතා කරා ක්ලබ්ස් වලින්. ටැමිල් යූනියන් ක්ලබ් එකෙන් කතා කරා. ඊට පස්සේ NCC එකනොත් මම කලින් අවුරුද්දේ සෙල්ලම් කරවෙන්ද ඒකනොත් මට කිව්වා එන්න කියලා under-20 සීසන් එක ගහන්න. මම ඊට පස්සේ ටැමිල් යූනියන් එකේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් ගියා. මොකද ඒ සීසන් එකේ මට ප්‍රීමියර්ස් හරියට ගහන්න බැරි වෙච්ච හින්දා මම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලට ගියා. ඊට පස්සේ under-20 සීසන් එක පටන් ගත්තාම තමයි මම NCC ක්ලබ් එකට ආයි මම හිතුව දැන්ට ආවේ ඒ under-20 සීසන් එක ගන්න. ඒ under-20 සීසන් එකේ මම පළවෙනි මැච් දෙකේ ලකුණු 78කුත් ලකුණු 56කුත් ලබා ගත්තා. ඒ සීසන් එක අපි එච්චරට අපිට හරියට කරගන්න බැරි වෙච්ච හින්දා අපි ෆස්ට් රවුන්ඩ් නොකවුට්. මේ දවස්වල මේ කොවිඩ් ප්‍රශ්නෙත් එක්ක කොහොමද ප්‍රැක්ටිසස් වෙන්නේ ගෙදර තමයි. මට ඒකට ගොඩක් උදව් කරන්න මගේ තාත්තා බෝල විසිට් කරලා ඔක්කොම කරලා ගෙදර තමයි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න මේ දවස්වල. මගේ ෆියුචර් ප්ලෑන්ස් බැලුවොත් එහෙම තියෙන්නේ කොහොම හරි ක්ලබ් සීසන් වල හොඳට පර්ෆෝම් කරලා කොහොම හරි ශ්‍රී ලංකා රිප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න. කොහොම හරි මහන්සියලා මේ තියෙන තත්ත්වය අනුව ආයි ටූර්නමන්ට්ස් එකකන් ගෙදරටලා ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න තමයි බලන්න. කුමාර් සංගක්කාර වැඩිපුරම සෙන්චරිස් ලබාගත්ත බැට්ස්මන් හැටියට. ඉකිනීම මතින් ඉස්සරහට ගිහිල්ලා එතනින් හොඳ තැනකට යන්න තමයි. එහෙම එක්කෙනෙකුත් නැහැ. ක්‍රිස්ටියානෝ රොනාල්ඩෝ, වැන් ඩීසල්. තාම නම් ක්ලබ් එකේම සෙට්ලා නැහැ ලන්ච් එකක් ගන්න. රයිට් රයිස්. වැඩිපුර ෆෝන් එකේ ඉන්න එක. ස්ටාර් ජම්ප්ස්. මම ඉල්ලන්නේ කොහොමයි මම අවුට් වෙච්ච හැම්මෙච් එක මම පස්සට ගිහිල්ලා ආයි බැට් ගන්න ලැබෙන්නේ කියලා. ඉස්කෝලේ සස්පෙන්ඩ් වුණා සති දෙකකට. සිංහල සම්පත්ස බිග් මැච් අන්තිම බිග් මැච් එක. ප්‍රවීන් නිමේෂ්, ෂෙරන් ෆොන්සේකා, DJ කියනවා නැත්නම් ජය කියනවා. ටෙස්ට් ජොයන් විමයි තමයි. ලක්ෂාන් අවුට් දෙන එක. චාලින්ද under 17 රොයල් එක ගහපු ක්වාටර් ෆයිනල් එකේ ටිකක් තරහා ගියා. මම ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ස්තුතියි කියන්න මගේ අම්මලා යාත්‍රායි. මොකද ඒ දෙන්න තමයි ගොඩක් මගේ පස්සේ ගිහින් මට ඒකට සපෝට් කරලා මේන් තැනට එන්න ලැබුණේ. ඒත් එක්ක මට ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ක්‍රිකට් ගුරු හරුවම් කියලා දුන්න කසේල චාමර සර්, ලලිත් සර්, ලයිසෙම් ජාතින්ද්‍ර පාසලේ හිටපු අනිත් සියලුම කෝචස්ලටත් ස්තුතියි. ඒත් එක්ක මාව සෙන්ට් ජෝසප් එකට ගත්ත අනිල් සර් ඇතුළු අනිත් හිටපු කෝචස්ලා සෑම දෙනෙක් එක්කම අසේල බතිරණ සර්, රොජර් විජේසූරිය සර්, නිරෝෂන් බණ්ඩාරච්චික සර් සහ ඒත් එක්කම දරන්ත සර්, යාසිරි සර් අනිත් හැම සියලුම සර් කෙනෙක් ඇතුළුම මට උදව් කරපු ඩිස්ට්‍රික්ට් කෝචස්ලායි, ප්‍රොවින්ෂියල් කෝචස්ලායි, දුමින්ද සර්, ගාමිණී සර් ඇතුළු මට වචනයෙන් හරි උදව් කරපු සෑම කෝච් කෙනෙක්ටම සහ මට වචනයෙන් හරි උදව් කරපු අනිත් සියලුම දෙනාටම මට නම් වශයෙන් කියා ගන්න බැරි හැම කෙනෙක්ටම මම මගේ ස්තුතිය ප්‍රකාශ කරනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේ.
අපි
Hello and welcome back to the third and the final session of opening day of the 110th Trinity St. Joseph's encounter here at the Dali Road. If you're just joining us, we've had a very interesting day of cricket here at Maradana. Trinity winning the toss and opting to bat first, and the Trinity batters have really justified the captain's selection of Montin Drake, the first leads of the wicket, 195 for 4 currently. And joining me in the com box is Shamigan Good afternoon, Shamigan.
Good afternoon, Sudarshana. And what a day of cricket it has been so far. I mean, in terms of batting, we've seen some brilliant knocks out there at the centre. First, Vibhavith Halapola, and then right now, the Sri Lanka cap, Pavan Patiraja, is putting up a good innings. All credits to Vibhavith.
Absolutely. It was explosive innings by Halapola, gathering up 87 runs with 10 fours and 2 sixes, 2 maximums. He was aggressive in the field, and here's Pavan Patiraja, who's been an accumulator for Trinity. And what's worked for Trinity very well this innings is the fact that they've rotated the strike very well. They didn't bog down at any point in time. Even when the wickets fell, the new men coming in, they were keen on rotating the strike, which put a lot of pressure on the Josephian bowlers.
Well, I have to mention this, Sudarshana. On that note, on the Trinity batsmen being able to rotate the strike, that is why I said a lot of credits to Vibhavith Halapola, because Halapola made sure whoever the new batter was, when he joined Viduka Dharmage, it was not long, he was also a new batter, but Halapola's stroke play and the way he accumulated runs gave time to Viduka to join and take his own time and settle in there. And when Pavan Patiraja came in, he made it even easier for Pavan. They put up a 50-run partnership in no time. And right then, by the time Vibhavith got out, Pavan was already on 25 and well set. So that's what a good knock can do, settling in, making partnerships and allowing batters to bat around you. That will help them also to put up a good show.
Absolutely. I think Vibhavith's knock would have gone in vain if not for Pavan Patiraja really taking the responsibility and playing a responsible knock. He's on 52, the man on your screen. Played some delicious strokes to get to his 52. Pavan Patiraja, one of those Sri Lankan caps in this game alongside Sadish Jayawardena, the Josephian skipper.
I wouldn't call it delicious. Yes, that could be an adjective used, but I'd like to call Pavan Patiraja's batting efficient. He doesn't bother being looking good on camera or not. He just gets the job done, and those kind of batters are really tough to get out, Sudarshana.
Mudita Lakshan will start off the proceedings for the Josephians from the pavilion end. Haven't had any luck in the wickets column, but he's been a very economical bowler, Mudita. As for the Josephians, I think they'll look to take a quick couple of wickets, and it'll be interesting to see what the approach will be for the Trinity batters, because what they will try to do is try and accelerate a little. If they can close the day with maybe 250, Megan, and put the Josephians into bat for maybe at least 6 to 7 overs after making them toil in this hot sun the entire day, that should be very interesting, with somebody like Matisha Patirina being able to come in and really challenge the Josephian batters.
Spot on, Sudarshana. If you're going for a win, that's what you should be going, because setting up a target which is unreachable will also won't produce a result over here at Dali Road. It's coming in and playing against a good side like St. Joseph's. It's going to be tough when you set up a target which they are not going to chase down. So you've got to be tricky about that. And 250 and betting them 7 to 8 overs today would be a great ploy from the Trinitians. Risky single there. Made it look easy.
Putting the pressure on the field, trying to dominate him, and does it beautifully, the two batters. And that's the beauty of the traditional encounters, isn't it? They are not playing for any points, they are playing for pride. They want to go for the result. And Trinity will crow home at the fact that they've been the last team to try and eke out a result from this encounter, with Raveen Sayer winning it last in 2015. It's 12 long years since Josephians got the win. Here's a chance, running back, always difficult. It was definitely the catch of the man at the back. Should have definitely called. 3-4 fielders were crowding that area. Take a look at this.
Well balled, tricked him, but pretty ordinary stuff 4 fielders they are running at it. Was not even in the picture, the man behind. He should have come. It's not even 20 yards from the ropes there. Should have come for it. But he saw two men running at it, so he did not call for it. In fact, 3.
It's always easier for the man at the back to try and charge onto the ball, because when you turn back and run, it's always a little more difficult.
And it went high, Sudarshan. It went really high. Look at that.
Another look at it.
There was enough time for him. Let's look at it after this delivery. Easy single there. Have a look at that. He had enough and more time. And that was barely 20 meters.
Well, the first over done after tea. Trinity 198 and still for 4, luckily. Josephian Juniors having they'll be striving to try and be in the medal as soon as possible. This is where the foundation is put. For the youngsters.
I think that's what these schools does best. You know, the successful teams in Division 1 cricket, under 19 schools cricket, you know, all those successful teams, what they do right is that base, their foundation, the lower level cricket. When they produce good players there, when the basics are set right, it's really easy to win up here.
Spot on, Megan, because you can be a really good team for one season, but for you to be able to dominate, you need to have a really good setup that understands what the senior setup does, that follows the blueprint of the senior setup, and to try and play towards that. The Trinity skipper Mutalib on strike.
Exactly, Sudarshana. To be able to consistently be successful in this level of cricket, you know, that takes a good system, and I think that's what laid right in most of these schools.
Well taken couple there by Mutalib. Trinity's running between the wickets can be commended. He's very commendable throughout the day. That's where they've managed to transfer the pressure to towards the Josephians.
Yeah, we're just going there. You know, they're running hard. That suggests one thing. They want quick runs, and they want to accumulate as soon as they can and do what you said.
And in order for you to take quick singles, take quick runs, you need to have a good communication as well. Good fielding. Committed stuff. But will Trinity get 4? No. They will settle for 3.
Edges of the field is safe. That's a fine edge there.
Bandara was the fielder.
Have a look at that. Hirun Kapuru Bandara. Oh, there you go. That's nasty.
Really do hope that he's alright. Yeah, seems like he is. A little bit of a scrape on his palm. Committed stuff. Good committed stuff. And he straight away went on the tar road.
That's nasty. I don't even want to watch that replay again.
Well,
that could have ended in disaster.
Well, Megan, the good thing is these boys are 18, 19. They do it all the time, playing cricket on the road. Here's another look at it. This is going to make for a cringe replay. Beautiful stuff. But
on the road straight away. Luckily he's safe. Could have ended in several disasters. But that's the commitment these boys put in.
He may have just saved just one run, but that commitment really would lift up the rest of the fielders. They'll want to make sure that they give their 110%. It's been tended to at the side. A little bit of ice on the palm.
Before discretion is needed.
The ease of which the Trinity batters are accumulating the runs, Megan, is what really putting the bowlers and the fielders down. If you can see the Josephians, their shoulders have dipped a little bit. But credit to them for keeping the run rate down to 3.202.
This is about the game of cricket. Toiling hard. 68 done. 205 for 4. As we were saying, Sudarshana, this is about the game of cricket, and especially the longer formats. It's never easy. It's about the resilience. Okay, this time, call it this time, call it, and they did it. Finally, also onto it. Lairu Amarasekara, the fielder.
Pawan Patiraja looking to accelerate. Skies this one. Uppishly played, and luckily for the Josephians, this time they had the good sense to call for that ball and cleanly collected. Good knock by Pawan Patiraja, 56 of 112. Fifth wicket of Trinity's falls. Take a look at this.
It certainly was the call that saved the catch even there. Look at that. They were too close. Finally he decides. Three of them. Finally he calls. And the man running in front of him decides to let him take it. Could have made a mess of it. That's the end of Pawan Patiraja. He walks back with 56 runs to his name. 205 for 5.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
Manula Karunaratne comes into the middle to partner his skipper.
I would like to say the tail is exposed, but Manula can bat. Manula is better than that. I know better than that. So
oh well, finally we have a right-hand batsman from Trinity College coming in. We've been treated to a plethora of left-handers.
Where's
and
Yanula
maybe
Devtusa?
now Yanula Devtusa can come in to play a little bit more.
He's gonna be licking his lips right now. Two slips in, new man, not the new man either, but they have decided to attack. Akram Muttalib was given a lifeline.
Here's another look at how Pawan Patiraja departed. Couldn't time it or medal it, but good control and good nice call, prompting the other two fielders to pull off. Good catch by Lahiru.
Yeah, the one thing he did right was going sideways for it. Cricket is a sideways game, they say. So Akram Muttalib, the Trinity skipper, is given a task right now. They've gotten the start, they've gotten the base, the middle part was also done right. This is the finishing. He's got that task right now to put up a good score, somewhere around 250, 260, so that they'd be comfortable tomorrow. Well, he's not express pace, this Mudita Lakshan. But one thing he does right is he keeps in tight lines and lengths consistently. And when in the teasing pace, that's not too quick, not too slow. That teasing pace range, when a bowler is able to keep it again and again on one place, that itch in a batsman to go after him. You can't put it away for too long. That's what happened to Pawan Patiraja.
He's getting some bounce off the pitch. Mudita. Here's the man who took the catch, Lahilu Amarasekar, and here's how not to chase a catch.
Look at that. Look at Lahiru. He's looking at the ball over the shoulder and completely turned around. This is when he dropped it. And look at this one.
Time around, Lahiru Amarasekar completely redeems himself.
Look at that. He's running sideways. This is the difference. This is the coaching manual, what that says. And that is why he was able to grab that. When you are trying to look at the ball over your shoulders, you can't really judge it.
He takes a massive big sigh of relief finally. It's a good stuff from Amarasekar to redeem himself. And not much damage was done from his drop. We've seen how dropped catches do affect the teams. And Yanula Devtusa, like we discussed, straight away comes into play with the right hand in the middle.
Kularatne. I've seen Kularatne last year when he made his debut for Trinity College. A very useful cricketer. A good left-arm seamer. Bends his back. At the same time, he's a useful bat. He can handle his bat.
.205 for 5 after 69 overs. Now Trinity will slowly but surely want to put the foot to the pedal. Try and accelerate from here on. Played very late. Very, very late. And luckily gets away from this keeper. Manula is off the mark and will collect 2 runs for his troubles. A little bit of a held up. Josephians can afford that. Their over it has been quite phenomenal today. They've already run through 69 overs. A little bit of a misfeel, prompting the batsman to change ends. Again, Trinity's running between wickets have been very, very good. The communication have been good early calls, and the 2 batsmen have committed. Now it's up to the skipper Mutalib. He can shift gears as and when he likes.
And these short men, they run between the wicket really well.
Mutalib sporting a red, gold, blue grip on his bat. Maybe got it custom made for the season. Brings out the sweep. Well, very good running again, collects a couple. Was interested for the 3rd run as well, which was definitely non-existent. They're really, really putting pressure on the arm of these fielders. They're taking on the arm.
What I feel sorry for is the fielders, who are running around right now after toiling for the entire day. You make them run like this with all the couples you pick. They must be cursing the batters.
Well, hey, after all, they're playing at home. They at least have that supporting them. They know every single blade of grass here at Dali Road.
Might as well just hit the boundaries, no? This is the 110th St. Joseph's versus Trinity College traditional encounter. This year, St. Joseph's are hosting them.
Beautifully played. Beautifully played. Brings out the sweep. And that's a maximum by Mutalib.
For a man of his stature, he can smack a punch. That went a long distance.
Got the timing right. He knew the field was there, so he had to go big. Take a look at this. Positions himself. Good balance. And brings out the sweep. It's always beautiful to watch, isn't it, when a batter can dominate the bowler. That's the end of the 70th. Trinity 216 for 5.
Sign up for a Dialog Power plan today. The best mobile postpaid plans in Sri Lanka.
Live score update from the game in Kotahena, St. Peter's versus St. Benedict's. Pete Wright for 301 for 6 in their first innings after 69 overs, going at a rate of knots. The Pete Wright seems like they are making the fielders go fetch the ball and not field it. Mudita to continue from the pavilion end. The medium pacer. Very interestingly, Sajesh Jayawardene has opted to field, keep right close to the wicket. That's plumb in front. Manula will depart. 6th wicket for Trinity falls, and Mudita, for all his hardship, collects his 2nd wicket.
Very well bowled. That one off cutter was quick cutter and very well bowled from Mudita Lakshan. Manula Kularatna departs. He just made 3. Did not trouble the scorers much. 216 for 6 Trinity College.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවි ආදරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් my dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Supun Waduge, the new man in. Another left-hand bat from Trinity. Joins skipper Mutalib. So chances are Yanula Devtu sir will go back into a hiding because 2 left-handers have made it to the middle. Here's why he's in the middle. Beautiful delivery by Mudita that time.
Foxed him with a change of pace. So he's finally getting 2 wickets for 22 of 11 overs. You know, that's very good bowling from Mudita Lakshan. He liked the left-hander because he's able to bowl that off cutter very well.
Bowlers like Mudita are real men, aren't they? They run in hard, but their off-cutters tend to really trouble the batsman because the pace can be really deceiving.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's exactly what Harshal Patel calls himself. You run hard, run fast, and bowl slow.
Oh, another good delivery, a very good delivery.
You know, that kind of bowlers. I'm sorry, that kind of bowlers could be really, really painful. You run in fast and bowl really slow.
And as for a batter, I think when you're a batter, to get out to a bowler like that, you keep kicking yourself. Why did I do that?
They're not bad bowlers. They're good bowlers. They could pick wickets. But we'll still tell ourselves, no, you did not have to give your wicket away. They're the ones who will keep you teasing all day.
And worse enough, they will not shut up about getting you out as well. From the little cricket I played, I know that for sure. And here's another play and a miss.
Very well bowled there. Very well bowled there. You know, this is a kind of bowling that has gone, or else rather totally gone out of cricket. Doesn't exist anymore. I've only seen a couple of bowlers like Asela Gunaratne and a few bowlers in domestic cricket. Even Roscoe Tatil probably.
The main reason, I guess, Megan, is in order for you to be considered a bowler like that, you need to be a very good batter. Maybe a batting all-rounder, being able to bowl like that, you'll find a place in the team. But if you're mainly a bowling all-rounder and bowling like that, it's quite difficult to try and balance the team with a bowler like that in the mix. Maybe that's why it's gone away from cricket. Another opportunity. Another very good delivery, and Supun finally manages to get it away. Only just.
Yeah, what if I tell you, Sudarshana, that these are the kind of bowlers. Let's have a look at that one. It was a thick edge. Just short of that field at first slips. No, it's tough to go down all the way. So, you could excuse him. Going back to the point you were mentioning, Sudarshana. What if I tell you that these kind of bowlers, they were called fast spinners, and these kind of bowlers did exist, and what if I tell you that they were the most successful bowlers in the 70s and 80s, start 80s, in the
no
mid-70s.
doubt. Then came the big bats with massive muscle meat on them. That's the end of the 71st Trinity, 220 for 6.
Going back to what we were discussing, Sudarshana, it's only now that these bowlers are called medium. Those days they were referred to as fast spinners who run in hard and turns the ball.
Well, very interesting what point you're trying to make, Megan, because these type of bowlers are also called medium fast, whereas bowlers like Chaminda Vash were still called medium fast. Right, so there is a massive difference when you take a bowler like Asela Gunaratne and maybe like Chaminda Vash. There was a massive difference. So I do agree with you. It would have been when it comes to terminology, it would have been much better to call them fast spinners.
And what
spinners with a long runner.
On top of it, they were able to pick up wickets. They were really, really successful back then.
Yes, especially in two-pace pitches, they would be very, very deceiving, isn't it? With their change of pace and also being able to extract some spin off the surface as well. If they have very good control, it'll be quite tricky to try and play. And when you know that, then he's not bowling at express pace. As a batter, you will be tempted to go after him, but when his spin comes into play, it's not very easy to try and send him around the park. But Lahir Amarasekara is back in the attack from the swimming pool end with the two left-handers in the middle. Well, do you think Trinity will be quite happy with their batting performance so far? And while I ask, the slow rise of the finger will mean that Supun has to depart. Supun Waduge couldn't trouble the scorers much as he departs for 4 runs. Trinity lose their 6th. Here's what happened.
Fine edge there. Fine edge.
While the keeper, bowler and the umpire had absolutely no doubt. 21 for 7.
අවදානම එහෙමමයි. හැබැයි හදවතේ බැඳීමුත් එහෙමමයි. ඕනෑම කෙනෙකුට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙනම රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
That's Thira Granatunga, the new man in. More of a left arm spinner than a batter. He can handle the bat.
Ranatunga. Oh well, MRF bat after so long. Been so long since I've seen one. Megan, here's why Ranatunga is in the middle. Supun Waduge departing for a faint edge. He wasn't sure, but the umpire had absolutely no doubt. The little master Sachin Tendulkar used to bat with an MRF and made the bat ever so popular. He scored tons and tons and tons of runs with MRF in hand. And here's Ranatunga. Well, now I'd like Trinity to put the foot to the pedal, go after the bowling.
Yeah, they'll probably need about 30 more runs to be safe. So they'll be looking at that.
Yes, anything over 250 will really be a massive positive for Trinity College. Ranatunga comes in straight away, plays a stroke, gets off the mark. Exactly what Trinity needs.
Well, all attention on Akram Muttalib now. It's on 33 of 50. Just managed to clear the ropes, started to clear the ropes, rather. For 1.5 hour of play left today. The over rate is fine. So they'll be looking at something around 260. Even Akram Muttalib mentioned that during the toss, anything excess of 250 they would be happy with that.
Absolutely, and by the way Trinity is going at, I don't think they will have a lot of problems in getting there. 222 for 7s currently.
They've got some firepower below. There is Matisha Patiran who can smack a punch.
And Dinukutenakone as well. Can handle the long handle. 72 done. 222 for 7.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Trinity College 222 for 7 after 72 overs. They won the toss this morning and decided to bat first. They were looking good at one stage. I think the Josephians have fought back cleverly, Roscoe.
Yes, the last couple of wickets as well coming in the space of just 5 runs. They were 216 for 5, now 222 for 7. And this man has been very impressive for St. Joseph's. He's been toiling away throughout the day. He's not had a lot of support from the pitch, but he's been very disciplined, and he's bowled his off cutters mainly, and made sure he's deceived the batsman a couple of times. He had a drop catch as well, but nevertheless 2 for 26 on a day like this is an impressive effort.
Yes, definitely talking about the last delivery, bowling his slower ball as well. So we're talking about those drop catches. I think the Josephian fielding, well, I think a couple of catches went down a begging. Had they taken those, definitely the Trinitians would have been in a tight corner.
Yes, especially that early drop of Ahalapola of the bowling of Mithira Thenura. That was a very costly miss. Ahalapola went on to get 87 runs.
That was another good delivery. Half-hearted attempt by Mudita Lakshan. Could have gone for it full stretch, I think. .222 for 7, Trinity. Might be wanting to get about 300 and put the Josephians under pressure.
Yes, maybe a couple of overs back, 300 would have been on their minds, but right now, after those loss of wickets with 7 for 222, I don't think St. Joseph's will be happy to concede 300 from here for Trinity. But yes, the skipper is still out there on 33, so he needs to make sure he bats with the tail, and if the tail wags, yes, I mean somewhere around 280 at least for Trinity from here.
Yeah, for the Josephians, they might be wanting to get the Trinitians under 250. That's the end of the 73rd over. Oh, one more to go. Or is it 73rd over gone?
Once again, that off cutter deceiving the batsman to complete over number 73. It's 2-2 for 7. Mudita Lakshan, Lahiru Amarasekara and Shenuk Serasinghe picking up 2 wickets apiece for St. Joseph's, while Mithira Thenura picking up the first breakthrough of the day. Amarasekara bowling 28 overs for 67 runs, picking up 2 wickets.
Well, he's done bulk of the bowling, and he's bowling now from the swimming pool end. He and Shenuk Serasinghe has been doing the bulk of the bowling. Mudita Lakshan since tea, or about half an hour before tea, came into the attack.
That's a beautiful stroke from the skipper Mutalib. That's his first boundary. He hit 3 sixes before, and this time he reaches the rope on the bounce. He moves on to 37.
St. Joseph's will have to get the wicket of Mutalib if they're going to curtail the Trinitians for less than 300. He's been playing well, playing some good shots. 226 for 7. got his 37 runs of 54 deliveries. The Trinity's captain.
Yes, Amarasekara's drop can be very costly. He dropped Muthalib early on off the bowling of Mudita Lakshan. There's a bit of a sitter, poor communication between the two fielders as well.
Yes, we had Bibawit also been dropped early in the innings. Some vital catches were dropped by the Josephians. Had they taken those, Trinitians, as I said earlier, would have been in a tight corner. But their batsmen had taken advantage of those. They played very well to take the score up to 226. So that's end of over number 74. Trinity College 227 for 7.
.227 for 7, 74 overs gone. The Josephians, like you mentioned, Paulners would like to bowl the Trinitians out less than 250. That would be a great effort considering the fact that Trinity went to tea at 205 for 4.
Yes, they were 200 for 3 at one stage and lost very quick wickets. Just before tea they lost the wicket of Pawan Pathiraja. That is the 4th wicket at 205. And since then lost the wickets of another wicket of Rahul Amar Singh also at 205. So they lost quick wickets there. 227 for 7 at the moment.
That's a beautiful pickup from the skipper Muthalib. His 4th 6 in this innings. He puts it into Dali Road and puts the pressure back on Mudita Lakshan.
It's a lovely hit by Muthalib. Got a couple of beautiful sixes there, you see, off the back foot, pulling it beautifully into the Dali Road.
I hope it hasn't hit any of the vehicles on Dali Road. I think the fielders managed to retrieve the ball back. But what a pickup that was, effortless from Muthalib.
Well, Roscoe, those days these trees were not there, not even that net. And every hit used to go into the Dali Road. And so many vehicles were getting damaged, especially at practices too. Get so many players hitting it into the Dali Road.
Yes, if you can see that Mag City sign towards the swimming pool, I remember Thisara Pereira when he was playing at school. He used to hit that all the time at training.
It's nicely played by Muthalib. Got it 44 of 60 deliveries. Trying to push the Trinity score along. Trinity has batted 74 overs for this 33. course, a run rate of 3.13.
That's a peach of a delivery once again from Mudita Lakshan. That's what he's been doing throughout the day, bowling those off cutters. He's been getting some perches out of this pitch.
Well, talking about the sixers in Dali Road, Roscoe, once I can remember, I think it was Lakshman Aloysius who hit a six and it struck the bus, and the bus driver came with the ball in his hand and had to go and meet the rector.
Yeah, some fond memories from those years playing here. Everyone on Dal Road was in danger.
So it's 233 for 7 in this 110th Josephian Trinity encounter. Trinity College won the toss this morning and decided to bat first.
Quicker one from Lakshan to end over number 75. It's 233 for 7. This is the 110th encounter between St. Joseph's and Trinity. Trinity winning the toss early in the day. 233 for 7 now. Skipper Akram Mutalib unbeaten on 44. And Thiraka Ranatunga, who is the newcomer, he's unbeaten on 1 at the moment. As Lahiru Amarasekara gets ready to bowl his 30th over.
Long bowling spell for Lahiru Amarasekara. 29 overs he's bowled, bowling his 30th. 2 for 72, and that's a huge hit. And that's also gone into the Dali Road, isn't it?
Yes, seems like the Trinitians are taking a liking to putting the ball into Dali Road. Thiraka follows his skipper Mutalib, going with the spin of Lahiru Amarasekara. This is probably what Trinity needs towards this latter part of the innings. Some quick runs, and I think skipper Mutalib has found an ideal partner in Thirak as well.
Well, if they can put up a good score and give about half an hour's batting for the Josephians today, that will set things up. But I doubt very much they will do that. They might be wanting to bat the whole day, put up a very good score, and put the pressure on the Josephians tomorrow morning.
It's still 20 overs to go, including this one, so just 3 wickets in hand. They'll do well to bat the whole 20 overs from here on. So anything they get, I think, from here is going to be a bonus if they can get some quick runs, maybe 280. They wouldn't mind being bowled out if they can have a go at the Josephians. Pawan Pathiraja looked very good since the time he came. You tried to use that sweep shot, was lucky on a couple of occasions. He was very busy, and this is how he got to his half century. Useful innings in the middle order, held the Trinity innings together along with Ahalepola.
He faced 112 deliveries for his 50, 56, and got 4 boundaries. It's 70 dot balls, Roscoe. That's a bit too much.
It's 24s and 7 sixers in this 20 innings so far. And skipper Mutalib has hit 4 of those sixers. He's entertained all of us so far with his innings, as we still await the return of the ball. These are the wickets to fall so far. Mithira Tenura picked up that first wicket, and then it was Shenuk Serasinghe getting that second wicket, and then the fall of Ahalapola, and then a couple of quick wickets fell, and then a poor stroke from Pathiraja. Mudita Lakshan continued to impress as the day progressed, and this is the last wicket to fall of Manula Kularatna. The ball is back as Amarasekara switches to coming over the wicket against the right-hander. I think he will continue to look to go big in this over. It's a bit of a short boundary as well on his leg side against the off-spinner. He will chance his arm.
Thirakaranatunga is on 7 with 1-6. Faced 8 deliveries. And skipper Muttalib too batting really well on 44. 4 sixes in his 44. These two might be wanting to get some quick runs, push the Trinity score up as much as possible.
That's a good looking stroke. Once again he pierces that offside field, does Thiraka, and this is turning out to be an expensive over for Lahiru Amarasekara. He's been hit for a 6 and a 4 already in his first 3 balls.
It's really putting the bowler under pressure. He's bowled a very long spell. I mean a lot of bowling done during the day. Bowling his 30th over. Again, nicely pushed away down to deep mid-on, gets a single. That's skipper Muttalib, gets that single. Sorry, it's Thirakaranatunga.
Thiraka seems a pretty decent number 9, doesn't he, Paulus?
Yes, definitely. He's going to give a lot of support to the skipper, who's on 44. And these two have put on 23 runs for the 8th wicket now.
Nicely played this time by Muttalib. It's running down to the fine leg boundary, but the fielder should be able to cut that off. They were looking for a third, but just settling for 2 runs. Good smart play from skipper Muttalib.
There you see the partnership of 23 runs of 25 balls. Muttalib moves on to 46. Approaching his 50 quite fast. That shows the pressure on the bowler wide outside the off stump. Anyway, that's the end of the 76th over. It's 2:46 for 7.
.76 overs gone in the day so far. 22:46 for 7. It's been an even battle between bat and ball, and I'm sure the Trinity batsmen are aware of the fact that a second new ball is available in 4 overs, so they'll probably look to get as many runs as they can before that as well.
But this boy, Mudita Lakshan, who opened the bowling, has been bowling a lot since tea, or just before tea, he started his spell. About 14 overs, 2 for 32. It held uppishly, but out of the reach of mid-off fielder. That's good bit of bowling again by Mudita Lakshan. Varying the pace of his deliveries. There you see a slower delivery.
It's not easy to pick that one. Bit of an off cutter and dipping on the batsman as well. Deceived all ends up, but lucky to get away was Thiraka. He's a canny bowler, isn't he? One quick off cutter, one slow off cutter, one quicker ball. He's got a bag of tricks up his sleeve. Might be a very useful cricketer in the shorter formats as well.
And he varies his delivery as well. He picks it up very quickly. You see again Mudita Lakshan on his 15th over. Sadish Jayawardene, I'm sure, must be aware of it. Just 3 overs more remaining after this to get the second new ball. He might be needing a bit of a rest to come up with the second new ball.
I think the Josephians might opt against it, especially with Mudita Lakshan using those cutters to good effect on this pitch. So they might hold that new ball back for a bit longer, as bulk of their bowling has been done by their spinner and Mudita Lakshan.
Yeah, definitely Roscoe. Otherwise, this boy needs a bit of a rest. If they are going to take the second new ball after 80 overs.
That's one area the Josephians have been poor at, cutting those singles close in. Conceded some very easy singles to the Trinitian batsman, and that occasion as well, misfield and an easy single in the end.
So Muttalib is on 46. Just one hit can get his 50. Facing to Mudita Lakshan. Been operating from the pavilion end. That's 2 for 33.
Paul, this is interesting. Mudita Lakshan, the fast bowler, is going through the wicket to bowl round the wicket. I've never seen that before.
Yes, definitely, that's interesting. Goes through the wicket and a good delivery.
Completes over number 77. It's 247 for 7. Interesting ball, that last one from Mudita Lakshan, changing it up, more variations up his sleeve, coming through the wicket to bowl round the wicket against the left-hander, as we see a change in the bowling. Mithira Thenura comes back into the attack. He bowled 10 overs very early on in the game, picked up 1 wicket, bowled with good pace at one stage, but now wicket-keeper is up to the stumps as well, so he'll probably look to use those variations as well.
There you see his figures: 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. Bowling to Thiraka Ranatunga. It's a loosening up period for the second new ball, Roscoe.
Maybe Mithira Thenura, but certainly Mudita Lakshan's not loosening it up. He's probably had his quota of overs for the day.
And that's another good delivery. Both these two bowlers having the wicket keeper keeping up for them. Bowling a slowish type of cutters, I would say. Keeping the batsman on check.
This time Tiraka goes over the infield, but finds the fielder at the cover boundary, just a single. I think Mutalib might look to put the step down now against Mithira Thenura.
Talib is on 46. Looking to get his half century. Trinity College captain won the toss this morning. That's a slower delivery from Thenura. Pushed on the leg side, taken a single.
The Josephians have some decent batters up their sleeve as well. They will look to make use of a decent batting pitch tomorrow whenever they get the opportunity. That's a nice looking stroke, but good work from the bowler to get a hand on it. Yes, some of them, Hiran Jayasundara, Hirun Kapru Bandara, Sadish Jayawardena, of course Sri Lankan under-19 cap, Sahan Dabare, and a newcomer in Rishma Amarasinghe as well, a 15-year-old, I'm told.
I think the Josephians have a pretty young side, Roscoe. And most of these players can play another 2 to 3 years of school cricket. As we were talking earlier in the day, the last Josephian P-Trade, we had only one player who had played for St. Joseph's in a Josephian P-Trade. So that's the end of the 78th over. 250 for 7, Trinity.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට් මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
නොනවතින කතාවත් තේමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආතරෙත් තේමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back to the live action brought to you from Dali Road. Here's how the game has spanned out for Trinity. So far, the batting card, impressive knock from Vibhavita, who gathered up 87, Pathiraja 56, and the skipper Mutalib still in the middle, still doing the work for Trinity, having scored 47, just 3 shy of that well-deserved half-century. Trinity, after 70 overs, 250 for 7. Mutalib at the toss said that he'll be very happy if he could get to 250. I think he'll be more than happy here because they can easily go for a lot more if they put their heads down to it. This is the bowling card for the Josephians. Nothing really to crow about, but credit should go to Mudita especially for his brilliant work. 15 overs, 2 for 33. Mitira 11 overs, 1 for 33, and then Lahiru Amarasinghe and the Shenuk, the spinners, each getting 2, and Lahiru had bowled 30 overs. Look at how much of overs he's bowled. Amarasinghe, the closest second, only half his bulk. 4 maidens from Amarasinghe as well, and joining me in the com box is Adil Siddiq. Adil, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sudarshana. Good afternoon for Trinity as well. As you said, they would have eyed 250, but now they have already got 250, and they can go for even more. They've got their set batsman, their captain, Mutalib in the middle. Thiraka has been striking the ball well. The next batsman to come in, Matisha Patirana, can hit the long ball as well. So they can look for a good end for this day here at Dali Road.
Well, interestingly, Adul, I think what's going to be very, very important is the fact that how they will manage this game. How soon do they want to put the Josephians into bed? Because I think ideally it'll be nice for them to at least bowl 6 to 7 overs at the Josephians, who really toiled hard at Dali Road the entire day. They are tired, they are frustrated, and that frustration could earn Trinity maybe a wicket or 2, and they will consider it a massive, massive win for them.
And the weather is ideal, Sudarshana, at the moment to be out there bowling. So St. Joseph's, after toiling the whole day, like you said before, won't be the freshest to come out and bat. Trinity would love to bowl, and in this weather.
Yes, and the strike bowler Matisha Patirana has been resting the entire day, and he'll be itching to go. He'll be revving it up if he's given the ball with the new ball. Mutalib trying to steal a cheeky one, not successful that time. Trinitians have been quite impressive so far this game with their batting. They've rotated their strike very well. Played every ball on its merit. It was largely due to the foundation that was laid out by Viduk and Vibat after the first wicket, which fell very cheaply at while Trinity was just 10 runs, but Viduk and Vibat putting up a partnership of 83 runs for the first wicket.
I think that was an ideal team batting performance. Vibhavit, being the enforcer at the top, made it easy for the likes of Pawan Pathiraja to come in and settle, and he is their best batsman. And here is another half century for Mutalib. He's having a great season. He's already scored a century for his college against Prince of Wales, and here he is again with a brilliant half century against St. Joseph's. And as I said, Vibhavit was the enforcer at the top. It made life so easy for Pawan Pathiraja, and Mutalib doing the hard work in the lower order alongside the tail enders, him being the skipper. So Vibhavit's knock at the top as the enforcer, I think, is more worth than merely 87.
Absolutely. I think like you mentioned earlier when we chatted during the game, the fact that Vibhavit is not a traditional number 3, the fact that he comes down in number 6 gave him that free leash to go after the bowling. That really did trickle down to Trinity's performance, and Muttalib 50 is with 4 sixes, 24 runs coming off maximums and just a single boundary. For a little man, he really packs a punch, the Trinity skipper.
Also, he has all the shots. It's so impressive from ball one. He took his time, played a few overs, and then he started playing his shots. And also the way he milked the singles. When there wasn't a single, he invented shots. He played the reverse. He was orthodox as well as unorthodox. So I think he's the ideal number 5-6 batsman for any team. And given that batsman like Vibhavit can set you good platforms, this Trinity side is a side to look up to.
Yes, we still have Ranil Somaratne to come into the mix, and he's a more than capable batter as well. And Muttalib's the best quality that I found very impressive of him was the fact that he was very sensible, Adil, especially given the fact that he scored 4 sixes, but those sixes weren't rash strokes. He rightfully went after it because it was a loose ball that he got. So that sensibility coming in from a skipper, and especially at a time where your team has, he came into a very comfortable situation. He had Pathiraj on the other side, so he basically had a free lease to go after the bowling, but he was sensible. He knew if Trinity had to go for a big score, he had to be at the crease, and he's done that beautifully.
And also the middle order after Muttalib didn't make most of the platform that was set for them. If you look at the scorecard, apart from the top 4, Rahal managed only 5, then 3 to Manula, Supun with 4. So once Pathiraj was out, life was not that easy for Muttalib because wickets were falling on the other end. The Joes were bowling so well, led by Mujida Lakshan. They were putting pressure, but Muttalib didn't bob down. He still has 51 of just 73. That's a very impressive strike rate for a 2-day game.
Absolutely. And also, I mean, despite not being able to capture the Trinity wickets, you got to give credit to the Josephians for keeping that run rate to a manageable one, because they bowled almost 80 overs, but they managed to keep the run rate at 3.21 now. If it was slightly higher, they would be looking at a daunting task. They would be looking at a much higher target to go after in the first innings. Now Trinity is basically playing themselves to safety from here on. If they can get closer to that 300 or 280 mark, that will put heaps of pressure on the Josephian batting, and Trinity will all out go for a result.
Definitely. And St. Joseph's apparently has played the damage control game very well. In the meantime, the wicket has started to assist the spinners a bit towards the latter part. I'm not saying that it's a rank turn or anything, but still a very good pitch for the batters. But the fact that the likes of Lahiru Amarasekara finding a little bit of turn will definitely encourage the Trinity spinners. They've got 2 left-armers in Dinuka Tennakon and Thira Karanathugu, who is out at the middle right now. They've been in form, they've been amongst the wickets. Let's come to that in the next over. Trinity 255 for 7 after 80.
Trinity skipper Muttalib, the third 50 for the lads from Kandy. Started off with that beautiful stroke. One on to the offside, and this one in the same over to the onside. And this one had to be fetched from close to the chapel. And the next was out. It was on Dali Road.
I hope it didn't damage any vehicles.
Thankfully, to these Indian wheelers on the side of the grounds, otherwise the impact would have been much harder. Young Muttalib, seems like the Josephians have decided to take the new ball.
They were waiting for this. Mithira was given just 1 over before this in a short spell, I think, just to warm himself up. to take the new ball again, and he'll be up against Muttalib. He knows Muttalib. Those two play for the same club. Baduraliya CC. They're both part of the under 23 squad.
Very, very interesting battle here because new ball and Mithila has been impressive. We know that he can bowl the short ones into your body, so it's going to be a very interesting battle. The ball is going to be a little bit more harder because it's a brand new ball, and Muttalib might kind of like it on the bat as well. It will come on to the back a little more. He'll get a little bit more bounce. So this is a very interesting phase of the game.
Definitely, and I'm interested to see how Muttalib goes against the new ball. We already know he is a good player of spin. He handled the Josephian spin attack so well, and he actually dominated them. Now here he is against a quality new ball bowler with a new ball in the hand. Interesting tussle ahead.
Well, straight down the ground. If you want any indication, currently Muttalib is right on top of Mithila.
That was poor from Mithila. Short, giving with. Muttalib is a set batsman. He's not an opener. He's set. He's faced 72 deliveries and already scored a half century. He's not going to miss out on this. Doesn't matter the ball is new or old. He's going to put them away all day.
Trinity now moving on to 259. It's going to be very interesting. How much are they going to hold on to? How many runs will they want before they decide to put the Josephians into bat? Or are they going to be aggressive from the word go? Very good batting. Good
Much
bats.
better from Mithila as well.
Much better, definitely, from Mithila. This partnership, 38 runs off 53 balls. Credit to Tiraka as well. He's been sensible. He showed us that he can play the long ball, but he was sensible as well, managing to pass on the strike to his senior partner, the skipper, and keep him company. Because the next man in, Matesha Patirna, will be in no mood to give company to anyone. He'll want to whack the ball around the park. That's how he goes on with his batting business.
And that shot from Muttalib Sudarshana, I think, was a result of the first delivery Mithila bowled. He might have had some nerves facing a new ball bowler against the new ball. He has been facing the old ball against spinners all this while. He was given a loosener, put it away. Second ball was okay. And he would have thought the ball was full. Why not go at it? If Mithila had started a bit more tightly with a tight length, maybe Muttalib would have given a look again. But now Muttalib is confident that he can take over Mithila. Mithila is winning this tussle now.
A brilliant comeback. Brilliant comeback by Mithila. The 3 deliveries preceding the one that was carted down the ground. Terrific comeback by Mithila. Moving the ball away from the left-hander, making him play tentatively at it. 259 for 7 is what the scoreboard tells us, which is brightly lit this time around, a little too wide.
And Muttalib is happy to leave it.
Very, very happy to leave it. He played tentatively twice on deliveries he should have left. This time around, sanity prevails in Muttalib's senses and upstairs.
This final delivery is going to be interesting. Who's going to have the last laugh?
Well, too easy for Muttalib to leave that 8-1 completed. Trinity 259 for 7.
So there is a bowling change from the swimming pool end. The left arm spinner Yenula has been given the new ball.
Haven't got much opportunity to bowl at the Trinitians, with the Trinitians boasting a batting lineup packed with left-handers. But left-arm orthodox bowler comes into play. Ideally, he'd like to keep Tirak as much as he can in strike. He's the less established batter compared to Muttalib. Muttalib plays spin beautifully with his sweeps as well. So this is a very interesting battle here.
It is very interesting, Sudarshana. A good left arm spinner with a brand new ball against a number 9 batsman who likes to back the ball. He's got one slip, no close infielders.
And big massive space on the onside. If he decides to go at it, he's invited to go at it with the field placement.
If he decides to go at it, he should definitely clear that boundary and target the scoreboard, and or go behind square with a sweep or a slog. But anyway, it's Muttalib facing Yenula at the moment, the left-hander. He knows only one way: sweep the spinner or just slog him. This time he sweeps and easily picks up 2 runs. So Yenula has not lived up to what he is expected to do with the new ball. Both deliveries too full. Easy single for Tiraka, and then Muttalib on his own way, sweeping it easily for another couple of runs.
Yenula, so despite being the bowler most sparingly used by the Josephian skipper, has been the most expensive as well, giving away 23 runs in just 6.2 overs.
This time Muttalib trying to clear the offside field, didn't connect it well. Took a bottom edge towards mid-wicket. Still he gets a single. Yenula still to find the ideal length. I think just bowling 6 overs per day hasn't helped him much. Seems to be slightly out of rhythm. Much better length this time. Yet to find the ideal grip for a left armer. Not sure whether he has bowled with a new ball before this. He doesn't seem to be that comfortable with the new ball. Tiraka not troubled at all. I expected more from Yenula, Sudarshana.
Yes, currently Tiraka looks quite comfortable middling the ball as well, despite not being able to put it away. Maybe his instructions from the skipper is to make sure that he holds one end. Don't try to do anything fancy. Yes, I think that's the message that he's received. And he's doing it in style, Tiraka. Yenula, on the other hand, will have to focus a little more. 82 completed, 22-6-3 for 7.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Mithila to continue from the pavilion end, and yet again it's Muttalib to face the Pacey.
So the battle continues. This time Muttalib connects and connects sweetly. The umpire is waiting for confirmation. It's given a boundary. So one bounce over the rope. Once again, starting the over with a boundary. Muthalib dominating Mithira.
Same fashion as the previous over.
He had to reach out to fetch that ball, and didn't he middle that? That was so well middled, almost a 6. But unfortunately for Muthalib, that didn't have enough power to take it all the way. This time he goes over mid-wicket. Ball is up in the air.
Well, that's a maximum. That's a maximum from Muthalib. And Mithira is currently under a lot of pressure.
10 of the first 2 balls. Mithira with the new ball is getting hammered by Akram Muthalib.
Luckily, the ball is retrieved. So, otherwise we would have had to bring in another brand new ball because it was just 2 overs old. Adil, I'm sure you wouldn't get spare balls which are just 2 overs old, at least 5.
What a waste that would have been. I think Mithira would have loved that, just to start afresh. Some kind of a restart for him, a new ball. But no, he has to run in again. And
hit and a miss. But luckily for Muthalib, it lands short of the fielder, closing in.
He lost his shape there, Muthalib. He completely lost his shape. Almost top-edged it to the extra cover fielder. And luckily, as you said, for him, falling short.
Trinity innings consisting of 23 fours and 8 maximums. So they haven't been shy to play strokes when they came at. This is what Mithira is capable of. Ball hard, ball short, ball at the batsman. Come on, let's have a good competition here.
And I liked what he did at the end of his follow through. He ran almost towards the batsman, gave him a good look. Maybe he uttered a word or two, and he's coming back. Now this is getting interesting.
Well, he follows it up with the pitch. That's a very good delivery from Mithira. Had Muthalib guessing.
This is more like a fast bowler. This is what we expect from a fast bowler. You get it, you come back strong. Bouncer and a pitch that beats the outside edge. Now Muthalib might be under a bit of pressure.
Final delivery of the over. Who will finish strong? Well, it becomes a stalemate, and they'll be Trinity happy with the 10 runs that they got off the 83rd. Trinity to 173 for 7. Yenula to continue from the swimming pool end.
Once again against the right-hander. Hope he found his rhythm in the previous over. Sadi should be praying for Yenula to bowl a tight line and length. Easy for Tiraka. Long on, no mid-off, no one covering that drive. Just push the ball. He'll be more than happy to be at the non-strikers end watching Muthalib whack the Josephian bowlers.
Not ideal for Yenula as well, isn't it? The right-hander should have tried to put pressure on him, have a close infielder cutting out that single. But beautifully played. Beautifully played by Muttalib. Takes on the arm of the fielder. Gets in comfortably. And Javardhani is not happy.
Avinta Dialvis, the fielder, on that occasion, was challenged. Nicely played by Muttalib. The ball is bowled a bit quick. Look at that, Dialvis. The captain is definitely not happy.
Steps out, couldn't connect properly. He's disappointed. Muttalib missed out on an opportunity. Could have lofted it towards the onside.
That's more like it, Yenula. Quick, straight, and that gets you the wicket. Muttalib trying to hit the left armour over mid-wicket. Yenula strikes, and a much needed strike for St. Joseph's. And it's of Akram Muttalib, the set batsman.
Well, good delivery from Yenula, but don't discount what Muttalib has done for Trinity College. The skipper, brilliant stuff from him. 70 of 90 deliveries with 3 4s and 5 6s. Akram Muttalib was in a real mood to punish the bowling, and punish he did. Trinity 276 for 8.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවි ආදරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් my dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Here's the talk of the town, Matisha Patirana. He is here not to bowl but to bat first, and what Trinity will be expecting from him is just a few lusty blows. So 2 right-handers in the middle for Trinity for the first time in this game. Matisha Patirana and Thiraka Ranatunga.
Yes, Yenula will be licking his fingers now. Straight delivery, missed out on that. Didn't judge the height properly. Length of the ball. But a tiny mistake from Muttalib to give away his wicket. Now Matisha facing Yenula.
Yenula will be a bit more confident bowler right now because he's got the biggest wicket. He's got the set batsman. He'll probably be a bit more threatening than he was before. Just like that. He's found his rhythm, I think.
Yes, for the sake of the Josephians, let's hope that Yenula has found his rhythm. Well, Matisha blocks that out as well. 84 completed. Trinity 276 for 8.
Trinity College 276 for 8 after 84 overs. They won the toss this morning and decided to bat first. The last batsman out was their skipper. Akram Muttalib was bowled by Yenula Devdusa for 70. Carried 70 runs from 90 deliveries. Had 5 sixes and 3 boundaries in his innings. Played a very good innings.
The second new ball has been very costly for St. Joseph's. They did pick up the wicket of Muttalib, but not before he did some serious damage. There you go, once again. Short ball, sits up, and Thiraka puts it down to the mid-wicket boundary. as the runs continue to leak with the second new ball.
Well, that might be the plan of Trinity. They wanted to get some quick runs, and the Josephians played into their hands by taking the second new ball. Their pace bowlers were a bit tired. They started with Yenula Devdusa, left arm spinner. That allowed Akram Muttalib to push the score along. He got a 70. And this time a shortish delivery, a bouncer, and a wide called. It was too short, I think, Roscoe.
It looked like it went over the head. Yeah, definitely well over the head. Mithira Thenra, typical fast bowler's response, but too much effort on that one. Now he's opted to go round the wicket. I think more short stuff coming up, definitely. Goes for the double bluff, keeps it full.
Well, that ball very wide of the crease. Going round the wicket and very wide from the crease. It's another short delivery. This time he gets the edge. Goes straight over the wicket keeper for 4.
The new ball continues to fly off the bat. This time off Thiraka's bat. Once again dug in short, the top edge. No chance for the fielders whatsoever. Useful runs for Trinity. These last few overs might come back to haunt the Josephians tomorrow when their batting innings come.
285 for 8. Getting close to the 300 mark, Trinity. That's what they would have wanted when they won the toss and decided to bat first. Get a score of 300 plus and put the Josephians in. Put the pressure on the batsmen tomorrow morning.
From 221 for 7. They've added 64 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. It's been a very useful passage of play for Trinity. The tail has wagged along with their skipper Muttalib, who made 70 with 5 sixers.
Well, Thiraka Ranatunga too had got 26 of 37 deliveries now.
Matisha Pathirana, more known for his bowling. I mean, if I was the Trinity captain or the coach, I would be tempted to have a go at the Josephians at this stage of the day.
Quite agree with you, Roscoe. Especially with Matisha Pathirana bowling at this stage of the day. Trinity would have been looking at some wickets, early wickets.
Ten overs to go after this one, and 23 minutes remaining of the day, and then 30 extra minutes to complete the rest of the overs.
Well, still you can expect the Trinitians to give a couple of overs for the Josephians to bat in.
.85 overs completed. It's 287 for 8.
So 85 overs gone, 287 for 8, Trinity. Looks like they're definitely going to bat through the day. 10 overs remaining for the day. Unless they get bowled out. 2 wickets remaining. Cianurla to continue from the swimming pool end.
Mix up between the two batsmen.
Oh, that's even the bowler missed the ball. So unfortunately, the Trinitians managed to get back home. That's Matisha Patirana, who was at the non-strikers end. Is coming down the wicket.
Yes, Tiraka was clearly looking to get on strike. It was his call behind the stumps. Matisha Patirana did not respond. He was just ball watching. It was Patirana fumble from the field, and then the throw came in. Probably a bit too late. Poor on the fielder's part as well.
Tiraka Ranatunga might be wanting to have more of the strike at this stage. He's capable of getting some runs, adding to the score. 288 for 8 at the moment. Push down towards deep mid-on, gets a single. That's the end of the 86th over. Trinity College 289 for 8. .289 for 8 Trinity. 86 overs been bowled. Another 9 overs remaining for the day. So Trinity might be definitely wanting to bat those 9 overs. Add about another 30 runs if possible. Or a bit more if they can, to put the pressure on the Josephians tomorrow morning.
I tell you what, the Josephian fielders would be loving to get off the field right now. It's been a long day, 86 overs. Pulled down to deep mid-wicket. Looking for a second run. Easily gets back. That's poor fielding by the Josephian fielder down at deep mid-wicket. Yenula Debtusa was very casual running into the ball.
Debtusa, a very tall lad for his age.
Shot once again, pulled down to deep mid-wicket. Debtusa doing a better job this time, restricting it to just 1 run.
So that brings Matisha Patirana on to strike. There you see the last batsman out, Akram Muthali, for 70 of 90 deliveries. Played some beautiful shots. Got 5 sixes in his 70. Lairu Amarasekara has been doing a lot of bowling today. Bowling his 32nd over. 2 for 92 to his name.
There's not a lot of effort put into his bowling right now. Just dragging the ball really short.
Definitely might be a tired boy, Roscoe, bowling 32 overs in this heat. So that's the end of the 87th over. It's 292 for 8. .292 for 8 after 87 overs. Tira Karanatunga is on strike. He's on 31. He'll be facing to Yenula Devdusa.
Devdusa not a big spinner off the ball. Just using this new ball to slide it in to the right-hander. He was very good in that big match a couple of months back. Was Devdusa.
That's nicely driven down to deep mid-off. Well, Tira Karanatunga gets a single. But the way they're going, Roscoe, Tira Karanatunga gets a single, and then Matisha Patrana blocking the remaining deliveries will not help the Trinitians, isn't it?
It seems like they are just focused on batting out the day. So 7 overs to go after this one.
Well, they might be wanting to add to their total too. Josephians have a strong batting, good batting lineup. But then a score about 325 will be putting a lot of pressure on them. Coming early morning tomorrow, facing the pace of Matisha Patirana, will be an additional job for them.
Sadish Jayawardene will hold the key tomorrow. He's been behind the stumps all day today. Nicely played towards long on to complete another over. It's 294 for 8.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආතරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් My Dialog app හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Well, Josephians too have kept up a good over rate, Roscoe. 7 overs remaining. 15 minutes, about 15 minutes remaining for play. The normal time. Of course, we have the extended, half an hour extended. Definitely they can bowl the 95 overs for the day.
Yes, looking at this Trinity batting card, Ehalapula, Pathiraja and skipper Mutalib all got half centuries, but no one really kicked on to go and make that triple figure score. It was a pretty good batting pitch throughout the day, good outfield as well, not very big boundaries either, as we saw Mutalib hit 5 sixers. This time a powerful stroke, but well done by the fielder. But once again, a poor throw resulting in another second run. Good running by the two Trinity batsmen as well, Matish and Thiraka.
Thiraka giving everything into it. He's on 35, might be wanting to get his half century. Possible. With 7 overs, almost 6.5 overs remaining. It's again put nicely between mid-on and mid-wicket. Deep down into the boundary, gets a single. Lairu Amarasekara just pushing his overs through. Bowling his 33rd over. 2 for 95. That's Patran off the back foot, pushing it between cover and extra. To the sweeper cover, deep on the boundary, gets a single. Trinity batsmen not taking any chances. They want to bat. As I said, there was a huge sweep by Thiraka Ranatunga. Didn't get hold of it. So that's the end of the 89th over. Trinity 299 for 8.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So 89 overs gone, 299 for 8. Patran on 4, he's on strike. That's Yanula Devtusa has been brought in again. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 40. His bowling figures.
Yes, he would like to pick up a couple of wickets here at the end. He's picked up the wicket of the Trinitian skipper.
It's another good delivery. Patran was expecting it to go away from him. Came back into him.
.300 comes up with that single for Trinity College, and the Trinity camp very excited about it. There you go, acknowledging the team getting to 300. It has been a good effort, a team effort with the bat. Everyone making useful contributions from top to bottom.
Well, Thiraka Ranatunga 2 adding into it. Got some good scores from Wabit Elevola. Pawan Patiraja got 54, and then Akram Mutalib got 70. And now Thiraka Ranatunga is on 37, not out. Most of the batsmen have contributed well for this score. So that's the end of the 90th over. It's 301 for 8.
change in the bowling. I think it's Avinta de Alvis getting a ball. Ball 1 over before lunch for 9 runs. Probably could have had a ball or two. A leg spinner always can make something happen.
It's right, Roscoe. I think he should have been bowling a bit more. 90 overs bowled. And giving the leg spinner just 1 over will not help at all. That over, but he was dropping it short in that over. Gave away 9 runs. That's a good delivery. Pitched a bit outside the off stump. Can get his direction right. It's another good delivery. Tira Karanatunga, who is on 37. Just doesn't want to throw his wicket away. Pushed away on the offside this time. Poor bit of fielding.
Tired legs now from the Josephian fielders. Been a very, very long day. Still 4 overs to go after this one. I wonder if Trinity are planning to bat on if they manage to get to close of play today, even tomorrow morning. See, it doesn't seem like they have any intent at the moment of getting runs. They're just trying to bat through the overs.
Well, with nothing much of batting left, Roscoe, I doubt very much Trinity will do that. If they get up to about 315 to 320 today.
That's a ripper of a ball from Avinta de Alvis. Nice drift into the right-hander and just whizzed past his outside edge.
They might be wanting Matisha Patharan to use whatever is there early morning.
That's a nice stroke. Pathirana finds the boundary. Useful runs for Trinity. Dragged down from Avinta de Alvis and handsomely put away to the cover boundary by Matisha Pathirana.
So that's the end of over number 91. 306 for 8. So the 92nd over just started. Yenula is the bowler. He's bowling from the swimming pool end. Trinity College 306 for 8. 4 overs remaining for the day. Tira Karanatunga is on 38. Pathirana, Matisha Patharan on 9 is on strike. So I say good evening to Adel. First time we are in the box today.
Yes, first time together. The Trinity looking all set for a good finish for the day. Matisha Patharan looking very sensible and I expected some lusty blows from him, but he's only scored 9 of 21. A very conventional inning from him.
They want to know, they want to bat the 95 overs. Well, there you are. He gets on the back foot, try to push it firmly, but straight to extra cover fielder.
Just a glimpse, Paulie. Just a glimpse. That was...
No, because they got to bat the 95 overs. They don't want to get all out today. They bat the day today, and then most likely they will put the Josephians in tomorrow morning. We do not know. We'll have to wait and see about that.
I think not losing wickets, not being all out, not getting all out should have been the message from the Trinity coaching camp. That's why I think Matisha Pathirana is more concerned on not losing his wicket. Even the shots he play seems to be very calculated.
So 92 gone. We'll come back to it after the next over. It's 308 for 8. There's the fall of wickets today. That's the first wicket. That's a straight one.
This is Pawan Pathiraj. After a good half century, he was dropped once. Then second chance, Josephians took it both hands. And the first time we are seeing a wicket of a right-hander, Mudita Lakshan. This was Lairu Amarasekara joining the party.
So we are back live. So it's...
And the final wicket, Yenula's first of the day, Akram Mutalib, the Trinity skipper.
Avinta Diallo is the bowler. This time he swings it, misses. Matisha Pathirana now trying to get some shots. He knows just 3 overs remaining. If they can come up to about 325, Adil, that will be a very good score for the Trinitians to declare early morning tomorrow.
I think that's a big ask. 3 overs, 325 means nearly run a ball.
Yeah, they should be able to get, because just holding on to these 2 wickets will not help them at all, unless they plan to bat tomorrow morning too. They must try to add much as possible runs to their total today.
Matisha Pathirana trying to pick a single here, but a good field set for Avinta, a packed offside field. So Matisha is struggling to get the ball past the circle of the ring of fielders on the offside. This time he connects and clears the offside field and almost gets him a 6. 1 bounce over the rope, and that's the first boundary for Matisha Pathirana.
Well, that takes the total on to 312.
That was hit cleanly by Matisha. Tossed up delivery. He was given with. He had the invitation. Even the fielder at the boundary was at the cow corner, so he went over extra cover. This time, once again, trying to clear the third man fielder, but playing it straight to the fielder. No run on that occasion. Trinity 312 for 8 after 93.
So 2 overs remaining for the day. Matisha Pathirana is on 14 and Thiraka Ranatunga on 39. Thiraka Ranatunga might be wanting to get on with it. Try to get his half century. That's nicely driven deep down to deep mid off. Gets a single. Well, 325 to run a ball. Adil.
Just 12 more in 11. I don't think it's running in the heads of two batsmen out there.
No, it is nothing like that. They must be wanting to get much as possible.
Exactly. Matisha Pathiran, as we know, can hit the long ball. Surprisingly, has been very quiet.
We don't know the Trinity College plans. Most probably might be to bat tomorrow morning too. Bat for half an hour or so, if possible. And that's the end of that innings of Matisha Pathiran is gone. Well taken at the slip.
Trying to be aggressive, trying to clear the offside field once again, but this time the ball was a bit too quick for him maybe. And a good catch by the slip fielder. Matisha Pathiran.
He tried to give him some room, but definitely moved towards the onside and tried to push it on the off. Got the edge and well taken at the slip. So that's the 9th Trinity wicket to fall. It's 313 for 9. Just an over and a half remaining for the day.
The last man, Dinuka Tennakon, is in. So St. Joseph's has a good chance of cleaning up the Trinity batting order before the end of the day. They've got 9 deliveries. Dinuka will just want to give the strike back to Tiraka.
Well, that's a chance to get the single. Ball trickled down towards fine leg. They're happy with one.
Easy for Dinuka. No fielder covering the single on the leg side at all. Just took the edge and they didn't want any second invitation to settle for a single. They didn't even think of the second.
That brings the Thirukaranathunga on to strike. He is on 40. Thirukaranathunga trying to push it on the onside. Trying to steal a single. But Sadish Jawardena very quick on it.
Last ball. Tiraka will be looking to take a single.
That's well hit. That's gone into the long on boundary for 4. So takes him on to 44 and the score to 318. It's 94 overs gone. 318 for 9.
නොනවතින කතාවත් එහෙමමයි. මිස් නොවී ආතරෙත් එහෙමමයි. රෑකට වුණත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන රීලෝඩ්.
ඔබටත් ඔබේ ආදරණීයයන්ටත් ගෙදරම ඉඳගෙන ඩයලොග් රීලෝඩ් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කාඩ් මයි ඩයලොග් ඇප් හෝ dialog.lk මගින් සක්‍රිය කිරීමේ පහසුවත් විඳින්න.
Final over of the day. Avinta Dialvis, the leg spinner, will be the man for St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's looking for the last wicket. Avinta bowling at the last man of Trinity. Probing line and length, turning away. Dinuka should be very happy to just leave that ball away.
But Adil, I'm sure Tirak on the other end might be wanting to get onto the strike as quickly as possible. He's on 44.
Definitely.
Well, this is the last over of the day. First test play of this 110th St. Joseph's College versus Trinity College cricket encounter. Played at St. Joseph's College grounds, Dali Road. Trinity College won the toss this morning and decided to bat first. They batted for 94 overs. This is the 95th over, the final over of the day, and they're all out. That's the end of Trinity College innings. 318 all out. Avinta Dialvis getting the last wicket. That's of Dinakathenakone.
Very well set up wicket by Sadish Jayawardena. Brought in the second slip. Asked his bowler to bowl straight. Make them number 11 batsman play. And he got his reward. Reward for good bowling by Avinta Dialvis and good captaincy by Sadish Jayawardena. Tiraka Ranatunga, how unlucky he is. Stranded at 44. Just not being able to get to his half century. He would be disappointed.
Definitely he'll be disappointed. But I thought the couple of hits early in the innings when he was playing with Matisha Patirana, he could have started off a bit early. At least push some singles and made it twos and come close to his 50. Well, anyway, Trinity College have done very well today. They got 318 all out against the Josephians after winning the toss and deciding to bat first.
And that's the end of the day as well. So St. Joseph's finally having the final laugh, getting all 10 wickets. They know now they will have to. They will come out as a batting team tomorrow morning. They don't want to bowl any more overs. They'll be happy about that. And I think that was a shared session. Even though Trinity went past 300, scored some quick runs, St. Joseph's managed to pick up quick wickets and bowl out the Trinitians. So we have a game in hand. Tomorrow will be very interesting.
Yes, definitely. The Josephians have to bat and at least to get 219 runs to avoid the follow-on. So early morning, which is what I said, definitely Trinity will declare, because whatever moisture or whatever things that is in the wicket early morning, they see the Trinity card. We'll come back to that. So 318 all out. A lot of good scores there. Veduka getting 25, Vibhath getting 87, Pathiraja getting 56, and Muthalib 70, and laid down in the order Tiraka Ranatunga 44 not out. 318 all out. Trinity 94.3 overs with 5 extras. There see the Josephian bowling.
Mudita Lakshan was maybe the most impressive bowler, leading the St. Joseph's charge after Vibhavit's enforcing knock at the top. But Lahiru Amarasekara did bulk of the bowling, picked up 2 wickets, was well assisted by Shenuk Sera Singha. Mithira Tenora was very impressive with the new ball and with a late spell with the old ball. He picked up 1 wicket. Avinta Dialvis picked up the last wicket. Yenula, usually their lead spinner, had to wait a long time to get the ball because Trinity had a lot of left-handers. Yenula, however, finished with quite good figures, 1 for 50. Bowling 13 overs.
Well, I thought Avinta Dialvis, he should have bowled a bit more. Just 1 over until the last couple of overs. Should have bowled a bit more. There you see the wickets, ball of wickets.
This other wickets in this session, it was Pawan Pathiraja, the first man to go. He was he had scored a 50. Then Akram Muthalib just took on the aggressor's role and kept scoring runs for Trinity while the strikers at the other end kept losing their wicket. But Muthalib kept on going with his on his merry way, got to his 50, scored some huge sixes, took on almost every bowler. Then Tiraka Ranatunga joined the party as well with a lusty blow towards Dali Road. He played some impressive shots.
Yes, definitely Tiraka Ranatunga took the single-handedly pointed at the Trinity during the latter stage of the day. Matisha Patirana gave him some valuable assistance. Those two batted for some time, but the last 2 wickets fell quite cheaply, and Trinity were bowled out for 318 on the 95th over of the day.
This was when Muthalib took over Mithira Tenora with the new ball, but it was undone by a good straight delivery from Yenula. Thiraka trying to add more runs along with Matisha Patirana. Was looking for a well-deserving half century at this point, but suddenly Matisha Patirana lost his wicket just after this boundary. This was Matisha's wicket. Then the last wicket was taken in the final over of the day.
Well, Avintha Dialvis came in and took the last 2 wickets. So he had bowling figures of 2 wickets for 13 runs or so.
Here's how the day panned out. Trinity College won the first 2 sessions. They clearly dominated with the bat, but St. Joseph's made a good comeback, picking up wickets and bowling out the Trinity batsmen for 318 runs. So the final session was shared, even though Trinity did score a lot of runs even in the final session. Despite losing wickets, it was all due to the dominance and aggression shown by their skipper Akram Mutalib and Thira Karanatunga down the order. So an interesting play awaits tomorrow.
Well, I think Trinity dominated the day, no doubt about it, getting 318. They were all out, but still, yes, as you said, tomorrow first session will be very important with a little bit of dew there, most probably in the morning. Matisha Patirana is quite quick, and if he can strike into a good length, then the Josephians are definitely going to be up against it. So Sadisha Jayawardena holds the key. He has to bat long and get a good score for Josephians to at least to make the Trinitians bat again.
219 will be that golden run St. Joseph's will be looking at to avoid follow on and save the game.
So as we hand you back to the studio, the 110th encounter between St. Joseph's and Trinity College, the first test play has come to an end with Trinity at 318 all out. So we'll get back to you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree, there's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Try to catch me howling at the moon.